Chapter 799. The Thaling left very quickly. It seemed that when Soren explored the upper levels of the arcane tower, they already had this plan. For some reason, these Thaling could not leave the arcane tower, so they had been waiting for Soren's arrival. If Soren did not agree to give them freedom, these Thaling might really fight to the death. Staying in the same place for thousands of years, probably only high-level alchemy creatures could bear it. If it were other intelligent creatures, they would have gone crazy long ago. Seeing these Thaling immediately open the portal to the outer plane and leave, Fallen, which was obviously a little bit hesitant, but in the end she did not speak. This matter could only be decided, but fortunately, Soren had buried a clue to connect to the mechanical plane. Open the magic lock. Connect to the elemental pool. Open the demiplane channel. Since he had the highest authority of the arcane tower, Soren immediately opened the magic lock. The magic lock required a lot of energy, and it could not be operated by the elemental pool of the arcane tower. At most, it could only be opened temporarily. After Soren activated the magic lock, he immediately said to Gloria, "You guys set up an energy transmission channel. Find a way to transfer the energy of the elemental furnace into the arcane tower." Gloria and Fallen, which also understood that this was the most important thing at the moment, so they immediately nodded and prepared to leave. The others were all wizards, and they were very curious about this, so they all followed him down one after another. Only the High Priestess stayed. She was a psionic warlock, and she was not very interested in arcane things. "My lord, now that we have the arcane tower, Mordor City has the ability to fight against other gods." The High Priestess looked at everything in front of her and slowly said, "However, in my opinion, this arcane tower is not very advanced. Its floating ring has not been completed, and the network has not been established. I'm afraid it can only fight against weak gods. In the face of some powerful gods, it is still not very useful." Soren nodded and said, "I understand. But it is enough to have this foundation. The floating ring can be given to Gloria and Fallen, which to complete. With the elemental furnace, we can temporarily ignore the energy of the veins. However, the most important thing now is to build a network. Can you do it with psionic power?" Psionic network. The High Priestess had a very terrifying ability, which was to connect matter and psionic power together to form a super network with her as the core. She used this ability used to kill the Queen of Spiders. Soren was now preparing to give her some high-level access to the tower, and use her psionic energy to upgrade the control system of the arcane tower. To use a simple analogy, the current arcane system was a two-dimensional control system, but if the High Priest completed the mental network, it would be a three-dimensional control system. Yes. However, with my current power, The High Priestess glanced at Soren and wisely didn't continue to speak. "I know," Soren nodded and said, "but I am not sure if I can completely remove the curse of the Queen of Spiders. Her crafty approach is too powerful. If I forcefully remove it, I may alarm her and cause some accidents. You still need to be patient. When I reach intermediate divine power, I can easily remove the curse on you." Soren lied. In fact, he already had a way to remove the curse of the Queen of Spiders, but the price was a little higher. He needed to buy some time, because the High Priestess was still too powerful. A psionic warlock with a profession level of 30, Soren was not sure if he could defeat her without leveling up. If he removed the curse now, the two of them would be evenly matched in terms of strength. Soren needed to use a lot of divine power, including a certain amount of divinity. After removing the curse, the High Priestess' power would be greatly increased. It was very likely that she would directly become a demigod. Because of this, Soren had to make sure that he was stronger. There was no trust or distrust. Soren needed to have everything under his control. He would not do such a risky thing, even if it was a 1 in 10,000 chance. Solen also did not want to take the risk of becoming the host. Now was the time of the Avatar crisis. Anything could happen. The gods were also more fragile than ever. Soren had to think more. The High Priestess nodded. She was not very clear about the divine realm, but as long as there was hope to remove the curse, it was good. The Queen of Spiders was a veteran, great divine power. Crafty approach was a very special power. Sometimes, ordinary gods could not do anything about it. Rumble. There was a slight vibration. The flat land floating in midair outside the arcane tower moved. Gloria and the Fallen Witch worked together to activate a large floating ring. The whole land slowly drifted towards them. Floating movement. This was the most basic ability. The top floating city in the Arcane Empire could even complete plane teleportation. The whole city could directly teleport to the astral world. Of course, this required a huge energy shield. At that time, the floating city was almost equivalent to an independent half-plane. Begin energy transmission establishment. Mother, you are responsible for repairing the magic lock. Gloria's voice appeared in everyone's mind. Soren activated all the authority, but when the magic lock was connected to the arcane tower and the energy of the half-plane was activated, a special function was triggered. Phase shift. Soren's expression was a little shocked, and then murmured, "No. Is this a plane shift?" The control center of the arcane tower. An eye-catching spatial waymark appeared in his mind. He was familiar with this location, because the spatial waymark was locked on to the city of Mordor, and it was a place that Soren remembered. Back to the second half of last year. Shortly after Soren arrived at the city of Mordor to build the city, he explored the nearby land. Near a land occupied by mutant plants in the city of Mordor, Soren found an ancient ruin that had been destroyed. This ruin looked a bit like the ruins of a tower, and the corresponding coordinates were the arcane tower in the shadow plane. Soren later sent people to explore there, but in fact there was almost nothing special there, and it had been destroyed long ago. Later, the city of Mordor was expanded, and the place was also flattened. There was almost no big discovery, and it had been included in the next step of the city hall plan. But now in front of Soren's eyes, there was a teleportation waymark. The spatial waymark was connected to the magic lock, and the half-plane of war chess was like a grafted bridge, ultimately connecting to the entire arcane tower. It seems to be able to teleport. Soren murmured at this time. The coordinates are northwest of the city of Mordor, and the spatial waymark is very stable. This wizard tower can teleport to the material plane, right next to the city of Mordor. Teleportation requires a lot of energy. Soren's words made both Gloria and Fallen Witch pause for a moment, and then the two legendary witches immediately rushed over excitedly. The wizard tower. What Mordor lacked now was a tower to deter the enemy. If this arcane tower could be transferred to the material plane, and it was near the city of Mordor, then it could be included in Soren's current plan. The wizard tower could be the energy core of the entire island of Mordor. Even the defense system of the Temple of Mordor could be connected to the arcane tower. The most important point was that the arcane tower and the magic lock were connected. If the arcane tower could be transferred to the material plane, then the magic lock covered by this spatial waymark could also be transferred to the material plane. Magic lock. So far, there were only two forces in the material plane that had magic locks. One was the Northern Witch Council, and the other was the Wizard Alliance. If they could have a magic lock, the defense of Mordor would be directly improved by a lot. Teleportation must be in the air. This requires my mother and I to complete the large floating ring and place it under the arcane tower. After the floating ring, only then can we teleport to Mordor in the material plane through the half-bit wall. Teleportation could only be in the air. According to the information displayed by the arcane tower, this kind of teleportation could not have any connection with the Earth. Only after the tower was raised could they start the teleportation energy. How long will it take to transform this arcane tower into a floating space tower? Soren had always been decisive and immediately said, "The manpower and material resources of Mordor can be allocated by you. If you need anything else, I can find a way." The arcane tower was not completed. Looking at the floating ring below, it was obvious that only 2/3 of it was completed. Mithril. The material of the floating ring needs mithril infiltration. Mordor does not have any mithril reserves. A lot of gems and materials are needed to complete the arcane tower. These can be obtained through the Witch Council, but the price may be as high as 1,000,000 Kindler. Gloria calculated quickly and immediately said, There is no problem in terms of manpower. If there are enough materials, we can complete the transformation in half a month. We need at least a pound of mithril, and more than 1,000,000 kindler funds. Mithril? Soren could not help but frown when he heard that. Kindler was not a problem. He also secretly controlled Treasure Island, and worked closely with the Church of Riches. But mithril was really rare, and it was almost impossible to see in the surface world. If you want to get it, you can only go to the Underdark. And a pound of mithril was already a very scary amount. This kind of reserve was probably only available in the larger cities in the Underdark, but it was basically impossible for these forces to sell such expensive and rare materials. If they did, the price would be very, very scary. P.S. It's the end of the month, looking for next month's votes. Why does Fu2 write very smoothly and quickly every time he writes a plot without integrity? Does this mean that Fu2 is a very pure person? Chapter 800. Mithril? As if thinking of something, Soren immediately took out a piece of silver-white metal from his extra-dimensional space. This was a trophy he once obtained from the laboratory of a demigod lich. Mithril was a very high-end alchemy material, and many legendary spellcasters would have a little of it. However, this amount was generally not a lot. The piece in Soren's hand was not small, but in fact, it may be less than 100 grams. To describe mithril in one sentence, it was as light as a feather and as hard as steel. In the Underdark, even the price of diamonds was far less than mithril. Do you think this will be enough for a while? Soren handed the mithril in his hand to Gloria in front of him and said slowly, I can get the rest done right away. Give me about 3 days. Gloria reached out and took the mithril, and immediately said, This is enough for us to use for a week. There are also some leftover materials in the arcane tower. There is no problem in completing the large floating ring at the bottom first. But if we want to make a real floating space tower, then we must build a medium-sized energy barrier. The floating island was not a success when it flew. An arcane floating island had many supporting facilities, including long-range weapons, melee defense puppets, and energy protection systems. Once the floating island flew, the wind was particularly strong. Not to mention anything else, just the strong wind at high altitude, without the protection of an energy shield, your hairstyle for the day would basically be finished. So in order to protect your hairstyle, the floating island needed at least a wind barrier. An energy protection barrier. The city of Mordor already had the corresponding technology. The energy shield over the city was an example, but it mobilized the power of the Great Temple. Now they just needed to transfer the energy supply to the elemental furnace. Okay, I'll leave now. Soren had always pursued efficiency. After explaining the rest of the things, he immediately opened a portal to the mainland. If he wanted to get mithril, he could only go to the Underdark. However, the Underdark was not a place that was easy to enter. Soren did not dare to provoke the drows for the time being, because the Queen of Spiders had come down. If he were to encounter her, he would be unlucky. Therefore, Soren's target was the Duergar in the Underdark. During his last exploration, he had already discovered a city controlled by the Duergar. There was a mithril or vein underneath the city. Judging by the time, the divine artifact level mithril chainmail should be completed soon. Soren wanted to see if he could steal it. As for facing them head-on, it was impossible. No matter how strong a saint was, there was a limit. If he was surrounded by a group of dwarven mages, he would definitely be exhausted to death. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the bottomless abyss, the Golumba Arena, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly began to move. During this period of time, although the Golumba Arena had a new demon lord, the outside world did not know much about it, and there were not many changes. That was to say, there were more neutral demons nearby than before. Golumba Arena had expanded its business to many places in the Forgotten Land, on the 3rd floor of the bottomless abyss. Even the 2 secondary demon lords spent money to hire demonic mercenaries from Golumba Arena during the Civil War some time ago. Now that the bloody war was almost over, many demonic mercenaries began to accept other orders. This time, the Golumba Arena made a big move. Not only the beheader, Sauron's personal guards were dispatched, but even the nearby demonic mercenaries also followed suit. Sauron's target was a secondary soul demon lord. In the second wave of the Avatar crisis, many secondary demon lords carried out tentative attacks on the material plane, but the strength they invested was different. The secondary demon lord that Sauron attacked this time was the one who teleported a large number of his army to the material plane during the second wave of the Avatar crisis. This secondary demon lord's luck was not good. He teleported to the vicinity of the elf forest. Although he obtained a lot of loot, he was soon counterattacked by the elf ranger. In the end, the demon army he brought out was almost wiped out, and his avatar was also beheaded once. The territory of this demon lord was very close to the Galumba arena, so after learning the news, Sauron made a prompt decision to summon the army to launch an attack on this soul demon lord. At this time, if he did not eliminate the opponent and take the opportunity to expand his territory, would he wait for him to recover his strength? The bottomless abyss was cruel. Since he dared to go to the material plane to plunder, he must be prepared to be destroyed by other demon lords if the plunder failed. Sir Lord, the army has been assembled. Sharon the assassin has been sent out. There will be news soon. The goblin demon warlock Tebi followed Sauron with a flattering face. He should be one of the most intelligent high-grade fighters under Sauron's command, so his status had recently risen much faster than other high-grade demons. During this time, Sauron had been recruiting men. Now he had a powerful assassin under his command, which was more dangerous than a legendary rogue. If Sauron was not strong enough, he might not be able to suppress him at all. Okay. Very good. You go and prepare the portal. Sauron looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, "We will launch a surprise attack when it's dark." Standing beside Sauron were two beautiful high-grade succubus. One was the lady boss of the Furnace Tavern, and the other was a newly recruited high-grade freshman succubus. It was said that this freshman succubus was very favored by the demon lord Sauron. After just one night of serving, her status had skyrocketed. She was already Sauron's right-hand man, and she was even above the succubus lady boss who had followed him earlier. Originally, this was not a big deal. But what was strange was that the succubus, who had always liked to compete for favor, did not have any infighting this time. The succubus lady boss did not have any temper in front of the new favorite of the demon lord Sauron. It seemed that she was completely willing to be under the other party. This could not help but make the other high-grade demons amazed. Many high-grade demons looked at the freshman succubus more highly because of this. As the Galumba arena, which was inclined towards order, many succubus had gathered here recently because of the chaos in the bottomless abyss. Because the succubus queen had gone missing. The Glory Sisters who led the succubus army in the bottomless abyss seemed to have fallen into an infighting. Without a strong protection, the succubus could easily become the wealth that other demon lords fought for. Therefore, many succubus in the Forgotten Land hoped to be protected in the Galumba arena. Now there were almost 50 to 60 succubus in the territory. The Avatar crisis was an opportunity. This opportunity was not only in the material plane, but also in the bottomless abyss. Failure to attack the material plane meant paying a painful price, and this loss in the fierce bottomless abyss meant that one would become the prey of other demon lords. Sauron had never thought of attacking the material plane from the beginning to the end. He was waiting for the arrival of the second wave of impact. At that time, there would be demon lords who would fail, and these failures would be the targets that he needed to eliminate to preserve his strength. South Coast Nerod's land. It was about 100 kilometers away from Port Tylon. It was originally a rich place on the south coast, but now it had turned into ruins. It belonged to the border territory of the Principality of Rossard. At present, the Principality of Rossard fell into the control of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Although she had lost the war with the pirate King Sorin, it did not mean that she was not strong enough. It was just that the legendary Pirate King was too terrifying. The Avatar crisis naturally would not be lenient to the Principality of Rossard. In the second wave of impact, the Principality of Rossard also suffered heavy losses. Although the Duke of Red Dragon's wife continuously fought against the greater demons, many cities and towns in the Principality were razed to the ground. Now that the mainland was riddled with holes, the interior of the Principality of Rossard could not be pacified. And no one cared about these border areas. Just like that, Nerad was forgotten. The demons were not the culprits who brought them destruction, but the traces of the devils hidden among them were the real culprits. The cities and towns were destroyed. Although the paladins of the Scorching Heart had saved a lot of people, they weren't the protectors of the secular world. After eliminating the remaining devils, these paladins with lofty ideals were summoned back by the church. The demons had been eliminated. The devils were also nowhere to be seen for the time being. However, the damaged homes that were left behind still needed these survivors to rebuild. The paladins could protect them, but the church was unable to provide relief to the victims. The Principality of Rossard was in constant internal strife and had no energy to take care of these poor people. As a result, these survivors faced a new problem of survival in this time of shortage. They lacked food. To live, they had to eat. Only by living could there be a future. Night fell. In the darkness, two figures were approaching the seaside. "Is it here?" One of the handsome young men looked around and said slowly. "The church said that there are believers of evil gods spreading their faith nearby. These evil people must be judged." A paladin. And it was a young paladin. Whether a saint samurai was old or young wasn't just a matter of their age. It could be judged from their tone of voice. "Shoo. Don't alarm the enemy, we need to observe first." Because in addition to the demon lord Dagon, the believers of the sea goddess seemed to have been active nearby recently. The one who spoke was a middle-aged clergyman, a person who dedicated his life to the gods. This kind of person often did not marry and have children in his life. The two gradually approached the seaside. Then they saw a bonfire, and there were many people sitting around it. They could smell the aroma of food from afar. Next to the bonfire was a beautiful woman in a priest's robe, and there were cold-faced warriors patrolling nearby. There seemed to be something lurking in the sea further away, and the smell made the clergyman feel very dangerous. Disaster has come. Our world will face the attack of the devils. Only by believing in the sea goddess can we be protected. The sea has endless treasures. Food. Wealth. Status. Your nobles don't care about your lives. Your kingdom has abandoned you. Those seemingly glorious churches don't care about you at all. They used to take your offerings, but now they're watching you starve to death. The sea goddess is merciful. She saved you from the terrible demon Dagon. Now she even gives you food. As long as you believe in and serve her devoutly, then the sea goddess will give you everything you want. Look at the nobles who rule you. Think about giving up your kingdom. Only the sea goddess accepted you." A burst of rhythmic voices came, and some of the refugees around the bonfire fell into deep thought, but more of them stared at the big pot in front of them. Kelp, fresh fish, and a lot of fish were simmering in it for a long time. The long-term hunger made the refugees have no energy to think so much. If it were not for the fear of the patrolling warriors, they would have started to fight for it. The preaching continued. The priest in a robe in the center kept talking about how the nobles, churches, and kingdoms were despicable and shameless. At the same time, he kept preaching the mercy and greatness of the sea goddess to these refugees. At the same time, he kept mentioning the name Dagon, which made many of the refugees nearby show fear. "These damn cultists." The young paladin listened for a while and was angry. It seemed that he wanted to rush out, but he was quickly stopped by the middle-aged clergyman next to him. "Don't be impulsive." The middle-aged clergyman shook his head. The young paladin seemed to listen to him. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then we should go back and report this to the church immediately?" The middle-aged clergyman heard the words and looked into the distance. A large group of sallow and emaciated refugees gathered around the bonfire. Some of the surviving children were already skinny. A trace of pity appeared in his eyes, and he slowly said, "No need. The church is guarding against the demon lord Dagon. It is not suitable to fight the sea goddess now. And even if we defeat them, what about these refugees? Who will help them? The church is no longer able to help the refugees in the south coast. Sigh. The sea goddess seems to only want to spread her faith among these people, and not spread evil, chaos, and slaughter like Dagon. At present, the most important thing for the church is to eliminate the demonized cultists. These refugees are taken in by the sea goddess. At least they won't starve to death. In the future, if there is a demon attack, the sea goddess will also protect these poor mortals. This is better than them starving to death. The young paladin was stunned. He felt that what the clergyman said was very reasonable, but it seemed to be a bit contrary to the doctrine because the sea goddess was an evil god. For the first time, reality, ideals, and beliefs clashed violently. The young paladin did not know whether the elder he had always respected was right or not. So he felt very confused at the moment. The education he received in the past was being impacted by reality, and for the first time, he knew about compromise. Compromise with evil for justice. He was now very confused. If he could take this step, he might become an old paladin and become the most solid force to protect justice. But if he failed, he was afraid that he would be lost in faith. In the future, it will be combined into chapters, about 4000 to 5000 words. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Chapter 801. Spider Forest. Returning here after such a long time, Soren saw that everything had changed. The most obvious thing was the military alert equipment. Soren not only saw many patrolling elven rangers, but also the military camp of the forest elves. After the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the drows of the Underdark and the elves of the surface world had a war. There was no clear winner between the two sides, but the hatred became stronger because of the war. The saints of the elven divine system had not yet appeared, but Soren had seen a lot of elven priests here. Most of them were priests who served the elven god, Corlon Larison. These priests had a very obvious characteristic. That was, they were very handsome, both male and female. This kind of beauty was also outstanding among the elves. The reason may be related to the hobby of the elven god, because he was a god who could be male or female. Other gods rarely used the incarnation of the opposite sex, but this elven god liked to appear in the incarnation of a woman more than once. It was said that handsome elves were more likely to get the favor of the elven god. There was bound to be a battle between the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, and the elven god, Corlon Larison. This was also the reason why the intensity of the Avatar crisis increased. The hatred of Lolth's exile was very strong. She was originally one of the most beautiful goddesses of the elves, but because of her exile, she became like a spider. At that time, the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, suffered a lot under the hands of the elven god. And this struggle of more than thousands of years made her hatred even stronger. After the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, the elven main god, Corlon Larison, immediately found a new wife. The two of them basically didn't have the slightest bit of love left between them. If possible, the Queen of Spiders would definitely not mind paying a high price to kill him, and the Avatar crisis also provided her with this opportunity. The Queen of Spiders' poisonous fangs were ready for revenge at any time. In addition to the priests of the elven god, Soren also saw a temporary small temple, which was dedicated to the current mother goddess of the elven divine system. She was the wife of Corlon Larison, the goddess of life of the elves, Ingris. She was a goddess of luck. She inherited part of the power of the ancient god of life, and was in charge of the priesthood of spring, fertility, planting, birth, defense, and wisdom. Although he didn't directly possess the origin power of life, the two clergies of birth and spring contained the aura of life. The temple of this goddess was protected by power. Soren didn't want to get himself into trouble, so he didn't sneak in to investigate. Looks like the surface elves and drows are ready to fight. According to Soren's memories, the surface elves and the drows had fought more than 10 wars. The Queen of Spiders had secretly killed several gods of the elven pantheon, and the one who died some time ago was just an appetizer. Compared to other gods, the Queen of Spiders had mastered too many battle-related priesthoods. Her current combat divinity included assassination, crafty, destruction, darkness, and so on. Any one of them would be extremely dangerous. This was especially true for the godhood of assassination. The Queen of Spiders had already obtained this godhood when she was still a mid-tier god. For this power, she did not hesitate to provoke internal strife among the drows. It was well known. The drows were a race that liked internal strife very much and were proficient in assassination. They liked to use assassination to deal with their opponents. In the city of the Drows in the Underdark, even an assassination that wasn't discovered could be regarded as non-existent. This showed how terrible the Queen of Spiders was. From mid-tier divine power to greater divine power, Soren didn't know how much the Queen of Spiders had strengthened this assassination domain. Especially after the fall of the 3 death gods and the god of murder had been sealed. If the Queen of Spiders wanted to, she could steal part of the power of these gods and combined it with her original ability. It would be even more terrible. Assassination divinity. Soren's eyes narrowed slightly when he thought of this. He had inherited the slaughter domain. If he wanted to get his hands on greater divine power, the power of this divinity would have to be taken back anyway. However, the Queen of Spiders was the most powerful assassin in the multiverse, and it was very difficult to find her trace. This goddess was not someone he could provoke for the time being. After passing through the defense line of the surface elves, he arrived at the entrance of the Underdark. Soren had the cloak of proof against detection, so he didn't have to worry about those defensive forces. Blood could be seen everywhere at the entrance. The battle did not stop, and small-scale conflicts continued. Soon, Soren entered the Underdark. As he went deeper, the traces of the surface elves became fewer and fewer, and the traces of the drows began to increase. When he went about 3 kilometers deep, Soren found a pair of drows scouts. Unlike the half-drows in the city of Moder, these were purebred drows, and they were not very adapted to the daytime outside. 1, 2, 3. A standard 5-person team. They seemed to be the elites of a certain drow family. Soren frowned at a glance because the information in front of him told him that the drow families had joined forces to participate in the battle. He saw the emblems of 2 different families. The infighting among the drows was also very serious, and the only one who could unite them was the Queen of Spiders. Are they going to fight to the death with the Elven divine system? Soren smelled a trace of war, and he didn't know what to do about the historical direction of this matter. There was no point in getting involved in the Elven Civil War. They had been fighting for too long, and it was impossible to ease up. He was afraid that the line of the Avatar crisis would still move forward on its original trajectory. He just didn't know if the Queen of Spiders would change because of other things. Soren went deeper and deeper. No surprise. He saw the army of the drows. Unlike the elves of the surface world, the drows' army was very well equipped. How good was it? Simply put, the regular army of the drows had a set of rare grade equipment above +3. There were many forging masters in the Underdark, and the minerals were far richer than in the surface world. If it weren't for the fact that these equipment could not withstand the sun after being enchanted, the drows' equipment and weapons would have had a crushing advantage. Zizi. A strange sound came from not far away. Soren quietly lurked over, and after taking a look, even he couldn't help but be startled. Petrifying lizard army. A dangerous magic creature with a high challenge level. Their attacks could directly turn people into stone, and they had a terrible crushing effect on middle and low-grade enemies. In addition to this natural ability, the petrifying lizards were also far superior to other creatures in hand-to-hand combat on the ground. About 2 adult petrifying lizards could fight against a ground dragon. In front of Soren were hundreds of petrifying lizards. Such strength was enough to destroy a kingdom in the surface world. A regular army of about 5,000 people could only withstand 3 rounds of attacks from the petrifying lizard knights. A round of attacks was enough to crush hundreds of people and petrify about 300 to 500 people. Basically, they would die if they were petrified. Because there was no way to remove the petrification effect on so many people, a city of drows could only raise a little more than 100 petrifying lizards at most. There were probably 3 to 5 cities of drows gathered here. Damn. Is the Queen of Spiders going to fight against the surface elves? Soren frowned and looked at them. He didn't know what was going on in his mind, but his expression didn't look very good. The entire surface world. Almost no cavalry could fight against the petrifying lizard army. The heavy cavalry was just food in front of them. Even the unicorns could barely fight against them. This was just what Soren saw so far. The army of drows already had more than 5,000 people, including the slave army, duergars, bugbears, taurens, about 3,000 people, and the petrifying lizard army about 300 to 500 people. If such a force entered the ground battle, the city of Mordor would not be able to stop it. It's a pity that Dark Maiden has fallen. As if thinking of something, a trace of regret appeared on Soren's face. If the goddess had not fallen, maybe he could have used other ways to divide the power of the Queen of Spiders. This was just the tip of the iceberg in the Underdark. After the Queen of Spiders killed the other gods, she had completely unified the Drows. If measured by a race, the army she could summon was definitely more than this. It seems that I can only fight with high-end combat power. Soren quickly adjusted his mood, and had a clearer direction in his heart. Since there was no way for him to match up to these old great divine powers in terms of military strength, he could only take the high-end route. Golem Army, Super Magic Pulse Cannon, Space Strike, Teleportation Strike. As long as he could build up the alchemy technology tree, he would not be at a disadvantage even if he faced the Queen of Spiders in the future. After passing through the barracks, it was much quieter. At present, the surface elves and the Drows were in a stalemate. The other side was fighting at the entrance and testing each other, but the large-scale battle had not yet broken out. The Queen of Spiders was probably still gathering forces, and the elven gods were also preparing for a counterattack. It's a pity that the Duergars are too weak. Looking at the entire Underdark, only the Duergars, Mind Flayers, and Beholders had the ability to contain the Drows. There were too few Beholders and Mind Flayers. Even if they were strong individually, it was useless. Although there were a lot of Duergars, they had already been destroyed. They had been abandoned by the original dwarven gods, and without the support of the gods behind them, the god of the Duergars was of no use at all. The Duergars had been suppressed by the Drows for a long time. Many cities of the Drows had Duergars as slaves. Oh, as if thinking of something, Soren's eyes suddenly lit up, and he murmured, Stone-skinned Duergars. Stone-skinned Duergars. A branch of Duergars in the Underdark. For some reason, they were abandoned by the patron of the Duergars, Durag, and were currently holed up in the northwest corner of the Underdark. This Duergars was subdued by a group of adventurers in the Underdark during the middle and later stages of the Avatar crisis. Finally, it became the most prosperous weapon black market in the Underdark, and a trade point connecting the surface world. At first, the belief of the stone-skinned Duergars was the god of spiritual energy. Later, for some reason, they changed their belief to the patron of the Duergars. And then for some reason, they changed their belief to the god of spiritual energy. The price of these Duergars changing their belief was that they were abandoned, and their tribe had weakened to less than 1,000 people. Mordor City. Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If he hadn't come to the Underdark this time, he probably wouldn't have remembered this group of Duergars. But today, since he remembered them, maybe he should consider taking them away. The Duergars were all experts in forging, and because of the Mind Flayers' enslavement, many Duergars had awakened their psionic talents, and the ability of the High Priest could definitely deter them. In this way, the arsenal of Mordor City could be formed at once. Duergars were a stubborn race. The other Duergars in the Underdark were almost impossible to subdue and recruit. Soren didn't dare to directly fight the patron of the Duergars, so the stone-skinned Duergars might be the only force he could win over at present. The Duergars didn't need much at all. For Mordor City, their biggest use was forging. Too many people would easily affect the balance of Mordor City. More importantly, there was one more thing. Mordor City would have a huge demand for forging in the future. After all, it was not a long-term solution to rely on the power of the Northern Witch Council. Soren needed to cultivate a group of excellent blacksmiths by himself. The establishment of the floating island also required a lot of metal ingots. Let's steal the mithril from Greybeard first, and then find the stone-skinned Duergar's nest. Soren was now a god, and his speed was very fast. As long as he could determine the approximate location, he could find these Duergars in a day at most. Mordor City already had a stable energy supply. He only needed to establish a teleportation beacon, and he could find a way to bring these Duergars back. However, the Duergars were very stubborn. If there was no other way, he was afraid that he could only solve the problem by violent means. Soon, Soren arrived at the place where they had fought. So much time had passed in a blink of an eye. He still remembered the danger of the battle with the demigod vampire. And he even remembered the scene of the top professions killing the Queen of Spiders. It could be said that even the current Soren would find it difficult to face that level of assassination. Sigil City. It seems that the Lady of Pain is ready to open this dusty city. A solid city appeared in Soren's sight in the distance. He had reached his goal. Thinking about the Sigil City in his mind, Soren quickly disappeared. About 10 minutes later, a rather burly Duergars came out of an alley in the city. Changed form Shard of Divinity. P.S. There is a red packet lucky draw on the 10th. You can try your luck. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Chapter 802. Glex City. This city wasn't very famous in the Underdark. Compared to this rather majestic city of the Grey Dwarves, perhaps the people of the Underdark were more familiar with its lord, Greybeard. This was an outstanding character that was rarely seen in 100 years. There would always be some heroes in every race, such as Eugene of the Orcs, Chway of the Drows, the Griffin King of the Humans, and so on. Greybeard was such a character. He was born in the wilderness. It was said that his father and mother were slaves controlled by the Mind Flayer Elder. He had been tortured and controlled by the Mind Flayer Elder as an experiment in his childhood. This torture changed his mind. While giving him great pain, it also allowed him to advance into a powerful psionic warlock. Perhaps it was a little sad. The fate of the Grey Dwarves had always been difficult. They were enslaved for a long time. Although they resisted and defeated the Mind Flayer in the end, this tragic history still brought a lot of pain to their race. Many of the Grey Dwarfs' minds had been completely distorted in this way, so there were often some evil lunatics in this race. Greybeard was such a product. However, his talent was amazing. This painful experience finally achieved everything for him. Greybeard endured for a long time under the control of the Mind Flayer, until he was strong enough. He freed the enslaved Grey Dwarfs and led them to fight a powerful Mind Flayer lair head-on. Greybeard became famous in this battle. Not only did he destroy the evil Mind Flayer lair, but he also succeeded in killing the Mind Flayer Elder. Of course, the price was also very heavy. Greybeard's mind was damaged. His mind occasionally fell into a terrible state of madness. There were 2 permanent scars on the back of his head, which were caused by the tentacles controlled by the Mind Flayer. The Mind Flayer Elder tried to suck Greybeard's brain, but before it succeeded, Greybeard suddenly went berserk and directly split its skull open with a battle axe. Since then, there was one more legendary Grey Dwarf psionic warlock in the Underdark. Greybeard was not only a legendary psionic warlock, profession level 21, but also a level 5 berserker and level 5 wizard. No one knew what kind of ability the Mind Flayer's torture brought to him, but there was no doubt that he would be a very dangerous enemy. Glex City. This majestic city of Grey Dwarves was dug out directly from the ground. There weren't many people here, only around 10 to 20,000, but there were also many slaves of other races. This was the tradition of the Underdark. Every city in the Underdark liked to capture slaves. To them, slaves were free labor and consumables. The Duergar city was a bit of a mess. This was similar to other dwarves, because dwarves liked drinking, liveliness, and fighting. As long as no one died, no one would care if they were beaten black and blue in the tavern. Most of the dwarves had rough skin and thick flesh, so fighting was not a big deal at all. Soren had just passed by a tavern when he saw a drunk Grey Dwarf being thrown out. The resources of the Underdark were quite abundant, and the Grey Dwarves were living quite comfortably by relying on the weapons trade. Soren also knew that Glex City was actually very rich. The reason was simple. There was a mithril vein here. Thinking of this, Soren couldn't help but look up at the castle in the distance. There was a furnace erected there, and a dazzling fire could be seen from afar. The fire here hadn't been extinguished for more than 10 years. About 10 years ago, the Grey Dwarves of this city discovered a large vein of mithril while they were in the process of mining. This was quite a shocking amount of wealth, and if it was leaked out, it might even lead to a crazy attack from the Drows. Therefore, the ruler of Glex City, Greybeard, blocked the news for a while and restricted all the dwarven craftsmen who knew the truth, not allowing them to leave. Since then, the fire in Glex City had never been extinguished. Greybeard was using the mithril to forge a powerful equipment. A mithril mail armor of the divine level. The production of mithril had always been very low, and refining it was also quite difficult. Even if Greybeard controlled a mithril vein, he had only recently completed the creation of this equipment. Note: the mithril mail armor worn by Frodo in The Lord of the Rings is almost equivalent to the reserves of the Dwarven Kingdom for hundreds of years. Greybeard's ambition was still very big. As a spellcaster and a berserker, he had always wanted to be able to exert his most powerful strength. However, this situation was very difficult to achieve under normal circumstances. This was because if he cast spells he couldn't wear armor, and if he wore armor, there was a very high failure rate. The failure rate of plate armor was 80 to 90%, the failure rate of half armor was 60 to 70%, the failure rate of chain armor was 40 to 50%, and even the failure rate of leather armor was 20 to 30%. Once the spell failed, he would directly suffer the backlash of the spell, which could be understood as the damage of the spell being transferred to himself. Therefore, almost no spellcasters would cast spells with armor, and because of this, Soren didn't even wear leather armor. This was a congenital defect. Greybeard was facing the same problem as Soren. No matter what, he couldn't exert his most powerful strength. If he wanted to cast spells, he couldn't wear armor, and if he wanted to fight in close combat, he had to rely on strong equipment. For this reason, Greybeard spent a lot of energy to solve the problem. He defeated the Mind Flayer's nest, obtained the knowledge of an ancient empire, and finally found a little bit of direction. The Mind Flayer Empire, an ancient galactic empire that had been destroyed. The Mind Flayers had also created a glorious psionic civilization. They were born with psionic energy, called psionic energy, during the Mind Flayer Empire, and established an interstellar empire that spanned many planes of the Sea of Stars. This empire might be more advanced than the Githyanki civilization, and the age of thorium hadn't even begun yet. The evil nature of the Mind Flayers brought them destruction. This ancient empire didn't leave many clues and disappeared in the Sea of Stars. It was said that the destruction of this empire was related to an astral beast that could never be killed. Even the materials needed to seize the divine power of the goddess of magic during the age of thorium were also related to this astral beast. The Mind Flayers went into decline. Now the Mind Flayers in many planes had almost degenerated to a primitive race. They only relied on their natural psionic energy to fight, and their research on knowledge had long reached a bottleneck. That was how Greybeard got a little knowledge from the Mind Flayer's nest, some very ancient psionic knowledge. He was going to use psionic energy to enchant the mithril mail armor and completely eliminate its interference in the spellcasting process. According to the original history, he succeeded in the end. And the time was now. The entire Glake City's defense was very tight. Greybeard had been preparing for this for more than 10 years. Now that the divine artifact was about to be completed, he would be even more cautious. Soren, disguised as the Grey Dwarf, had not yet approached, but he had already alerted the guards. However, he pretended to be passing by and walked directly near the mayor's mansion. The security in this area was quite tight. Soren found at least a dozen patrols with his god-level perception. This didn't include the enemies lurking in the dark. In the place where the fire of the furnace lit up, Soren could perceive a trace of psionic energy fluctuations, and it seemed that there were magic traps inside. This is a bit tricky. Soren felt a slight headache at this time, but he quickly thought of a solution. He planned to level up first. As he became stronger, Soren needed more slaughter EXP to level up his profession. At his current level, relying on his profession's level alone could not increase his combat power too much. All of his abilities were almost comprehensive, and the combat power of the god-level template was more important. This was a watershed. Only when Soren's profession level reached level 30, or even level 40, would he clearly feel that the power of his profession level was gradually catching up with the power given by the god-level template. Soren currently had nearly 2,300,000 slaughter EXP. This amount of slaughter EXP was only enough for him to level up his arcanist profession by 1 level, but it was enough for him to level up his rogue profession by 2 levels. The slaughter EXP needed to level up the rogue profession was much less. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Rogue profession has leveled up to level 9. Received 45 DX36 plus, INT 27 to 10, *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 15, profession HP 6 plus, con 27 to 10, *0. 5. You have received 1 ability point. Rogue profession has leveled up to level 10. Received 45 DX36 plus, INT 27 to 10, *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 15, profession HP 6 plus, con 27 to 10, *0. 5. You have received 1 free attribute point. Without a doubt, Soren added the free attribute point to dexterity, and now his dexterity had reached 37 points. As for the ability point, Soren did not have much to think about, and directly chose the passive ability, Legendary Reflex. Legendary Reflex Epic Ability. You have an unimaginable reflex ability. This ability allows you to receive an additional 4 points of reflex when facing any attack, whether it's a magic attack or a physical attack. This ability can be stacked with any reflex ability, automatically replacing the effect of lightning reflex. Any evasion ability will receive an additional bonus. It's finally done. After receiving this legendary ability, Soren couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Legendary Evasion, Legendary Reflex, Legendary Combat Skills, Epic Dexterity, Reflex Evasion Proficiency, Intuitive Evasion Proficiency, Roll Evasion Proficiency, Agile Movement. Except for the most difficult Sixth Sense, Soren had almost maxed out all the passive evasion abilities. Only Sixth Sense is left. Soren looked at his attribute page, and could not help but shake his head and sigh. If all the evasion abilities of a rogue were used up, then the evasion value would be stacked to more than 95%. Of course, to reach such a high level, one would need the Sixth Sense ability or the Super Sixth Sense ability. Soren couldn't do it yet. If all the evasion abilities were calculated, his current evasion value should be around 75 to 85%, and his powerful dexterity provided an additional evasion bonus. If he completed the Sixth Sense ability, then his evasion value would almost certainly reach more than 95%. Basically, physical attacks would not be a problem for him to dodge to this extent, and he could even dodge magic attacks. Sixth Sense. How can a rogue get the Sixth Sense ability? There's no way to train this thing at all. Soren looked at his ability and then focused on other aspects. For now, Soren's evasion ability should be the best in the material plane, and there shouldn't be many people in the multiverse who could have a higher evasion ability than him. It was too difficult to stack to the limit, so he didn't need to put too much effort into it for the time being. Because combat power was not only reflected in evasion. Sneak is currently at 415 points. Soren quickly focused on his own sneak. The purpose of his trip was to steal things, not to fight, so he did not hesitate to put all his skill points into sneak. At his current level, it was very difficult to improve his basic skills by himself. Currently, he could only use skill points to improve it. As if reaching a critical point, when Soren's sneak increased to 500 points, the space around him seemed to distort slightly, and then return to normal. The power of shadow. When sneak broke through the critical line of 500 points, Soren's whole body seemed to have disappeared. No, he didn't disappear and he didn't even enter sneak. Soren was still standing in the same place, and the others could see him with their naked eyes. But unlike before, Soren could be seen but he couldn't be felt. All his aura disappeared. There was almost no way to feel his existence in any way. 500 points of sneak had reached an incredible level, and even the gods would find it difficult to detect Soren's existence. Finally, a basic skill has increased to 500 points. Soren sighed softly, and then disappeared. There was no trace of him, and no change could be felt, as if he didn't exist at all. 500 points of basic skills was a watershed. Any basic skill that reached this level was equivalent to stepping into the realm of gods. Looking at the entire multiverse, only some of the old gods could reach this level. Even if a mortal was a legendary figure, the limit they could reach was only 400 points. Soren had completely disappeared. No one could detect his existence, and even the Lord of Shadows would find it difficult to detect Soren's sneak. He passed through the guard's protection as if he was invisible. Soren quickly approached the location of the furnace. All the guards were just decorations to him, and the only thing he needed to be careful of now was the spell traps. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to subscribing to it. Chapter 803. After 500 points of basic skills, it was the other extreme. Soren directly sneaked into Greybeard's mansion. Even if he walked directly under the guard's eyes, the guard didn't notice him at all. The furnace fire was still lit, and Soren was not in a hurry to go there. The artifact must be the most important thing, and Greybeard must be watching it personally. The main purpose of Soren's trip was to get the mithril. Even if he couldn't get the artifact this time, he could still find a way to take it from Greybeard's hands in the future. After all, according to the original historical progress, Greybeard finally died in the hands of the Mind Flayer. And then this artifact became an ownerless object, attracting the adventurers of the entire Underdark to compete for it. Soren entered the mansion. He could feel that there was a faint fluctuation of psionic power in the entire mansion, which should be some kind of magic maintenance. Soren didn't dare to be too careless, and he carefully blessed himself with light body to move forward. He was looking for the treasure house. Greybeard was one of the rich lords in the Underdark, because he defeated the Mind Flayer's nest and gained a lot of wealth from it. Then he was also a blacksmith master in the Underdark. The accumulation of hundreds of years was no joke. This guy was richer than many of the kings of the surface world. More importantly, he was very good at exploring veins. Greybeard not only found mithril veins but also fine gold veins, but this vein was 70 or 80 years ago. Greybeard relied on this to get so much money to build Glex City. They were similar in this regard. Without the money from Treasure Island, Soren was afraid that it would be difficult to build Mordor City so quickly. Greybeard's mansion was very big. Soren walked around a little and didn't find anything, but this was not enough to stump a god, not to mention that Soren was also a part-time wizard. That's him. Soren quickly determined a target. That was the servant in Greybeard's mansion. This was already close to the inner mansion. Obviously, the servant was more trusted by Greybeard, so he could work in such a place. It was easy to deal with someone. Soren's figure crept closer and cast a spell in an instant. Mind control. Divine power conversion. Soren's figure gradually appeared, and the eyes of the Grey Dwarf servant standing in front of him suddenly became blank. His pupils became hollow, and his mind was instantly controlled by the spell. His thoughts were completely controlled by Soren's power. For a long time, Soren had been raising his two resistances. One was charm magic, and the other was control magic. The reason was very simple. This type of spell was too terrifying. Just like now, the servant under Soren's control answered all of his questions without hesitation. Even if Soren asked him to kill the others, he wouldn't have any problems. This type of spell was extremely terrifying. As long as one was immune to it, they would be doomed. Where is Greybeard now? Soren used a spell to seal the sound around him and said in a deep voice, "Tell me everything you know." The Grey Dwarf servant's expression was blank, and he slowly said, "Master should be in the furnace now. He stays there for half a day every day. He only comes back at dinner time, and then he goes back the next morning." Sure enough, Greybeard was not here. Soren thought for a moment and then asked, "Where is Greybeard's treasure vault? Where is the mithril stored in Glex City?" The Grey Dwarf servant seemed to think for a moment, and then he said with a blank expression, "Master's treasure vault is in the basement in the southwest. He goes there once a week, and then he doesn't allow anyone to follow him. I don't know about the mithril, but all the mithril mined in Glex City is controlled by Greybeard. It may also be stored in the treasure vault." Basement? Soren thought for a moment, then asked a few more questions, and then dealt with the Grey Dwarf servant in front of him. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, Spells were not omnipotent. He could control the gray dwarf servant in front of him, but he could not erase his memory of being controlled. It might work in the form of a deity, but there was no way to do it in the form of a saint. In this case, he could only deal with him. There was not much time left for Soren. If the gray dwarf servant suddenly disappeared, it would definitely attract the attention of others. After Soren determined the general direction, he immediately rushed there. Soren decided to take the mithril first, and then consider the artifact, because he still did not know whether the artifact was completely completed at the moment. If it was not completed, it would be meaningless to take it. Whether it was Gloria or the fallen witch, it would be difficult for them to complete this artifact. However, the high priestess might be able to do it because she was a psionic warlock. The southwest side of Greybeard's mansion was even more heavily guarded, but it was not a problem for Soren at all. The only trouble was that he found some traces of gray dwarf wizards and psionic warlocks. These people were still not to be disturbed. If he attacked them head-on, it was unlikely that a team of high-grade legendary adventurers would be able to take down this fortress. Remove the trap. A clever and fatal trap was easily seen through by Soren, and then he removed it with his divine power. The comprehensive ability of the rogue clergy was very strong, and Soren was now not limited to removing traps by himself. It could be seen that Greybeard was still very cautious, because after the trap was removed, Soren found a trigger alarm and an inactive Finger of Death scroll. But this was just the beginning. After Soren found the location of the basement, he found 3 fatal traps in a row. They were Disintegrate, Finger of Death, and Cloud of Death. Soren did not hesitate to take these magic scrolls. Greybeard was also quite willing to spend money. Just these 3 death magic scrolls were worth thousands of Kindler coins. Click. The basement was quickly opened. In order to prevent the sound of the opening from disturbing others, Soren cast a 10 feet silence spell. No sound could be heard. This was a little trick of a top-notch thief. Back then, Soren would always carry some silencing spells with him. Sometimes, he would use them to deal with wizards' chanting spells. Other times he would use them to activate mechanisms to prevent others from being alarmed. However, this kind of ability was useless against enemies who had mastered the ability, Silent Spell. Rumble. The sound of the mechanism opening was still very loud. If there was no silence spell, many guards would have been alerted. Soren quietly sneaked in. There was a crystal light underground, and the passage was dark. As soon as Soren entered, he noticed something. Gargoyle. Soren frowned, and the next moment, he disappeared from where he was. Shadow Leap. Click. With a silver-white cold light, an obsidian statue was cut in half by him. Alchemy Puppet. Alchemy methods other than golem crafting were not as effective as puppet golems. They could only be used to guard specific places. The Grey Dwarves had many similar alchemy methods. Next was a bunch of traps that needed to be removed. Greybeard had set up a large number of trigger traps in this basement. With Soren's ability, it took him more than 10 minutes to remove them. For other legendary rogues, it was impossible for them to do it without an hour or 2. Rumble. After removing all the trigger traps, Soren opened the first door. The sound was still very loud. In this era, it was difficult to avoid making noise when opening mechanisms, but Soren had prepared a lot of spells, so he didn't have to worry about alarming others. Golden Light. As soon as Soren opened Greybeard's treasury, he immediately felt like he was blinded by the golden light. Damn. This guy is actually so rich. Greybeard was very rich because he was a blacksmith master in the Underdark and had been in the arms trade for hundreds of years. The Grey Dwarves basically lived for more than 300 years, and the wealth they accumulated in 100 years was far more than the human race's nobles. The first thing Soren saw when he opened it was a gold mountain. His initial estimate was that Kindler alone had more than 1 million pieces. Ha! This guy is really careful. There are even trigger traps inside. Greybeard's cautiousness opened Soren's eyes. He was just about to step in when he immediately found a trigger trap under a stone brick. There were a lot of things in the treasury. Gold, silver, and jewelry were only a part of it. Soren also saw a lot of weapons and equipment. However, These were all forged according to the Grey Dwarf's physique. Most of them were heavy armor and heavy weapons. The mainstream were battle axes, war hammers, heavy hammers, and so on. There were probably hundreds of sets piled up, and all of them were extraordinary level and above. Is this guy preparing to arm an elite? Soren didn't look too much. He directly activated his holy form and used his god-level perception to find the mithril. Soon, he found a secret compartment. This was a magic lock, but it was not a problem for the god of rogues. After Soren opened it, he immediately saw a dazzling silver-white light. Mithril. And there was a lot of it. In addition, there was a small amount of adamantine, and 3 legendary soul crystals. This guy has a lot of resources. Looking at this treasury, the wealth in it was much higher than in the city of Mordor. Since Soren came in, he naturally took as much as he could. First, he emptied the mithril and adamantine, and then directly cast a spell to open a dimensional rift in the air. Then, under the effect of the advanced mage's hand, the gold flowed into it like a golden river. Finally, it was the armor and weapons. It was not the first time Soren emptied someone's house. Many of Mordor's funds were moved from the goblin and demon lords. He had experience in moving. It didn't take long for Soren to empty the treasury in front of him. There was no way to calculate how much money there was. Not counting the valuable mithril, adamantine, and soul crystals, as well as the extraordinary weapons that the Grey Dwarfs were equipped with, the gold, silver, and jewels in the treasury alone probably added up to 2 to 3 million gold dirhams. Of course, the Avatar crisis had broken out. Gold and silver were still okay, but jewelry was not so easy to sell, and the value would definitely be reduced. Gloria's experiment required a lot of gems, and these resources could be sold internally. Soren carefully turned around again. After confirming that there were no other secret compartments, he planned to leave here. Greybeard didn't seem to have any hobby of collecting legendary equipment. It was estimated that the legendary equipment was on him, so there were no other high-value legendary items here. Okay. It should be about time. Soren took a last look at the now empty treasury, then came to the gate and directly stepped on a stone brick that could move slightly. The next moment, the trigger warning trap was activated, and the magic fluctuations directly alarmed many people. Fly. Greater invisibility. Soren continuously cast spells to rush out of the basement, and then flew toward the location of the furnace fire without thinking. The next moment, many people rushed over from the castle, including many high-grade Grey Dwarf wizards and psionic warlocks. At the same time, in the direction of the furnace fire, there was suddenly a violent magic fluctuation, followed by a very burly Grey Dwarf rushing over. Greybeard. As a lord-level figure in the Underdark, Greybeard's momentum was quite amazing. He was very powerful and more difficult to deal with than most of the drows. It was possible to fight with Ascendant, Eugene Gang head-on. Greybeard soon arrived at the treasury in the basement. When he saw that it was empty, he almost went mad with anger. He roared so loudly that no one dared to come near. Greybeard was so angry that his beard and hair stood up. But, after all, he was still a legendary figure, and his thinking speed was also very fast. After a little pause, Greybeard's face immediately changed, and he rushed in the direction of the furnace fire like crazy. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Just as Greybeard left the basement treasury, there was suddenly a rapid alarm from the furnace fire, followed by a series of rumbling explosions. Damn thief! I'm going to tear you into pieces. Greybeard didn't dare to think about anything at this time. He ran toward the furnace fire like a madman, but by the time he arrived, it was already a mess, and there were fires everywhere. As for the divine artifact-level mithril chain mail, that was almost completed. As early as when he arrived at the basement treasury, it had been secretly taken away. The enemy's strength was very strong. He actually broke all the protective spells, triggered the traps, and finally took away the divine artifact of the furnace fire. Everything in front of him made Greybeard almost crazy. His eyes were blood red, and he directly grabbed a guard and tore him in half. Find it. Find it. Seal the city gate. Find it for me even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. An angry roar echoed. However, at this time Soren had already left Glex City. He was slightly injured at the last moment, but the price was definitely worth it. P.S. Today there is a red packet lottery on the WeChat public account. There are about 1,000 red packets. You can try your luck. Chapter 804. Phew. I didn't expect Greybeard to be so ruthless. Even the confinement spell was turned into a spell trap. If it weren't for the protection of the divine power, I'm afraid I would have died. As if recalling the situation just now, Soren couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Imprisonment was not maze. The latter could still find a way out, but it couldn't trap Soren at all. However, imprisonment was already a quasi-legendary spell. Ordinary legendary adventurers could accidentally seal it directly. Without freedom, they might be trapped for a lifetime. Even if he was accidentally sealed, it would be very troublesome. After breaking the seal, he would have to face the siege of Greybeard. Imprisonment was a powerful spell. It could directly seal legendary creatures deep underground. In general, because the casting time was too long, this spell was rarely used in actual combat. The most common use of imprisonment was to seal. There were many evil creatures sealed deep underground in the eastern countries, and most of them were trapped by imprisonment. However, the imprisonment in the eastern countries was slightly different, especially the ancient evil creatures. Sometimes it required a huge price to pay. The Baylor that destroyed a dwarf city some time ago was a high-level demon sealed by a confinement spell in a certain era. He did not know how the dwarves broke the seal and released this demon at once. Theoretically speaking, imprisonment was possible to seal a true god. However, if a true god mastered the power of space change, then they could ignore this spell. Soren snatched the divine mail armor for only a moment, but the degree of danger was quite amazing. If it wasn't for divine shield, he might have directly entered a state of near death because Greybeard put a lot of trigger traps on it. Finally got it. Soren looked at the chainmail in his hand that was flowing with silver-white light, and there was a satisfied smile on his face. Greater restoration, divine power conversion. As a true god, Soren could now resist, heal, and cast spells. Although the injury was more serious, as long as he didn't die, he could use magic to recover. Back then, when the adventurers besieged the true gods, it was very difficult to kill them without using up all their divine power points. The divine armor chain mail was not completely completed. However, Soren had only obtained it a few days in advance. If this celestial artifact was completed, he was afraid that Greybeard would be the first to equip it. At that time, the only way to obtain it would be to kill him. There's no data. I can't use appraisal to determine it either. Looks like I have to bring it back and show it to the high priest. After all, the high priestess was a psionic warlock and had been to Sigil City. Her profession level was as high as level 30. She should have a way to complete the last part of this artifact. Soren could feel that most of the runes were completed, but the runes had yet to fuse together. If he had the time, he could also use his divine power and divinity to complete the final transformation, but it might take a little longer. Arcane knights could cast spells while wearing armor, but the gods had other methods to replace it. With the divine artifact in hand, there was no point in staying here. Soren determined the direction, and immediately headed in the direction of the Grey Dwarf. The area of the Underdark was very vast. However, because of the terrain, it wasn't very convenient to travel. Some of the underground worlds were deep under the sea, so it was very difficult to survive there. The current situation of the Grey Dwarf shouldn't have changed much. This was because according to the original history, there was a group of hook horrors near their territory. These were the most common dangerous creatures in the Underdark. At this moment, Soren's strength was about to reach a critical point. The next thing he needed to consider was to advance into a legendary profession. For example, Shadow Dominator, or Great Arcanist. If Soren hadn't advanced into an Arcanist, he might have chosen to advance into a Great Wizard. This was a legendary profession that could only increase one's level by 5. However, now that he was on the path of an Arcanist, he definitely had to try to advance into the realm of a Great Arcanist. Now his data page had become Name Soren, Saint Form, Lesser Divine Power. Race, Half-Elf Son of Slaughter. Attributes, Strength 22 plus 5, Frost Giant's Belt plus 4, Agility 37 plus 5, Constitution 27 plus 5, Intelligence 27 plus 6, Wisdom 20 plus 5, Charm 25 plus 9. Alignment, Lawful Evil Profession. Level 10 Rogue, 01150000. Level 10 Shadow Dancer, Max. Level 10 Wizard, 01275000. Level 7 Arcanist, 01555000. Grade 6. Health Points, 532532 Robust. Experience Points, 455075, Slaughter EXP, 17,545, Profession EXP, Unassigned. Skill Points, None Attribute Points, None Legend Level, 150 Divinity Points, 130 Middle Divinity. Requires 300 points to upgrade Greater Divinity. Divinity Points, 46, Lesser Divinity. Requires 100 points to upgrade Middle Divinity. Divine Power Points, 213820. To upgrade to Intermediate Divine Power, requires 600 Divine Power Points and Mastery of Spatial Manipulation. The current storage limit of the divinity is 820 points. Clergy, Half-Elf Rogue Tracker Domain, Slaughter, Death, Fear, Evil, Domination, Piracy, Shadow, Flora Spiritual Energy, Evil Spiritual Energy, Fear Spiritual Energy Status. Normal Basic Skills, Sneak 505, Literacy 335, Steal 275, Picklock 265, Snare 245, Focus 215, Negotiate 365, Appraise 145, Deceive 245, Intimidate 375, Taunt 245, Perform 175, Listen 315, Dodge 215, Parry 185, Block 155, Heal 185, Search 355, Detect 355, Scroll Copy 155, Spell Identify 185, Survival 325, Use Magic Equipment 155, Cooking 115, Alchemy 215, Forge Magic Weapon 215. Saint Form, Divine Transcendence, Magic Immunity 1-4, Epic Divine Power. Divinity Abilities, Space Manipulation, Death's Hand, Reality Manipulation, Form Manipulation, Divine Power Shockwave, Language Proficiency, Character Proficiency, Interplane Communication, Astral Teleportation, Plane Teleportation. Legendary Skills, Legendary Reflex, Expose Weakness, Perfect Dual Wielding, Omnipotent Hands, Legendary Evasion, Legendary Battle Skills, Epic Dexterity, Epic Intelligence, Epic Constitution. Special Abilities, Blessing of the Goddess of Magic, God Slayer, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragonblood Baptism LV2, Heart of Slaughter, Slayer, Deathwalker, Ascetic, Erudite, Blasphemy. Personal Abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Skilled Spellcasting, Reflex Evasion, Intuitive Evasion, Roll Evasion, Nimble Movement, Evasive Sight, Dark Vision, Combat Spellcasting, Mobile Spellcasting, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximize Spell, Crafting Magic Equipment, Spell Penetration, Minor Magic Resistance, Minor Cold Resistance, Medium Fire Resistance, Minor Poison Resistance, Minor Electric Resistance, Robust, High Regeneration, Telepathy. 100 feet Profession Abilities, Arcane Memory, Arcane Counterspell, Arcane Runes, Shadow Dominator, Agile Mind, Military Weapon Proficiency, Curved Sword, Legendary. Battle Skills, Summon Shadow, Shadow Jump 300 meters, Shadow Strike, Shadow Jump, 2 times, Vampiric Touch Divinity, Sword Form Heavy Slash, Sword Form Horizontal Slash, Sword Form Beheading, Sword Form, Waist Slash, Sword Form Spinning Strike, Spinning Slash. Bottomless Abyss. 3rd floor. Forgotten Land. Along with the loud rumbling sounds, a tragic siege battle began. Sauron's figure stood at the back of the demon army. On his left and right were 2 seductive high-grade succubus. The goblin demon warlock had led the army to join the battle. They kept driving the low-grade demons like a tide, consuming the enemy's strength again and again. This was the law of the bottomless abyss. Low-level demons would always be expendable. They were cannon fodder sent to their deaths. The cruel law of survival of the fittest determined that demons who could still be promoted under such circumstances would have decent potential. This was just the first round of attack. Thousands of low-grade demons that Sauron had gathered from the Forgotten Land died. The timid demons were the most exhausted, but they were also the most numerous. These kinds of demons were everywhere in the wild, and they could easily gather up to 1,000 people. The berserk demons did not join the battle. They would be the main force of the siege, and now was not the time for them to fight. Master! A Glabrizu appeared in front of Sauron. It seemed to be eager to fight. This was a high-grade demon that had recently joined Sauron. It hoped to show its strength in this battle to gain more power and status. It was different from the other demon lords. Sauron was recognized as the most trustworthy demon lord in the Forgotten Land. This had long been recognized by the neutral demons. Meritorious deeds were rewarded. Wrong deeds were punished. In the Galumba arena, military service was the most valuable thing. Last time, a demon lord sent his subordinates to provoke them, and the goblin demon warlock fought back fiercely. That was why he could now command a demon army. Other high-grade demons also coveted this kind of power. They were eager to gain a higher status. Sauron had been accumulating strength. Now he had tens of thousands of demons under his control. Although most of them were middle-grade and low-grade demons, the number of Hezru had reached more than 300. Hezru was the advanced form of the berserk demons. Its weight was more than 2,000 pounds. They were very dangerous in a land battle. Although the battle was still in a stalemate, if Sauron sent the Hezru to the battlefield, it would only be a matter of time before the city wall fell. But Sauron also had a lot of things to consider. Many of the demon lords in the Forgotten Land knew about this attack, and he could not consume too much power in this battle. It was also because of this that the demon lords in the enemy camp fought with their lives, trying to delay Sauron and force him to retreat, because he could not bear the losses. Facing the Glabrizu, Sauron thought for a moment and nodded. Go. Bring the Vrok demons. I'll leave the berserk demons to you. The Glabrizu's face revealed a sinister and excited smile. After nodding, she led the demon army and rushed to the battlefield. Demons were very warlike. Only through battle could they grow further. The area under the city wall had become a meat grinder. No matter how many low-grade demons were thrown in, there was no sound at all. As if he felt that the time was right, Sauron waved his hand forward. Along with the dull sound of footsteps, the Berserk Demon Legion, which weighed more than 1,500 pounds, also began to advance. They would directly flatten the city gate with their extraordinary strength. Master! The succubus lady boss seemed to be in high spirits today. Under normal circumstances, succubi rarely participated in head-on battles, but at this moment, she took the initiative to ask for battle. Let me join the battle too. Zora was slightly startled when he heard this. Succubus's strength was not bad, but close combat was an obvious shortcoming. It was still a bit dangerous to let her join the battle. If something happened to her, Sauron would have to find a new commander and succubus to sleep with. However, succubus lady boss was not as important as Gloria and the others in his heart. He thought about it and agreed because only fighting could let her enter the realm of legends. Master, let me go too. At this moment, the succubus on the other side of Sauron also spoke. Her expression was quite frivolous, as if she did not care about what was happening in front of her. What's going on today? Even succubus wants to join the battle. However, since one of them had already asked to join the battle, they should go. After all, this was the bottomless abyss, and Sauron had to give them a chance to hone themselves. Don't fight head-on. If you want to go, just go. After all, they were succubus who had slept with him. Sauron thought about it, and mobilized a demonic mercenary to help them. At this time, the situation on the battlefield had been leaning towards Sauron's side. As if unable to bear the pressure, a strong pressure suddenly appeared on the city wall. The breath of a demon lord. After sensing this aura, Zorro's body trembled, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Lesser Demon Lord. The enemy's leader finally appeared. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Greater teleportation. Sauron's figure appeared directly on the city wall. accompanied by a raging fire. He roared and swung his heavy beheading sword at the lesser demon lord in front of him. The demons around all avoided him. Whether it was intermediate or greater demons, they did not dare to get close to the two people because this level of battle was not something they could intervene in. Flame whip. The raging fire turned into a long whip in Sauron's palm, and then directly wrapped around the enemy in front of him. Facing the aggressive Sauron, a trace of panic appeared in the eyes of the injured lesser demon lord in front of him, and he directly used greater teleportation to open up the distance. Want to run? Sauron's mouth showed a sarcastic smile. The greater teleportation ability of the Balrog was a talent. How could other demon lords be more proficient in teleportation than him? As long as the enemy in front of him was defeated, the territory of the Galumba arena would directly double. P.S. Search for the official account of Buddha on WeChat. Clicking on the advertisement is equivalent to a genuine subscription. Chapter 805. Windspear Hills. Near Shipwreck Bay, in Chue Mu Town, a dexterous figure came in from outside the wooden wall. He ignored the guards outside and went directly into the alley behind the inn. Then he entered a hidden tavern from the back door. There were many guests in the tavern, but these were not the main point. The main point was that they were gathered around a gambling table and were gambling intently at the moment. The thug guarding the door glanced at the newcomer. After the newcomer showed his sign, the thug immediately smiled and took him to the small room behind the bar. Master Ugly Monkey. After entering the room, the newcomer immediately bowed slightly and looked up at the young man in front of him, who had a cold expression with a trace of murderous intent, and said slowly, "All the spies we sent out are missing. Shipwreck Bay is abnormal. Recently, a group of very powerful masters have emerged and are competing with us for territory. The Thieves Guild's attitude has been very strange recently. It seems that they don't intend to help us, but they also don't intend to help the other party." The young man in the room was carving patterns with a dagger. He raised his head and frowned when he heard the words. "Who did it? Haven't you found out their identity yet?" Ugly Monkey's tone sank, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a lot more oppressive. As a rising star in Mordor City, Ugly Monkey was now a high-grade rogue. He was only one step away from legendary. He was an elite who grew up in slaughter. His strength was also ranked in Mordor City. Not to mention, Ugly Monkey also had the blessing of Sir Soren. He could mobilize the power from the god of rogues when necessary. "I'm incompetent. But we found this on them." The newcomer suddenly knelt down, but then he took out a strange emblem and said slowly, "There seems to be a dark species among the enemy. They seem to have a vampire in the last night's attack." Ugly Monkey reached out and took it. After glancing at it, his face changed slightly and he said in a deep voice, "Shadow Thief." "Vampires? It seems that the Shadow Lord's minions have finally appeared. Send someone to invite the bishop immediately. This matter must be reported to Mordor City immediately." "Forget it. I'll go myself. You go and gather the people now. Gather the Dark Blade Guards in the City of Wealth, and the assassins in Port Tylon." After saying that, Ugly Monkey put away the emblem in his hand. This matter was of great importance. It might involve the conflict between two god churches. He no longer had the authority to make the decision. He had to send the news back as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the great temple of Mordor City, the high priest also received a spell message immediately. "The Shadow Thief has appeared?" The high priest frowned slightly and said slowly, "This organization has been passed down for thousands of years. Ever since the Lord of Shadows took over the Shadow priesthood, it split up. One part of it joined the Association of Thieves, and the other part was subdued by him. No. This matter must be reported to the Lord immediately. Although the half-elf church wasn't weak, it couldn't compare to an old god's church. If he wanted to fight against the Shadow Thief Church of the Shadow Lord, he might have to rely on the secular power of Mordor City. Fortunately, the city of Mordor was run like an iron bucket. The Shadow Thieves did not dare to make trouble in the city of Mordor. The City of Wealth was the territory of the Lady of Wealth. Port Tylon had the Church of the Sea Goddess. Therefore, the target of the Shadow Thieves could only be Shipwreck Bay, the weakest part of Mordor City. This was a place where good and bad people were mixed together. They could easily disintegrate the power of Mordor City here. If the route to Shipwreck Bay was cut off, the slave trade of Mordor City would be interrupted. Although the income in this area was not enough to affect the development of Mordor City, the loss was definitely not small. The high priest got up and walked out of the temple. This matter was of great importance. It was related to the struggle between the two gods. She had to tell Gloria. If necessary, she might need to rely on the power of the Witch Council. The Underdark. Soren frowned and looked at the dead hooked horrors in front of him, and the body of the Grey Dwarf next to him. He found the stone-skinned Grey Dwarf, but the first contact was not good. The Grey Dwarf was too xenophobic. After discovering Soren's identity, he actually regarded him as a human on the surface and launched an attack directly. The final result was needless to say. Although Soren shocked the enemy with killing, the beginning was not what he expected. There were 3 Grey Dwarves in front of him. Unlike the other Grey Dwarves, the situation of the stone-skinned Grey Dwarves was not very good. This could be seen from the clothes on their bodies. They lacked materials, and although the Underdark was rich in minerals, other materials were not abundant. How should I start? Soren could not help but fall into deep thought. But before he could decide whether to use force or persuasion, the high priest's telepathic message suddenly came. Soren could not help but be startled after listening and murmured, "Have they finally shown up? The Shadow Thieves." This is a tricky old organization. Since the Shadow Lord had already offended him, it was impossible for him to hold back. Soren was waiting for him to show up, but he did not expect to find a big fish. The Shadow Thieves organization that could compete with the Thieves' Union in the dark, a grey force with a large number of rogues that had been passed down for thousands of years. High Priest, I'll go back now. Leave the Shadow Thieves to me. But I have something here that I need you to deal with. Soren thought for a moment and quickly came up with a solution. There was no doubt that dealing with the Shadow Lord was the most important thing at the moment, but he still had to take the stone-skinned Grey Dwarves back. This matter could be left to the High Priest. She was a legendary psionic warlock, and she could also mobilize Soren's divine power. With her ability to control minds, it was not very difficult to incorporate this group of Grey Dwarves. Moreover, the force of Mordor could provide her with support at any time. I'm going to set up a teleportation beacon now. You inform Gloria to complete the energy connection. If these Grey Dwarves are not willing to surrender, directly suppress them with force. He did as he said. Soren immediately began to set up a teleportation beacon on the ground. Since Mordor had enough energy, it was much easier to open the portal. Basically, it was almost catching up with the ability of the Witch Council. If these Grey Dwarves were not willing to surrender, Soren could ask Gloria to directly teleport the Golem army. If the Grey Dwarves agreed, they could still get the status of citizens in Mordor. Otherwise, they could only be captured as slaves. Although Soren treated the slaves well, there were still many indigenous slaves as laborers in the main structure of Mordor. Half an hour later, Soren's figure appeared in the Great Temple. The High Priest had been waiting here for a long time. She sent up a report, and at the same time, there was a special emblem. She slowly said, "My lord, the power of the Shadow Thieves has appeared in Shipwreck Bay, and there are traces of dark creatures. The vampires in Shipwreck Bay seem to want to drive us out." Vampires? Soren frowned when he heard this, and immediately remembered what happened during the time of the vampire god. At that time he met the vampires near Shipwreck Bay. Because it was a gray area, there was a vampire organization here, but Soren had not done anything to them. I see. Soren glanced at the information in his hand and slowly said, "Leave it to me. Your task is to subdue these Grey Dwarves. Mordor will need them in the future. Send someone to send a message to Arendelle immediately. This time, we must use the power of Princess Royal to deal with the Shadow Lord." Right. Soren paused here and said slowly, "Have you found any traces of Maiden of Pain and Maiden of Winter?" Maiden of Pain, Maiden of Winter. These two gods were the evil gods who attacked Princess Royal. Soren and Princess Anna met because of an attack planned by the Maiden of Pain. No. The High Priest shook his head and said, "But we seem to have found some drows from the Underdark." They are not believers of the Queen of Spiders. Drows? Not believers of the Queen of Spiders? Now the gods of the Underdark had been greatly reduced. The god of caves had fallen, and the whereabouts of the grey dwarves were unknown. There were not many gods that the Drows could believe in except for the Queen of Spiders. The Maiden of Pain was one of them. Believers of the Maiden of Pain? Soren pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Send someone to pay attention to their movements. After dealing with the Shadow Lord, it's time to deal with them." Vivian's priesthood was still unsettled. Now the little girl's divine power was stabilizing. After all, she was the most powerful child of fear. The divine power given to her by Soren was almost complete. Once the fusion of the divine power was completed, Vivian would be able to advance to a demigod. At this time, if she wanted to continue to improve, she could only rely on the power of the priesthood. Vivian couldn't get a racial priesthood like the demigod vampire, so what she needed was a compatible priesthood. Maiden of Pain Lauvita. The priesthoods she mastered were pain, injury, pain, torture, suffering, and torture. Although they were all similar priesthoods, but when these priesthoods were combined, most of them were related to pain, and pain priesthoods may extend to fear. Because the world was afraid of pain and torture. According to Soren's own judgment, some of the Maiden of Pain's priesthoods could be more than 50% compatible with Vivian. In this case, Vivian's priesthood after the fusion of the divine power was also settled. As long as she had it, she could even have the foundation to fight against the Lord of Fear independently. At that time, the Dreadlord's power would be greatly weakened as he slowly devoured the Fear godhood. Then, Winter Maiden was the target that must be dealt with. Soren was now an ally with Princess Royal. If Princess Royal wanted to get the priesthood of the Goddess of Snow, Winter Maiden was a hurdle that she couldn't get around. Only by defeating Winter Maiden, Princess Royal could get the power of the god of North Wind and Snow. Similarly, if Winter Maiden wanted to advance to the mid-level divine power, she also had to kill Princess Royal. P.S. I have no inspiration when I have a cold. It seems that I really need to exercise more. Chapter 806. Eastern Route. A heavily armed battleship was sailing on the calm sea. Behind it were 2 frigates, and a black flag could be seen on the flagpole. There was a huge shadow near the 3 battleships. It looked like an ancient giant beast. Just its silhouette alone was enough to instill great fear in people's hearts. The huge shadow followed the 3 battleships at the bottom of the sea, and only stopped when it was close to the front of the sea. Ferocious barbs could be seen on its slightly raised back, and even the legendary champions could not help but feel weak at the sight of it. This thing was more than 100 meters long, and it was unknown how many tons it weighed. It had a big mouth full of sharp teeth and exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Sister, I didn't expect Mordor to raise such a terrible monster. No wonder they are almost invincible at sea. A pretty girl stood on the deck looking at the huge shadow in the distance, and said slowly, I don't know if it is right for us to join Her Excellency Gloria this time. I heard that the Witch Council is already a little dissatisfied with us. The girl did not look old. Judging from her appearance, she was about 18 or 19 years old, but you could not guess the age of the witches. They were a very special group of people. It's okay. It was another girl who replied. She looked about 80 to 90% similar to the previous girl. At a glance, you could feel that the two were like twins. The elder sister looked much calmer. She glanced at the sea behemoth in the distance and said slowly, the resources of the Witch Council are not enough for our next research. Although Her Excellency Eye of the North is still there, she has been there for a long time. Mordor is now a system of its own. I'm afraid her future achievements will not be lower than the Northern Council. The Witch Council is now intertwined with factions. We witches from the necromancy department have always been in an awkward position. Now that the chaos is coming, it doesn't make much sense to stay in the Witch Council. Before this trip, I have gone to see Her Excellency Eye of the North. She is quite supportive of us being apprenticed to Her Excellency Gloria. Speaking of this, the elder sister waved her hand and said, there are magic runes on this ship. Even ordinary battleships in Mordor City have begun to enchant them. I wonder how much the legendary Spectre ship has been strengthened. I'm curious what other abilities an undead legendary battleship has. The girl who looked like a younger sister nodded and said, "Yes. I'm also quite curious." Forget it. Forget it. Anyway, the Witch Council has never liked people born in the school of necromancy. As long as Mordor City can provide us with resources, that's enough. Necromancy. This faction was considered rather special among the Magi. What was unexpected was that these two delicate-looking twin girls actually studied this rather sinister-sounding magic faction. Both sisters had their own unique traits. Apart from the black witch's robe, the elder sister had a black tattoo on her right earlobe, while the younger sister had a red tattoo near her collarbone. The two sisters each wore an identical pair of earrings, one on the left and one on the right. The earrings just happened to be a pair. The outline of land vaguely appeared in front of them. The speed of the battleship had obviously slowed down. At this time, a man dressed as a captain came out of the cabin. It was the pirate leader under Soren, Sea Dog. He nodded to the two witches carefully and said, "Two great witches. The land is in front of us. The last time I encountered a storm, I was blown here. It's a completely new continent." A ray of magical light appeared. The elder sister had flown up at this moment. She looked at the coastline in the distance and frowned slightly. "Is it here? It seems that the energy of the ley line is a bit abnormal, sister. I seem to feel a very strong undead energy. No wonder Lady Gloria sent us here." The younger of the two witches waved her hand and took out a strange crystal. Then, she tested it a little and said slowly, "According to Lady Gloria's latest research, the energy radiation intensity here is about the same as the outer islands. If there is no energy protection from the temple, if you live here for a long time, it may lead to signs of mutation similar to the indigenous people. Let's go. Let's go ashore first. You send people to dock the ship on the shore, and let people move our things over. According to Lady Gloria's order, we need to establish a stable transmission mark here." Sea Dog didn't have any temper in front of the two witches. He knew that these two new witches were the confidants of the Lady of Mordor. Nowadays there were more and more witches in Mordor. Although they rarely dealt with other management of Mordor, these pirate leaders knew that these witches were not low in status. The last time he returned to Mordor, he received a secret mission. In order to get here, they had been sailing for a while. The battleship began to dock. The sea monster left in the shallow sea area began to patrol. It was the pet of Mordor's owner, Lord Soren. In the past, he had always been a guard at Treasure Island. It was guarding against those sea monsters attacking the fleet of Mordor, but now the sea monsters there were almost all killed by it. Nowadays, it was almost impossible for Mordor to encounter a naval battle, so it had nothing to do. Recently, it was sent out by the higher-ups of Mordor. The eastern route was very dangerous. It was possible to encounter all kinds of monsters along the way. Fortunately, it was there to protect them, so they avoided a lot of trouble. Sea Dog saw it swallow a giant squid king with his own eyes. With this mutant killer whale, the sea is almost on the verge of being overrun. If they encountered the Nagas on the eastern route, they almost didn't dare to provoke this fleet at all. Mordor City. The mayor's mansion. After returning to Mordor City, Soren immediately gave the mithril to Gloria. As for the divine mail armor, he was not in a hurry. He could wait until the high priest subdued the stone-skinned gray dwarf. Now that the Shadow Lord had appeared, he needed to prepare a lot of things. Princess Royal quickly sent a message, but after all, she had to stay in Arendelle. Only when Soren was in a battle, Princess Royal would directly teleport to support him. How to deal with the Shadow Lord was a problem. However, Soren was not completely helpless. There were only two most difficult things to kill this god. One was to find him. The other was to seal his ability to move in the shadow plane. As long as these two conditions could be met, Soren would have a 70% chance of killing him. Shadow Thief. Soren's brain was immersed in memories. He didn't have many memories about the Shadow Thief. Now he had to organize his memories and find out the information about the Shadow Thief. It would be best to dig out their nest. The whereabouts of the Shadow Lord were mysterious. he had been hiding from the Lady of the Night. The Shadow Thief was a worldly power under his control. If Soren could find the nest of the Shadow Thief, he might be able to locate the coordinates of the Shadow Lord with his tracking clergy. With tracking in hand, the world was his. Soren's biggest reliance now was the tracking clergy. The Shadow Lord didn't dare to fight him now because he was afraid of the power of the tracking clergy. If the stealth ability was destroyed, the Shadow Lord's strength would be reduced by half. Tap, tap, tap. Gloria's figure appeared outside the room. She glanced at Soren, who was frowning and pondering. She gently poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. She slowly said, "Is it about the shipwreck bay? Do you need me to divine? There should be a way to find the Shadow Thief." Soren raised his head and immediately shook his head. "No. There's no need for you to divine at all. A Shadow Thief is not a problem for me. Don't do any divination now. The Avatar crisis has messed up the clues of fate. The cost of prophecy at this time is greater than you think. Don't do it again." Gloria gently raised her hand and lifted the long hair by her ear. She nodded obediently and said, "I know." "Right. Sea-Dog has sent back a message. The teleportation mark has been established. There is indeed a new continent. But that continent is a bit special. The witch I sent said that the energy of the ley lines there is a bit strange." "New continent?" Soren raised his head and said slowly, "Is that so? Let them build a base first. At present, Mordor has no energy to focus on the new continent. But you can send some golems to guard it. When the things here are solved, we will send people to check it out." A new continent. The last time Sea-Dog came back, this matter attracted Soren's attention. However, Mordor was currently a little weak in exploring the new continent. All he could do was to send people to check it out. Things had to be done step by step. Now the limitations of the outer islands had begun to show. The expansion of Mordor was about to reach a critical point. If it went further, it might touch the interests of the Amazonian women. This was a group of difficult opponents. The warriors of the tropical Amazon jungle were much more difficult to deal with than the indigenous people. Moreover, they had the Storm Lord behind them. Soren did not intend to confront them head-on. So at present, he must make arrangements in other places. "Right." Gloria seemed to remember something and whispered, "There is news from Port Tylon. It said that the Storm Temple has been abnormal recently. It seems that several legendary Storm Lords have appeared. Traces of demons have also begun to appear on the south coast. The Naga Sirens in the deep sea area have also suffered heavy losses. The Naga Sirens were forced to submit to the sea goddess for help. I heard that many devil rays have appeared. It seems that there are also believers of Dagon." Dagon. This demon lord finally couldn't help but make a move on the material plane? Soren fell into deep thought. The demon lord Dagon was the demon of Orbis. He was the king of the deep of the abyss. He ruled the 89th layer of the abyss, the Shadow Sea. This demon lord had always wanted to get his hands on the water space of the material plane. The conflict with the sea goddess had never stopped. "Is there any trace of the son of Dagon?" Soren thought for a while and said, "When the base in the new continent is established, let the mutant killer whale come back immediately. If Dagon intends to invade the material plane, I'm afraid that it will be needed to deal with the demonic sea monsters." Gloria shook her head and said, "Not yet. Most of the attacks now are from the water demons. However, there have been traces of swamp giants in the south recently. It seems like Dagon's followers have extended their tentacles to the ground. The sea goddess has also developed believers in the south coast. I heard that a group of refugees in the south has been taken in by her. They are currently on the northern coastline of Raging Sand Island." Soren nodded and said, "What about the Duke of Red Dragon's wife?" Gloria smiled and said, "The Principality of Rossard is currently in internal strife. For the time being, it shouldn't be a threat to us. However, it seems that there are demons around her. Recently, many nobles of the Principality of Rossard have died in the hands of the lustful demons. We still need to be careful." Demons. Lustful demons. Soren seemed to have thought of something and murmured, "She seems to have made a deal with a demon lord. Lustful demons?" Could it be Glacia? Ha! The daughter of Asmodeus. Soren suddenly trembled. Then a series of information emerged from the depths of his mind. He finally remembered who the demon behind the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was. Queen of Yuma. Glacia. She was the archdemon of the 6th layer of the Bator Inferno, the daughter of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. She was also one of the most active demon lords in the Bator Inferno. I see. Soren suddenly seemed to have understood something and said slowly. No wonder. No wonder. It's actually her. Some inadvertent clues were connected together. Soren immediately figured out the clue behind the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. However, if the one standing behind her was really Queen of Yuma, Glacia, then dealing with her would be a bit of a headache. Because pulling a carrot out of a hole would involve the Lord of Hell, which was a big problem. Queen of Yuma. Glacia's rise was completely the result of Asmodeus's own manipulation. He let his daughter become the new demon lord of the Bator Inferno. Such a setup must be for some conspiracy. Ever since she was promoted, Glacia had always wanted to prove her strength. Since she was involved in the material plane, then she must be plotting something. Anyway, it was definitely not a good thing for the South Coast. Got it. As if he thought of something, Soren's mouth revealed a trace of a malicious smile and said slowly, send someone to secretly send a message to the Church of the God of Light. There's no need to mention the relationship between the Duke of Red Dragon's wife and the Queen of Yuma. Just tell the Church of Light about the demons. Demons. This kind of enemy was too troublesome to deal with. Soren thought about it and felt that it was better to let the God of Light deal with them. He felt that he was too smart. He had to give himself a thumbs up. P.S. You guys are too fierce. You flooded the public account with advertisements. Now that there are no more advertisements, if you want to support the author, you can tip on the public account. Chapter 807. A gentle wind blew through the green grass. There was a clear chirping of birds in the distance, and a cute deer came out of the grass. It looked around curiously, and then ran into the woods. A clear stream flowed along the trees, and a long-haired woman was sitting on a stone by the stream, and playing a guqin. Next to her was a woman with a dignified and elegant face, who seemed to be listening to the sound of the wind with her eyes closed. Everything here was so beautiful. The woman with her eyes closed in meditation reached out and gently touched a budding flower, and then the flower bloomed in the wind. A beam of holy light appeared in this world. Everything here was so different from the material plane. There was no land full of holes, and there were no scars left by demons. This was an independent half-plane, a space opened by divine power. The light gradually gathered. Finally, it formed into the appearance of a tall man, who slowly walked down from the sky. Father! The elegant woman with her eyes closed in meditation opened her eyes. She bowed slightly to the man gathered by the light in the sky and said softly, "Why are you here?" The long-haired woman stopped playing. She humbly bowed her head to the light and shadow, as moving as a gentle spring. She was the goddess of river and lake, a god who was not very powerful. She was once protected by Mother Earth and now belonged to the goddess of agriculture. There were many gods like her who were born by nature and did not fight. Most of these gods were under the command of the goddess of agriculture. The god of light walked down from the sky. He looked radiant, filled with the aura of holiness and justice. Ever since he moved his divine kingdom to Mountain Paradise, the aura of the god of light began to be filled with a kind of holy light. When he fused with some kind of power from Mountain Paradise, he was also fused with some kind of holy thing. The goddess of agriculture frowned slightly. She did not know when it started, but she felt that the light on her father was too dazzling. The sun shone on everything and made plants grow, but if the light was too bright, it was not a good thing for everything. Although she was the daughter of the god of light, the goddess of agriculture preferred the breath of nature. After Mother Earth retired, she took over most of the clergy, but in the end, she chose agriculture as her core clergy. She knew her father's dream, to build an ideal country full of light, justice, and beauty. However, my father believes that to achieve this, we need to completely eliminate evil. Only by eliminating evil can we build a world of truth, goodness, and beauty. But the goddess of agriculture did not think so. She believed that evil could never be completely eliminated. If she wanted to make the world a better place, she had to change it in other ways. As a new god, the goddess of agriculture did not know how to make the world better. However, she believed that if everyone could live without worrying about food and clothing, perhaps there would be fewer disputes in the world. Therefore, the goddess of agriculture had always hoped to find a way to greatly improve agriculture and ensure that the world would not break out into war due to famine. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since they last met. Since the god of light entered the highest level of mountain paradise, they had not seen each other for hundreds of years. If it had not been for the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, they might not have seen each other for a long time. They might need an ancient text to describe the god of light. These words were engraved on a stone tablet in the Eastern Kingdom. It described what had happened when the god of light was still the light of dawn. Loshanda's friendly demeanor made him popular among the gods. However, compared with mortal believers, the gods have a longer memory. Although many gods appreciate Loshanda's active demands and his selfless and passionate beliefs, they still stop him to avoid causing too much damage to the status quo. He has a very good relationship with other noble-minded gods, such as the goddess of spring and the goddess of joy, as well as with those gods who actively seek happiness and kindness in life. The priesthood of creation he mastered allowed him to establish a friendly relationship with the god of knowledge, the god of singing, and the god of craftsmanship, and his deep hatred of the undead creatures made him a solid ally of Klemvox, the king of the dead. The goddess of earth seems to be the one who appreciates Loshanda's vitality the most among the gods. This may be because the god of dawn has been shining on her ancient soul. She and Loshanda both believe that their destinies are intertwined. Although their relationship has been on and off many times, they always give their all to each other wholeheartedly. Loshanda naively and stubbornly believes that the evil gods, such as the god of tyranny, the god of murder, the goddess of torture, and the god of destruction, are responsible for most of the misfortune and evil in the whole world. He especially hates the Lady of the Night. He believes that she represents the eternal power of corruption and is the dirty mastermind behind the evil conspiracy against him and the church. Loshanda believes that it was because the spies of the Lady of the Lost secretly sabotaged his efforts that the dawn attack happened. Therefore, he is trying to ensure that this will never happen again. That was the end of the ancient text. Below the tablet was a record of Loshanda's believers. The ancient chroniclers of the Eastern Kingdom believed that Loshanda's priests were a group of enthusiastic idealists. The god of light did not speak. He slowly came to the front of the goddess of agriculture and reached out to gently stroke her long hair. Holy light appeared, accompanied by a power full of light. Traces of black poisonous and evil aura seeped out of the goddess of agriculture's body. This was the hidden wound left by the Lady of Poison. In order to prevent the spread of the plague, the goddess of agriculture secretly fought with this evil goddess. "Thank you," the goddess of agriculture said softly. The god of light slowly shook his head. No one knew how powerful he was because he was already a great divine power. When he was the king of dawn, his incarnation could remove the evil power of the goddess of agriculture with a wave of his hand. This kind of power was unimaginable even among the gods. Since entering mountain paradise, especially after taking over part of the clergy of justice, the gods had always believed that the god of light was the only one in the multiverse who could confront the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. In fact, this was exactly the case. The fall of the god of justice allowed Loshanda to take over the faith of the paladins. When the light of dawn became the blazing sun at noon, no evil or darkness could hide. "You seem to have contact with the new evil god, the god of half-elves and rogues." Loshanda's voice finally sounded. This voice was full of supreme majesty that no one could violate or resist this kind of question full of sacred breath. The goddess of agriculture frowned slightly and slowly said, "Yes." Her expression was a little repulsed. Since her father mastered the power of justice, some barriers inevitably occurred because of the field of clergy. Sometimes the goddess of agriculture would wonder if it was because of this that her mother separated from her. Her father was too radical. If it were not for him being so radical, the goddess of luck would not have died. and it would not have led to the appearance of the twins of fate. The struggle between the goddess of luck and the goddess of misfortune had always made the gods helpless. This kind of radicalism was even more intense after the destruction of the arcane empire. As a new god, the goddess of agriculture was not very clear about what happened during the arcane empire. But she still knew a few things. First, the destruction of the arcane empire was closely related to the gods, and there was also the shadow of the Lady of the Night. This ancient evil goddess was secretly manipulating something. The final disaster was probably inseparable from the internal struggle of the gods. Secondly, the destruction of the arcane kingdom brought a great disaster to the world. The entire material plane was on the verge of collapse, and countless creatures died as a result. The seeds of life were preserved only by relying on the glory of the gods. Otherwise, the creatures in the material plane would have died at that time. Third, everything after the destruction of the arcane empire led to the fall of the father of the oak, in order to save the world. This ancient god decided to sacrifice himself to save the natural world. At that time, the sky of the entire material plane was almost covered by dust. In the long dark age, the sky of the entire material plane was gray, and there was no light at all. It was also at that time. The light of dawn became the Lord of Light. The goddess of agriculture did not know what happened at that time, because she was still too young for those ancient gods. She only knew that after that incident, her father changed from the neutral good camp to the lawful good camp. He spent a lot of divine power to transfer his kingdom from the Hall of Nature to Mountain Paradise. The light of dawn became the blazing sun at noon. In the last few years of the Dark Age, her father officially entered the divine system of Mountain Paradise, and in the following years he broke the dust that shrouded the material plane and sprinkled the sun on the earth that was already full of holes. Since then, for the goddess of agriculture, her father had completely changed. She integrated the power of justice, light, and divine. In order to completely repair the damage of the material plane, she even entered the highest level of Mountain Paradise. It was also at that time that Mother Earth chose to live in seclusion. Mother Earth gave most of her clergy to the goddess of agriculture, and after the Dark Age, the goddess of agriculture began to learn how to become a god. For her father, the goddess of agriculture respected and even revered him, because most people knew that Father of the Oak sacrificed selflessly to save nature, but no one knew how much effort Luoshanda put in to bring light to the world in the Dark Age that followed. All of this was a secret. Perhaps for mortals, history just entered a turning point at this moment, and the once most powerful natural divine system fell. The main god of the natural divine system, Father of the Oak, fell. The light of dawn, with great divine power in the natural divine system, became the Lord of Light. Today, the ancient god of the natural divine system, Mother Earth, retired. From this moment on, the destruction of the arcane empire directly led to the withdrawal of the three gods with great divine power in the natural divine system from the stage of history. This was once the most powerful camp divine system in the pantheon, and since then, there had not been any great divine power. Today, the only gods left in the natural divine system were the goddess of forest, the goddess of agriculture, the goddess of unicorn, and so on. The most powerful among them was only intermediate divine power. The light of dawn was far away. The Lord of Light was rising. The goddess of agriculture was now a god between the natural divine system and the human divine system. She was sure that her mother, father, and Father of the Oak had reached some consensus. But she did not have a long divine life and did not know what they wanted to do. The Arcane Empire. There were too many mysteries behind this once glorious and brilliant civilization. The goddess of agriculture saw the resistance of mortals against the gods, and also saw the internal struggle of the gods. When the dust fell and everything was destroyed, she did not know who was the final winner. Mortals lost. Because the Arcane Empire had been destroyed, the power that once could fight against the gods had now become a ruin. The natural divine system had also lost. Father of the Oak fell, Mother Earth retired, and the light of dawn turned into the Lord of Light. The whole natural divine system was almost collapsed. The goddess of agriculture could not help but let out a faint sigh. Everything in the past had already buried the drawbacks. Now that the Avatar crisis was coming, she had been worried that her father would be radical and want to do something terrible. It seemed that her prediction was not wrong, because only she had interacted with the god of half-elves and rogues of the evil camp. He had personally appeared in front of her today. Everything happened in a flash. The god's thoughts were very fast because they needed to deal with the prayers of tens of thousands of believers. Don't have too much contact with him. The Lord of Light looked at the goddess of agriculture in front of him and said slowly, "He is a person outside of fate. From a mortal to a weak god. In just 2 years, this kind of thing has only happened a few times in the long river of fate. I have a hunch. He will be a chess piece that affects the struggle of the gods. If you get too involved with him, I am afraid you will be in danger." The gods are watching him silently. The goddess of doom just saw more than us, so she left a mark on him. Everything he did was related to the arcane empire. This uncontrollable civilization will only bring unimaginable disasters to nature. The goddess of agriculture was silent. For a long time, she and her father had conflicting views. It was as if the Lord of Light thought that everything Soren did was just a copy of the arcane empire. But what she saw was another future. A future that was completely different from the arcane empire's unrestrained abuse of magic power. She saw a glimmer of hope in Soren. The goddess of agriculture had been silently observing the city of Mordor. The glimmer of hope she saw was reflected in an inconspicuous corner. It was not that no one had ever discovered the alchemy knowledge of the arcane empire. For example, in the Battle of the Rusty River, Droll fought with a wizard organization because of a seriously polluted river. In the end, even the legendary Droll could not help but fight in person. In the past history, any application of knowledge in the arcane empire would often bring serious pollution and destruction. For example, the experiment of the nature destroyer Karina, the energy mutation of the Rusty River, and the destruction of the Blackwater town. Once these discovered knowledge were applied, they began to create wealth crazily, and then brought irreparable damage to nature. But this did not appear in the city of Mordor. Even contrary to all this, the goddess of agriculture could clearly feel that the natural environment of the city of Mordor was changing, little by little, getting better little by little, and moving towards a future that even she could not predict. Thinking of this, the goddess of agriculture looked up into the eyes of the Lord of Light, and shook her head slowly and firmly. Her father had his beliefs. She also had her own ideals. The will of the gods could never be so easily shaken by others. P.S. I went to the hospital yesterday. This chapter took a little long to write. Futu needs to exercise more. Without health, it is useless to say anything. As long as I am healthy and can write, I can fight for another 30 years. If there is no update occasionally, I hope everyone can include a little more. Bow. Chapter 808. Shipwreck Bay. In this city, which was controlled by the Grey Forces, evil had never stopped growing. Soren's control of this place had never been completely completed. The most fundamental reason was that the forces in this city were intertwined, and it also involved the forces secretly controlled by other gods' churches. Any god's church had a good foundation. It was obviously not a wise choice to offend other gods' churches for the benefit of a city. So for a long time Mordor City only controlled the slave trade here, and other aspects were still controlled by other forces. Even the Church of Wealth had privately built a very luxurious casino here. Recently, the forces of Mordor City were in a bit of trouble. Soren's crazy expansion finally had a drawback now. That was, many forces were enemies of Soren. In this case, they could be said to be gloating. If it weren't for the power of Mordor City, they would have already begun to fish in troubled waters. The situation was not clear enough. Many people were secretly observing here. Once Mordor City showed signs of weakness, it was very likely to be attacked by other forces. Some dark forces could not wait to jump out. For example, the vampires hidden in Shipwreck Bay. Recently, many vampires had joined the battle between Mordor City and the Shadow Thieves. Night fell. Night covered all the evil, and there was no one on the empty street. The pub that was usually lively and noisy had long been closed at this moment, but through the closed windows, many eyes could be found watching here. The patrol team had long disappeared, and there was no one on the whole street. Patter. There was a slight sound of landing, and then a thin and flexible figure emerged from the darkness. My lord! There was a trace of blood on Ugly Monkey's body, but it was not his. He knelt down on one knee in front of the man who was looking at the night sky with his back to him, and said in a deep voice, "The stronghold of the shadow thieves has been found, and the nest of the vampires has been figured out." Soren slowly turned around. He was expressionless at the moment, but his eyes were quite cold. He glanced at the eyes that were observing in the dark, and said in a deep voice, "Let's start." "Yes." Ugly Monkey bowed and retreated. Swoosh. A signal flare rose from the port. Then in the darkness, strong and vigorous figures rushed out from the vicinity of the port. These people gathered like an army and quickly advanced forward. The army of Mordor was not mobilized. Soren sent the army stationed on Snake Island. The Drows were in charge of leading the team. They were all masters of assassination. The Wanderer of the Half-Elf Church also appeared, accompanied by a pretty girl, and beside her was an old man with a serious expression. The Archbishop of the Half-Elf Church. The battle had begun without a sound. Under the quiet night sky, the enemy's dying screams came. The power of Mordor City was divided into two. One of the troops led by the Drows raided the nest of the Shadow Thieves. Meanwhile, the troops led by Divine Priestess Milan directly attacked the vampire's lair. Anyone who offends Mordor City must pay the price. Soren's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His god-level senses were all locked onto a single spot below the sunken ship. Ancient vampires. An old monster that had been hiding for centuries. He was Soren's prey. Meow. Many figures were moving at high speed in the darkness. A petite figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. The next moment, 3 cold lights appeared, and then an enemy of the Shadow Thieves fell into a pool of blood. Lulu came out of the darkness. Compared to the past, she seemed a little more mature. This werewolf girl with amazing agility became more and more amazing after being trained by the Drows. Felines were originally good at hunting, and Lulu's assassination skills were like a cheat. Later, even the Drows in charge of training her were no match for her. This action was her first actual combat. She needed to prove her strength by herself. Poochie. Ugly Monkey sneered and pulled out the dagger that was inserted into the enemy's heart. The provocation of the Shadow Thieves had already aroused his anger. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't act rashly, he would have already retaliated against the Shadow Thieves. The dagger nimbly turned in a circle in his palm. Ugly Monkey tore a scroll to buff himself with cat's grace, and then rushed directly toward the enemy's main camp. He was getting closer and closer to the legendary realm. Only a strong enough enemy could stimulate his potential to burst out. At the same time, in a dark lair, a group of vampires had gathered. Not good. Our graveyard has been conquered. A pale man rushed in from the outside and hurriedly said, "The enemy has a lot of priests. There are at least 3 legendary priests. There's no news from the Shadow Thieves. I'm afraid they won't be able to support us in time." Outside the nest, an old man in a gray robe walked in slowly. Behind him were 2 young priests and more than a dozen assassins trained by the Half-Elf Church. Greater valor. Another light of magic appeared. The old man casually added a 3rd layer of buff to the others and then said, "Seal this place. Leave no one alive." He was the Archbishop from Autumnfall. Although he had gradually moved away from the center of power in the city of Mordor, this did not mean that their status had been reduced. They were still archbishops, and their strength had been upgraded to the legendary realm because of Soren's promotion to lesser god. These old archbishops usually trained the new generation to retire peacefully, but when needed, they could also transform into legendary combat power at any time. If it weren't for the influence of the Avatar crisis, with Soren's current divine level, at least 10 legendary priests could be directly promoted. Legendary divine power. On the other side, the divine priest Milan had also joined the battle. As a young female priest who could mobilize Soren's divine power, almost no dark creatures could stop her. She had been summoned by Soren's incarnation once, and her capacity for divine power was very strong. It was only a matter of time before she became a divine priest. My lord, there are many shadow creatures in the south. Our losses are not small. A rogue covered in night clothes appeared. He knelt in front of Soren on one knee and said, "The shadow thief summoned many shadow creatures, and we also encountered some shadow wizards." Soren frowned slightly, then waved his hand and said, "Let the witches go. Leave the rest to the shadow dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrible dragon's aura shrouded the sky over Shipwreck Bay, and a huge shadow quickly flew in the sky near the port. Immediately afterward, all the animals in the city knelt on the ground. The shadow dragon passed over Shipwreck Bay. It swooped down toward a corner in the north of the city, and opened its mouth to spit out a dragon's breath. Wizard Barity, the enemy is hiding in the basement. I'm afraid the losses will be great if we force an attack. The figure of the ugly monkey appeared. At this moment, there was a wound on his abdomen, but he looked quite excited and did not care at all. The excitement of the battle did not affect his judgment. After he found that the enemy was stubbornly resisting and trying to drag the battle into a quagmire, he immediately found the accompanying wizard. "Leave it to me." The wizard named Barity was a middle-aged woman. She looked forward with a cold expression, then turned to her apprentice and said, "Prepare the spell. I'll set up a teleportation beacon." At the same time, in the city of Mordor, thousands of miles away, there were also people gathering near Gloria's laboratory. Witches above the intermediate level gathered around the magic circle. Space beacon lock. Activate portal number 1. Diamond golems assembled. Begin teleportation. The power of the elemental furnace gathered, and the expensive gems turned into powder. A portal opened directly in front of them, and then 3 diamond golems walked in with heavy steps. Rumble. The sound of a wall collapsing echoed over Shipwreck Bay. The enemy was more difficult to deal with than expected, but when Mordor City began to teleport golems into the battlefield, everything was doomed. In the darkness, all the spying eyes were filled with horror. Those who were secretly observing and trying to figure out the strength of Mordor City, with the help of the Shadow Thief, were all afraid at this moment, because the strength they saw in front of them was completely beyond their ability to compete with. Even if Soren wanted, the entire Shipwreck Bay would completely fall today. Come, gather everyone and deal with the Shadow Thief immediately. These guys broke the rules of Shipwreck Bay. We must teach them a lesson today. A big man with a beard stood up, glanced at the others in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "These guys colluded with the vampires. We must teach them a lesson today." 4 or 5 leaders of the gray area of Shipwreck Bay gathered together. One of them seemed to have not reacted and said, "Didn't we want to use the power of the Shadow Thief to attack Mordor City? Why are we helping them deal with the Shadow Thief now?" "Pa." The middle-aged man stared at him and said in a deep voice, "Take your people and go now. Don't ask so much. If you don't want to be punished by Mordor City, hurry up and say something now." The words were said so straightforwardly. How could the others not understand? These people in the gray area may not be able to deal with the strong, but they were very active in beating up the weak. These guys were a group of fence-sitters. Now that they were shocked by the power of Mordor City, the first thing they thought of was to quickly stand in line to avoid being punished by Mordor City after defeating the Shadow Thief. The battle was still going on, but the result had already been decided. Soren's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in an ancient tomb. A strange laughter emerged, and then a figure walked out of the darkness. He was carrying the body of a Shadow Thief in his hand. It was the assassin cultivated by Mordor City, but he was already dead at this moment. This man who looked a bit like a mummy threw away the body that had no blood and laughed strangely. "Another one coming to die? Yes. It seems that your blood will taste good. Ancient vampire. Challenge rating 18 and above. Many of them were old monsters that had been hiding for centuries." Ha! The light was slightly brighter, and the ancient vampire in front of him had an expression of someone coming to die. But after seeing Soren's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but tremble, and then a look of horror appeared on his face. The god of half-elves and rogues. Extreme horror. After confirming the identity of Soren, The ancient vampire in front of him didn't even think about it. He directly transformed into a bat, and then fled frantically outside. What a joke! The only one who came in was a legendary rogue. Such an enemy was nothing to him at all. But when he realized that the one in front of him was a true god, and it was the infamous Sauron of the South Coast, he was so scared that he almost peed himself on the spot. Not running? Not running now? Waiting for death here? Huh. Soren's expression was a little surprised, and then he calmed down. He had encountered a lot of battles along the way, but today's situation was the first time he encountered such a situation. An ancient vampire with a monster level of more than 25 actually ran away in fear after seeing him. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes. It really gave him the illusion that he had unknowingly become a big boss. It shouldn't be an illusion. Soren should be a big boss now. If it was converted into the template used by adventurers in the past, he was not only a big boss, but also a leader-level boss at divine difficulty. God of half-elves and rogues. Master of Mordor City. God Slayer. Death Walker. Polymath. Pirate King. Ruler of the 3 seas. With this row of titles, Soren didn't look like a normal leader boss. It was impossible to escape. The battle didn't last too long. An ancient vampire could no longer pose any threat to Soren. After killing the ancient vampire in front of him, a ring in Soren's dimensional space suddenly moved, and then he took it out. It was the divine artifact ring obtained from the demigod vampire. A grade 1 divine artifact. A little bit of blood-red light emerged. Under the effect of the divine artifact ring, the body of the ancient vampire that was killed in front of him suddenly twitched, and then quickly weathered into dust. Then a drop of strange dark red blood appeared directly in front of Soren's eyes. True blood. It seems to be a vampire's thing? Soren glanced at it, and kept it in the dimensional space. This thing might be useful in the future. The battle in Shipwreck Bay continued. This night, the enemies of the South Coast who dared to provoke Mordor City were destined to pay a huge price. P.S. Some readers said that since they followed Futu's public account, they felt that they couldn't keep up with the nutrition. Is there such a thing? Those fantasy-style beauty pictures are for you to see, not for you to f***ck. Chapter 809. The balance of victory and defeat had been decided. The Guild of Shadow Thieves in Shipwreck Bay was completely caught off guard by Mordor's attack. This time, Soren intended to destroy the Guild of Shadow Thieves in Shipwreck Bay in one fell swoop, so he sent out quite a lot of men. The battle outside was still going on, but Soren's side was almost over. Vampires might be troublesome for mortals, but they were nothing more than ants to the gods. Soren had not encountered a decent enemy from the beginning to the end. Even the ancestor-level vampires could not compete with him now. Outside a serene tomb, after cleaning up a group of high-grade vampires, Soren walked out from the depths of the tomb. But the moment he came out, he frowned and said sarcastically, "You're finally willing to show up. Lord of Shadows." The surrounding space was gray and hazy, and everything seemed to be covered in shadows. This space had been affected and interfered with by the shadow plane, temporarily sealing off space-related abilities. The only one who could do this was the Lord of Shadows, because he held the priesthood of Shadow. A cold light appeared. A gray figure came from the darkness. Soren didn't even look at it. He waved his hand, and a bloody light appeared. "Don't let these small fries die." Soren's mouth showed a sarcastic smile, and he said slowly, "As the god in charge of the Shadow and Rogue, we are destined to fight. You still don't dare to show up?" Although he said that, Soren couldn't help but move his feet at this moment. At the same time, a mark engraved on the surface of his palm near his wrist was slightly activated by him. This was a space waymark. Although the surrounding environment had been assimilated by the shadow plane, as long as this waymark was sent out, naturally someone could locate Soren's approximate location. Haha. A strange laughter appeared. Then a black shadow came from midair. Soren frowned and waved his hand, and a high-level distorted shadow was killed by him. "How long are you going to waste on me? If you don't act now, all of my men will be here soon." The Shadow Lord must have used up a lot of divine energy to seal this space. Soren didn't believe that he would be able to hold himself back forever. This guy was too careful. Soren didn't dare to act rashly. After all, if he summoned the Princess Royal before the Shadow Lord showed up, it would be very difficult to find the Shadow Lord in the future. Time ticked by. At this time, the battle outside the tomb was about to end, and the people of Mordor were approaching. A god in the form of a saint could not ignore a legendary master. If the church's people gathered, the Shadow Lord would not have a chance to kill Soren. Puff. A pitch-black shadow appeared and turned into a sharp blade that headed straight for Soren. He has finally shown himself. Soren was suddenly energized. He didn't even think about it, nor did he have any intention of dodging. He instantly activated his divine shield and pounced forward. Tracking divinity. Soren caught the shadow that was distorted between the shadow plane and the material plane. In the vision of a god, a half-illusory, half-real figure appeared in his perception. A god's avatar? Soren frowned and sneered. Do you think a mere avatar can kill me? A distorted shadow. It didn't look like a real body, but it had a vague outline of a human. The form of a god was uncertain. If they wanted to change, they could turn their bodies into various half-energy forms. The Shadow Lord had obviously transformed himself into a shadow being, so he looked like he had no flesh at all. If it was a battle between the gods, Soren and the Shadow Lord should be 3-7, and the Shadow Lord would have a very high chance of winning. But if it was just a god's avatar against Soren's body, the outcome would be 80-20. Basically, the avatar of the Shadow Lord would not be able to kill Soren. Is he trying to test my strength? As soon as Soren thought about it, he immediately had a plan. In an instant, he turned into a shadow and rushed up. For a long time, most of Soren's enemies were mortals, and the number of times he had fought with gods could be counted on one hand. But because of this, many gods were not very clear about Soren's specific strength. At present, the only benchmark that could measure Soren's strength was that he had successfully killed the god of the hunt, Malor. But this was only a vague guess. The last attack could not rule out the possibility that the Shadow Lord was trying to test Soren's strength. Unfortunately, the effect was not shown at all, and the Lady of Silvermoon directly blocked the attack for Soren. This time, the Shadow Lord's avatar appeared to test Soren's strength. Since you dared to send your avatar here, then I won't be polite with the divinity value of your avatar. A sneer appeared on Soren's face. He activated his tracking divinity and instantly locked onto the position of the Shadow Lord's avatar. But after all, the enemy was in charge of the shadow divinity. In order to avoid Soren's tracking, the Shadow Lord's avatar appeared almost instantaneously. It only appeared in the material plane when it attacked, and at other times, it was in the shadow plane. In this case, if Soren wanted to cause effective damage to the Shadow Lord, he could only counterattack at the moment when the Shadow Lord attacked. If a god's avatar died, under normal circumstances, it would only reduce the power of the god by a little. But Soren was different from others. If he killed the avatar of a god, then the divinity and divinity of the avatar could be absorbed. The avatar of the Shadow Lord could now travel through the planes. There was no doubt that when the Shadow Lord created this avatar, it injected the power of divinity into it. Killing it would absorb the divinity value. Alter reality divinity power. With a little cold light once again attacking Soren from the shadow plane, he did not hesitate to activate his divinity power. In a battle at the level of the gods, the secular means were limited. Only the power of the rules could fight against it. In today's situation, if it were other legendary professions, they would be completely defeated by the enemy from the shadow plane. Except for the top spellcasters, they would have no ability to fight back at all. Everything around was distorted. The rules of reality were interfered with by the divinity power. The shadows around Soren were like flowing water. Alter space divinity power. Soren continued to use divinity value in an instant. It was as if it directly broke the seal of the shadow. The next moment, a distorted shadow appeared in his sight. Want to run? The power of alter space had just broken the restrictions of the plane's rules. The avatar of the Shadow Lord felt that something was wrong, and wanted to escape. But how could Soren give it a chance? Epic divine power. Dimensional lock, divine power transformation. In order to prevent the enemy from entering the shadow plane again, Soren simply blocked his own space ability. In an instant, he turned into a shadow and rushed over. He poured his divine power into his weapon and attacked with a storm-like attack. But what happened next made him frown. Even though the shadow in front of him was shredded by him, it didn't cause much substantial damage. The shredded shadow began to gather on its own and quickly turned into a human silhouette. Immune to physical damage? Soren seemed to realize something. He raised his hand and blasted out a divine power shock wave. This guy was really difficult to deal with. An avatar was actually immune to physical damage. According to the calculation of the ability of the Saint template, the Shadow Lord was probably immune to the effects of level 1 to 4 spells. No wonder he dared to send an avatar to test him. With this kind of talent, other people simply could not do anything. Physical damage was basically ineffective. The energy resistance of the gods was frighteningly high. At the same time, they were also immune to all level 1 to 4 spells. If he could not block the space, it was almost impossible to kill the enemy. Melf's Minute Meteor. The divine power shock wave really had an effect. The distorted shadow obviously became a lot weaker. However, Soren's divine power points were not inexhaustible. He was not sure whether the Shadow Lord's real body was nearby, and he did not dare to directly summon the Princess Royal to alert the enemy, so he could not squander all his divine power points. If he wanted to kill the enemy, he could only rely on the legendary god-slaying spell Melf's Minute Meteor. This spell not only had physical damage, but also very powerful magic damage. Rumble. 2 burning minute meteor flames appeared in Soren's palm, followed by a storm of attacks. Explosions sounded one after another. Soren did not know how many rounds of ammunition he had thrown out. Anyway, he did not stop until he had used up all the spell slots of Melf's Minute Meteor Flames that he had memorized. The Minute Meteor Flames created by this spell were an area of effect attack. Although it only dealt a few points of damage each time, it could not withstand Soren's attack speed. The low-level spells were all instantaneous. After a round of Minute Meteor Flames, the avatar of the Shadow Lord was only left with a very weak afterimage. It's not dead yet. Soren could not help but hesitate for a moment, but he still raised his hand decisively and pointed. Death's Hand, Death Realm. In this case, the enemy should have entered a state of near death. There was nothing to say. He just directly used the ability to kill. Boom. The distorted shadow around shattered in an instant. And then there was a clamor of people around. The avatar of the Shadow Lord was killed on the spot, but then a ball of divine light emerged from the dissipating shadow. The power of this divinity did not return to the Shadow Lord, but was directly devoured by Soren. A row of data appeared in front of him. Killed Shadow Lord's avatar. Extracting slaughter EXP from target. You've gained 250,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divine power. Extracting divine power from target. You've gained 12 divine power. Target has divine power. Extracting divine power from target. You've gained 6 divine power. Looking at the data prompt that appeared in front of him, Soren's expression suddenly became very interesting. At the same time, in a mysterious underground palace, a humanoid shadow that appeared on an altar suddenly let out a low roar full of unwillingness and anger. The whole palace was trembling. Many of the believers of the Shadow Lord gathered here could not help but tremble. They did not understand why the god they served was suddenly so angry. How dare you send an avatar to test me? Soren smiled and shook his head. You're asking for it. He had the power of the slaughtered divinity. Any avatar of a god that was killed by him, the divinity and divine power would be devoured by him. When Soren fought against the ascendant Eugene summoned the half-orc heroic spirit from the ancestral kingdom. It was only an avatar that died in the hands of Soren, but even the ancestral kingdom itself fell directly. Gods would not fall because of the death of their avatars. However, the divinity in the avatar was absolutely impossible to return. The amount of divinity and divine power that was injected into the avatar when the Shadow Lord created it was the same amount that Soren absorbed after killing it. These divinity and divine power were permanently lost. When he thought of the permanent reduction of 12 points of divinity and 6 points of divinity, due to the death of the Shadow Lord's avatar, Soren felt very, very good. He even wanted the Shadow Lord to send a few more avatars over. This was simply killing monsters for him to level up. And it was still reducing the enemy's strength, and increasing his own strength at the same time. However, the Shadow Lord had suffered a loss today, and he probably would not dare to let his avatar appear in front of Soren in the future. Tracking divinity. Although the avatar of the Shadow Lord had been killed, there were still clues left behind in the avatar's divine power. Soren activated his tracking divinity and locked onto the aura and divine power of the Shadow Lord. At the same time, he left a soul mark with his god-level perception. In the future, as long as he found something related to the Shadow Lord, he could rely on the power of tracking divinity to track the clues and marks of the Shadow Lord to a certain extent. It was only a matter of time before he found his hiding place. Outer Islands, Mordor City. Yesterday's battle was over. After presiding over the battle in Shipwreck Bay, Gloria immediately devoted all her energy to her own research. It was about noon. Fallen Witch's figure appeared in the laboratory. Her expression seemed to be quite surprised, and she said, "It's a success. I've successfully studied the thing that Soren brought back. This seems to be a special spell from the Arcane Empire. The Great Arcanist can use it to do many special things." Gloria raised her head, gently lifted her long hair and said, "Really? How is the effect of this spell?" As soon as her voice fell, outside the laboratory, Fallen Witch's voice sounded again. Then another Fallen Witch appeared in front of Gloria and slowly said, "The effect is amazing. Although the requirements for mind control are very high, but this spell does have a very amazing effect." There were two Fallen Witch. They looked almost exactly the same. If one didn't have the perception of a legendary, one wouldn't be able to find any difference at all. Gloria's expression was suddenly full of shock. The Fallen Witch waved her hand, and her original self disappeared. Then she said, "Although the effect is amazing, it's still very effective. But it doesn't last long enough. It's not easy to control the spell. It feels like controlling two bodies at the same time. As far as I know, many spellcasters in the Arcane Empire could control many avatars at the same time to deal with many different things. This spell definitely had some areas that weren't perfect yet. It may be related to some of the supreme magic skills in the Arcane Empire." PS 2-in-1 chapter. It's starting to be updated normally. Chapter 810. Simulacrum. This was the spell that Soren found in the ancient ruins. As a relatively strange level 8 spell, Simulacrum was currently mastered by very few people. He also found a way to bring it back, and then he gave the mask imprinted with the Simulacrum spell to the Fallen Witch and Gloria. They were the ones who studied it and finally completed the model analysis of the spell. This spell was widely used during the Arcane Empire, mainly because the Great Arcanists had too many things to deal with. In this case, even if one person was divided into two people, it might not be enough. Therefore, at that time, the Great Arcanists were very committed to studying projection and simulacrum spells. According to the information that Soren learned from Gloria, he knew that the high-level members of the Northern Witch Council had mastered a very special holographic projection spell. Unlike those projection spells that were easily above level 4 or 5, this spell required only level 2 or 3 to cast. Holographic projection was a level 3 spell, and planar projection was a level 2 spell. As long as a level 4 or 5 wizard, they could master it. But the only trouble was that this spell seemed to require a very sophisticated alchemy device. At present, the application of this spell was limited to the many towers of the Northern Witch Council. It seems that this spell is very useful for our future research. As if she was interested in Fallen Witch's test, Gloria's attention was completely removed from the experiment. She slowly said, "What are the results of the test? Can you control the main body and simulacrum at the same time for research?" Fallen Witch shook her head and said, "Not at the moment. Mind control is mainly focused on the main body, but the simulacrum created can help with some simple things. And the most powerful part of this spell is that the simulacrum created has the ability to cast spells. It can probably retain 70 to 80% of my casting ability. This was the most perverted part of Simulacrum. It could create a clone that could cast spells. For a wizard, this was equivalent to increasing the number of low-level spell slots by a large margin. In normal experiments, there was no need to waste time memorizing spells after using them up. Of course, that was not all. It could be used in a wide range of fields. However, this spell had a very high requirement on one's mind. Multitasking was the most basic. If one's brain wasn't developed enough, one wouldn't be able to control it at all. Note: mimicry can only copy and retain part of the original body's strength. It cannot create or copy magic items. The clothes and weapons on the simulacrum are just ordinary items created by magic. They only look the same, but they are actually useless. Is that so? Gloria fell into deep thought. She was around level 21 as a wizard. If she kept 80% of her power, she would be around level 16. In terms of talent, Gloria was even stronger than the fallen witch, so she was definitely a genius at multitasking. If she could master this spell, it would be equivalent to having an assistant similar to himself when he was a high-grade wizard. Apart from the very precise magic experiments that couldn't be done, ordinary alchemy experiments could be done at the same time. Where's the spell model? Let me have a look. Gloria thought for a moment and continued. Give one to Alice while you're at it. It seems that our progress will be much faster in the future. During this period of time, the legendary girl puppeteer had gradually integrated into the environment of Mordor City. Compared with the eastern countries where there were few wizards and most of them were sorcerers, the research environment of Mordor City was undoubtedly more suitable for Alice. More importantly, Mordor City had the corresponding golem puppet technology, which would greatly improve her craftsmanship in making golem dolls. Recently, Alice was going to make a girl puppet group for herself, ready to use the strange silver-white metal from the arcane tower. This metal was currently named thorium. The name was used more because it was born in the age of thorium. As early as the time of the first goddess of magic, the arcane civilization with the floating city had already appeared, and this metal ingot had been used at that time. Hearing this, the fallen witch also nodded. She was the kind of typical profit-oriented person. If Alice's existence was not beneficial to Mordor City, then she would definitely object to teaching her such an important spell. But now Alice had been in charge of the operation of the golem factory in Mordor City. Alchemy advocated equivalent exchange. Alice obtained knowledge from Mordor City, so she naturally hoped that she could provide corresponding value. The three legendary female spellcasters were all inclined to the academic madman type, so they had been getting along well. In any case, the fallen witches might be evil in their behavior, but they were still academic witches in nature. They were less scheming than other witches. Windspear Hills. Lord's Mansion. After dealing with Shipwreck Bay, Soren immediately came to the Windspear Hills. After all, this was the key to his future plan. The Windspear Hills was close to the north, and it was a fertile plain. In the future, if Mordor City wanted to interfere with the pattern of the mainland, it would definitely need a foothold. Adele Isabella was now the lord of the Windspear Hills. With Mordor City as a backing, other forces would not dare to cause any trouble. However, after coming to the Windspear Hills today, Soren found something wrong. He saw a woman. Soren's memory had always been very good. If he remembered correctly, he had seen this woman before. At that time, Soren was still in Port Tylon. In order to get Soren to join the Sea Church, the Sea Priest at that time found a noble girl. It seemed that she was going to use her beauty to seduce Soren to join her camp. But Soren refused without hesitation. Today, Soren saw that girl. If he remembered correctly, the name of this noble girl was Monica Isabella. She had the same surname as the red-haired female pirate. Maybe they were cousins. When he saw this woman, Soren was a little surprised, but he was in a hurry and had something to deal with, so he didn't ask much. It seemed that she was Adele Isabella's assistant, helping her deal with the documents in the Windspear Hills. Soren came here this time to explain something, mainly to prevent the power of the Shadow Thief from infiltrating the Windspear Hills. Night fell. Soren returned to the city lord's mansion after explaining things in the temple. Because the situation was not good, he planned to leave an archbishop of the half-elf church here. If there was a legendary priest, other forces would have to think twice if they wanted to make trouble. In the evening, Soren received good news. Gloria used magic to tell him that the analysis of the simulacrum had been completed. As long as he went back, he could get the copied magic scroll. Because of the fierce conflict with the Shadow Lord, the defense of the Windspear Hills had increased a lot. However, Soren's place did not need to be like this because his perception was better than any guard. Light footsteps could be heard. Unsurprisingly, when Soren stayed in the Windspear Hills, Adele Isabella came to sleep with him almost every night. She was now a fanatic of Soren, and in the future, she might even be a holy apostle in the kingdom of God. This kind of close relationship meant that she was destined to be one of Soren's most trusted subordinates. However, today's situation seemed to be a little unexpected because Soren heard two footsteps. In addition to Adele Isabella, there was another light footstep. It seemed to be a little messy, and the owner's mood was a little hesitant and panicked. "My lord." Soon, the voice of the red-haired female pirate sounded outside the door. Soren slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Come in." Creak. The door was gently pushed open. And then Adele Isabella, who was wearing a thin dress and almost nothing inside, came in. But a little different from the past was that this time, there was another slim woman behind her. It seemed to be the noble girl named Monica Isabella, that he saw every day. She had beautiful long blonde hair, and her expression seemed to be a little uneasy. She carefully followed behind and walked in. One thing worth noting was that this noble girl also had Soren's emblem on her chest. A rogue. Soren glanced at her and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was a little surprised that this noble girl had advanced into a rogue and was a follower of his church. The room was very quiet. Soren glanced and turned his attention back to the magic scroll on the table. He was trying to learn the first legendary spell, which might take a lot of time. After Adele Isabella entered the room, she did not disturb Soren. First, she obediently tidied up the bed for him, and then put the books on the table next to him. She looked like a very dedicated maid. On the other side, the blonde noble girl was still standing in the same place, but after the initial panic, she calmed down a little and looked at Soren curiously from time to time. After everything in the room was tidied up, Adele Isabella very docilely came to Soren's side, then knelt down and crawled to the front of Soren. The bottom of the desk was hollow. The female lord of the Windspear Hills, who was usually admired and pursued by countless young nobles, was now kneeling at Soren's feet like the most humble maid, dutifully doing what a maid should do, such as how to please and serve her master at night. On the other side, Monica Isabella, who had beautiful long blonde hair, widened her eyes in surprise. Her face was crimson, as if she wanted to look but did not dare to. However, her conflicted expression did not last long, because Adele Isabella looked at her, and then waved her hand to let her come over. Like this. You suck on the other side. Don't use your teeth. As a lowly maid, you need to learn more skills. While Adele Isabella was seriously serving and pleasing her master, she was also instructing the noble girl next to her, who was nominally her cousin. Soren only took a deep breath at the beginning, then continued to flip through the books in front of him, as if nothing had happened. The thinking ability of a god was far superior to others. Such a small matter was not enough to affect his serious study of magic knowledge. Monica Isabella was obviously a smart and studious noble girl, so she quickly mastered a few skills and successfully learned how a competent maid should use her mouth to please her master. At this time, Adele Isabella stood up and gently sat next to Soren, whispering, "My lord, I've touched the threshold of the legendary realm. At present, things in the Windspear Hills have begun to get on the right track, and I plan to spare some time to cultivate and break through. Monica Isabella is my aunt's daughter, and she is a trustworthy person. I'm going to let her take care of the Windspear Hills for me for a while. And her family background is also very useful to us." Sure enough, Soren had already guessed that Adele Isabella had something to tell him. Otherwise, she would never have brought this noble girl over tonight. Soren looked at her seriously. Sure enough, He found that the red-haired female pirate already had a trace of a legendary profession, which meant that she had reached a threshold, and as long as she succeeded in crossing it, she would be a legendary figure. It seemed that the giant had given the other pirate leaders a lot of pressure after breaking through the legendary realm. Soren secretly had rogues pay attention to this pirate leader. On one hand, it was convenient to contact them, and on the other hand, it was to prevent them from being bribed. Since the giant had broken through the legendary realm, many pirate leaders felt a lot of pressure. Even the half-elven first mate, who had always been superior to others, had recently handed over the affairs of Raging Sand Island to his deputy, while he concentrated on finding ways to break through the legendary realm. If he did not enter the legendary realm, he would never be able to enter the real upper echelons of Mordor. These pirate leaders, such as the half-elven first mate, Scarface, One-Eyed, Knight Olc Dog, and so on, seemed to have thousands of pirates under them. But in fact, the real power of Mordor was never these pirates. The real elites had gathered inside Mordor, and if they did not enter the legendary realm, they were not qualified to enter the highest decision-making team of Mordor. This point, even Saruman was the same. Back to the topic. After hearing Adele Isabella mention herself, the blonde noble girl who was kneeling at the feet of Soren paused for a moment, and then slowly returned to normal. Soren closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, "I understand. Okay. In the future, the affairs of the Windspear Hills will be temporarily handed over to her, but your cultivation can only be done inside the Windspear Hills. I'm afraid only you can control those pirates." Okay. About her, I'll say hello to the Sea Temple. If Soren remembered correctly, the noble girl under his feet seemed to have something to do with the Sea Temple. It seemed that she needed help from the Sea Temple. The Sea Temple did not have enough influence on the land. It seemed that because of something he didn't know, she actually got in touch with Adele Isabella, and now seemed to be planning to join the camp of Mordor. He had no objection to this. The surname Isabella had a special purpose. She herself was an Orthodox noble, so she could use it in many places. Even if she didn't use it, she could still make do with it. However, after all, this matter was still related to the Sea Temple. Even if Soren's relationship with the sea goddess was relatively harmonious, this noble girl was still a chess piece of the Sea Temple buried on the land. Now that she was going to join the Mordor, he still needed to send someone to greet the Sea Temple. However, fate was really unpredictable. At the beginning, the High Priest of the Sea used her to lure Soren, hoping that he could join the sea goddess. But he didn't expect this noble girl to become the assistant of the red-haired female pirate. He had to say that fate was really interesting. P.S. It's still a 2-in-1 chapter. You can pay attention to the public account, and anything will be notified in advance. Chapter 8:11. The Outer Islands. Mordor City. Today, Mordor City was a little lively because many residents of Mordor City gathered near the central square. At the moment, they were looking at the center of the square curiously. In the center of the square was a group of gray dwarves gathered together. They looked ragged and wore animal skin clothes. They looked like savages with disheveled hair and long beards. Around the square was a team of drows, staring at them coldly at the moment. Not far away, there were priests of the temple who seemed to be discussing how to settle these gray dwarves. Suddenly coming to a strange environment, these gray dwarves also looked a little uneasy. There were not many of them, only about 200 or 300 of them. At the moment, they were surrounded by a group of residents of Mordor City. Although they saw the drows from the Underdark, these gray dwarves still looked nervous. The residents of Mordor City were well informed, but their curious nature had not changed much. Many of them saw the gray dwarves for the first time. Maybe because of the confidence of the residents of Mordor, they were not afraid of these legendary evil races. Instead, they looked around curiously. The drows were much more evil than the gray dwarves in the legends. You see, they were quite obedient in Mordor City. They were tamed by Sir Soren and got along well with other races. It was said, one of the drows fell in love with a pure half-elf girl, and their relationship was blessed by the bishop of the Great Temple. This was Mordor City. It was not the same as any city in the material plane. Okay. The drows came to the gray dwarves with a cold expression and said in a deep voice, His Excellency the High Priest has arranged your residence. From now on, you are the residents of Mordor City. The target is to live in the blacksmith shop next to the barracks. If you have enough contributions in the future, you can also buy your own business in Mordor City. After a few words, the drows ordered the gray dwarves to set off. After all, the gray dwarfs were a foreign race. It would take a little bit of effort for the residents of Mordor City to accept them. Therefore, they could only live near the barracks for the time being, so they could be monitored and learn the rules of Mordor City. The nature of the gray dwarfs was not very good, but the laws of Mordor could tame them. Now the drow instructor in front of him was thinking about how to find an opportunity to beat these gray dwarfs. Let them know that they had to be honest if they wanted to live in Mordor City. At the other side, the figure of the High Priestess was sitting on the throne in front of the temple. Around her were high-ranked priests and bishops. She looked around and slowly said, This is the arrangement of my lord. These Duergar are the labor force needed for the future development of Mordor. From now on, I'll leave them to you to keep an eye on. There's still a group of gray dwarves I haven't brought back yet. In the future, the number of gray dwarves in Mordor City will be about 1,000. You need to pay more attention here. Don't let them have any conflicts with the residents of Mordor City. At the other side, in the Shadow Plane Laboratory in Mordor City, Gloria also quickly received the news. So she immediately found the Fallen Witch who was studying and said, Mother, Soren has sent people to get the gray dwarves back. When do you think we can start letting these gray dwarves forge materials for us? A floating space tower needed a lot of metal ingots. These little things couldn't always be done by the two legendary witches. Mordor City itself didn't have good blacksmiths, and it took a lot of energy to cultivate them. The gray dwarves were born to be good blacksmiths. With the help of these gray dwarves, not only would the progress of the floating space tower speed up, but even the output of the golem factory would increase. Now there were thousands of golem puppets in Mordor City. Windspear Hills. After a night of indulgence, Soren felt good. After explaining some things to Adele Isabella, he was ready to return to Mordor City. He didn't have much nostalgia for the two beautiful noble maids. For a high and mighty true god, these things were just pleasure for him to relax occasionally. As a god, he always had a lot of things to deal with. It was already March. The goddess of magic hadn't fallen yet, but no one knew her whereabouts. Even Soren couldn't find her on his own initiative. Something big would happen this month. That was the demon lord of the abyss, Dagon, one of the ancient Orbis demons. After the other demons' first two attacks failed, Dagon began to infiltrate the sea domain of the material plane. This action affected the entire overseas area. Soren had participated in this war, and also received a mission from the Sea Temple. Because the battle took place in the sea area, the impact on the land was not very serious, so most of the other gods were just watching. However, the overseas area was Soren's territory. If Dagon was allowed to cause damage, Mordor City's maritime trade would definitely be affected. This time, he needed to plan in advance to reduce Mordor City's investment in maritime trade. After the goddess of the sea and Dagon had a winner, he would consider rearranging many overseas routes. There was about half a month before the war broke out. The son of Dagon would appear again, and there would be more than one because this ancient demon lord had many children. The Naga Sirens would be the most severely affected race. The first two demon attacks didn't affect them much, but no one could be alone in the Avatar crisis. This time, the Naga Sirens would have to bear the impact by themselves. The City of Wealth. In a hidden tavern, Ugly Monkey looked at his men in front of him and said slowly, "Are you sure this information was taken from the Shadow Thief?" In front of him was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. He was dressed well and said, "Yes. I have sent people to investigate. We did find a lot of members of the Shadow Thief, but the internal security is tight, and we have no way to infiltrate." Ugly Monkey's face showed a hint of excitement and said slowly, "We finally found these guys who hide their heads in tails. Leave and send people to rule the temple. Ask them to send assassins over. Maybe we can find the Shadow Thief's nest this time." The middle-aged man nodded and said, Yes. I'll do it now. After the man in front of him left, Ugly Monkey's expression gradually calmed down and murmured, "If I can kick out the Shadow Thief's branch this time, then I will have made a great contribution. Maybe my Lord Soren will give me some rewards." Thinking of this, Ugly Monkey's eyes suddenly became fiery. As a profession close to the legendary realm, there were not many things he wanted. He hoped that he could go one step further, and it would be best if he could get divinity and divine power. Because Ugly Monkey hoped that if he died in the future he could get the status of God's servant in Soren's kingdom. One day later, Soren returned to Motor City. The high priest had brought back some gray dwarfs, which was undoubtedly good news, because this meant that Motor City had the ability to produce its own military equipment. City Lord's Mansion. After Soren returned to Motor City, he saw Gloria for the first time. But what surprised him a little was that Gloria used to spend most of her time in the laboratory in the Shadow Plane, but this time she was quite leisurely dealing with the affairs and documents of Motor City in the hall. There was also a cup of black tea from the Eastern Kingdom next to her. "Hey." Soren glanced at the Northern Witch in front of him, then walked behind her, and was ready to take her into his arms. He said slowly, "How's the progress of the floating space tower? How do you have time to sit here and drink tea today?" Gloria turned her head and looked at Soren. She smiled mischievously and said softly, "Take a guess." A beauty in his arms. Soren had just held Gloria in his arms, and immediately felt that something was wrong. He was surprised and said, This is. No wonder. No wonder." It felt a little different. Although there seemed to be no difference, Soren immediately noticed something was wrong after close contact. This was not Gloria. In other words, this was not Gloria's body. Simulacrum. Soren raised his head in surprise and looked at Gloria, who was blushing in front of him. He put his hand directly under her long skirt, and then kept groping. The more he groped, the more surprised he was. He murmured, "It's so magical. This feels so real." Gloria's breathing was a little short, and her beautiful face was already blushing. She whispered, "Simulacrum itself is similar to true mirror image, so the avatar created is real." Soren's fingertips turned, and he had touched the soft and towering fullness from the skirt. He fiddled with it a few times and he saw Gloria gasping. He was in disbelief at the moment, and whispered, "Even this feeling can be simulated? It seems that I have underestimated the effect of simulacrum." This was the avatar of a god. The effect of simulacrum was much stronger than projection. The two were not on the same level at all. How much of the spell's power is retained? Soren did not take back his hand, but he continued to play with the two white balls and said, "The magic equipment on the body can't be simulated, right?" Gloria's breathing became more rapid, and she gently shook her head. "Magic equipment can't. But 80% of the spellcasting power is retained. The avatar I created can cast spells up to the 8th circle. But the spells that can be cast can only be those that are remembered by my body." This was already very good. After hearing this, Soren fell into deep thought. It seemed that he was thinking about the other uses of simulacrum's power. At the same time, in the experiment in the Shadow Plane, Gloria and Fallen which were working on the production of a large floating ring. Suddenly, Gloria's breathing became chaotic, and even the control of the spell fluctuated slightly. Everyone present was a legendary witch. Karina, the Fallen witch, immediately sensed something unusual. She asked, "What's wrong? Why is your face a little red?" Gloria looked at her mother with a guilty conscience, and then said, "Soren is back. I was talking to him just now, and I was a little distracted." Fallen Witch seemed to think of something. She looked at her daughter meaningfully, and then whispered, "Don't be distracted. If the production of this large floating ring fails, I'm afraid it will take a long time. What new tricks do you young people want to play? You'd better wait until nighttime to try them out." Gloria's face suddenly turned red. She opened her mouth to explain something, but found that there was no way to explain it. The more she tried to explain, the worse the situation would become. So, she directly cancelled the effect of simulacrum. The mayor's mansion. Soren was just holding Gloria and studying the differences between the avatars created by Simulacrum. He touched them for a while, and found that almost all aspects were the same. There were no changes at all in size and curves. But when he stretched out 2 fingers to explore whether there were any changes inside, Gloria in his arms suddenly dissipated in the wind, turned into magic energy and disappeared in front of him. The effect of Simulacrum was cancelled. He didn't know whether Gloria cancelled the effect of the spell on her own initiative, or the spell's duration was up. Soren didn't care very much. Anyway, this kind of thing could be studied slowly. Multitasking was difficult for mortals, but it was easy for Soren. He himself had a demon avatar. If he succeeded in mastering Simulacrum, then he could control 3 avatars at the same time. The demon avatar would have about 70% of his strength, and Simulacrum could retain up to 80% of his strength. As long as Soren could control it with his mind, coupled with the strength of his original body, it would be a total combat power. One person could beat up a group of people. "My lord." A middle-aged priest wearing an archbishop's robe came in and bowed respectfully to Soren. He then said, "The lurkers have found traces of the shadow thieves. If we can follow the clues, we might be able to find their nest." Soren's spirit was lifted when he heard this. He then said, "Very good. Send more people over immediately. Ask the church to send a group of high-grade priests to help them. If you find any information related to the Shadow Lord, inform me immediately." The middle-aged priest bowed and left. Soren stood in place and thought for a moment. Then he sent out 2 magic messages. "We found clues about the Shadow Lord. Prepare for battle." The 2 magic messages were sent. One was to Princess Royal, and the other was to Ascendant Eugene. Only these 2 were qualified to fight against the Shadow Lord. P.S. It's still a 2-in-1 chapter. Simulacrum's effect was originally on the body, but it's gone now. I'll explain it to you first. I'll write it later when I have time. Chapter 8:12. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the sound of buildings collapsing could be heard, and the city wall was finally breached. Tens of thousands of demons poured in from the gap, and the soul catcher in the lead was extremely excited as it slaughtered crazily. Sauron's figure stood in a sea of fire, and in his hand was a burnt head. The enemy's demon lord had been killed, and the remaining demon leaders were either stubbornly resisting or fleeing. This battle between the demon lords ended with Sauron's complete victory. From now on, this territory would completely belong to him, and a part of the enemy's army would be taken over by him. The battle between demons was very cruel. However, it was also this kind of cruel slaughter that allowed the demons to quickly level up. In just one battle, there were hundreds of intermediate demons under Soren's command. These rookies who stood out from the low-level demons through slaughter would obtain the status they deserved. Master. After killing a berserk demon, Lady Succubus returned to Soren. In fact, with her strength, she could have leveled up again, but she obviously preferred the form of a succubus, so she chose to continue leveling up in the form of a succubus. Many demons in the abyss would choose their favorite form to maintain for a long time. Although the succubus was only in the form of an intermediate demon, if it advanced to the realm of legends, it would still have other forms to improve. The flames on Sauron's body gradually extinguished. Lady Succubus carefully looked at him and slowly said, "We found a lot of succubus in the back palace. Master, do you want to take them as trophies or?" At this point, her voice paused for a moment. Succubus's status in the abyss was quite special. Although they were demons, they were often used as wealth and goods to be traded. The demon lords would treat them as a kind of wealth, and use them to reward their subordinates or trade. Many succubus' fate was quite tragic, and they didn't have the slightest bit of personal freedom. This was what Lady Succubus was asking. How did Sauron plan to deal with these succubus? If he intended to recruit them as subordinates, then the fate of these succubus would be better. They would have relative personal freedom and the same authority as other demons. However, if Sauron only intended to use them as items, then the status of these succubus would be similar to slaves, and they wouldn't have the slightest bit of personal freedom. In the future, they would be imprisoned until they could be used. Incorporate them. Incorporate these succubi into the army, and you will be the commander from now on. You'll be in charge of the army. Sauron said after thinking for a while. Using succubus as items was not a good thing for him, because succubus were one of the few middle-level demons with good brains. Moreover, because the succubus camp was not as chaotic as the other demons, he was very convenient to use. Some things were more efficient to hand over to them than to other demons. However, if he promised so, these succubus would be Sauron's subordinates in the future. He could no longer treat them as commodities, nor could he easily deprive these succubus of their freedom and casually sell them to other demons. Of course, he basically wouldn't do such a thing. My lord is so kind. Lady Succubus looked very happy. After bowing, she prepared to incorporate the succubus. No matter what, they were the same kind of demon, and she obviously didn't want to see them treated like slaves or goods. Even demons needed a little dignity. Even succubus found it difficult to accept being treated as slaves and commodities. As if hearing his order, the other high-level succubus next to him could not help but look at Sauron. And a smile seemed to appear at the corner of her mouth. In the battle just now, she seemed to be very skillful, and even Sauron could not guess her strength for a while. Sauron wondered if she had anything to do with the succubus queen. A succubus with strength close to or even beyond legendary seemed to be close to the level of the Radiance nuns. Most of the succubus of this level should have been recruited by the succubus queen. The origin of this high-level succubus was a little unclear, and it happened to appear when the succubus queen disappeared and many Radiance nuns were fighting for power. It had to be said that this was a great coincidence. If Sauron didn't think of anything, then he would really be brainless. But the problem was that some things could not be made clear now. He needed to find an opportunity to test the other party, because at least for now, she did not have the slightest hostility to Sauron. On the contrary, she was very docile most of the time. Send someone to count the spoils. Incorporate the surrendered demons. Pay attention to those demons and don't let them get close to the enemy's treasury. These orders were issued to the demons and goblins. Sauron could not fully trust the demons. They were the mercenaries of this battle, so they must not be allowed to get close to the enemy's treasury. This battle was not a small loss for Sauron. But as long as he won, everything was worth it. He could quickly recover and strengthen after annexing the enemy's army. At the same time, after combining the power of the two territories, Sauron felt that he was about to get a virtual divinity close to minor divine power. Of course, this kind of power was only effective in his own territory. Demon lords could assimilate the power of the bottomless abyss. If they were strong enough, they could also change the law of a land like the devils. After successfully killing a lesser demon lord, Sauron finally ushered in the long-awaited breakthrough, and he also received a full 12 divinity points. These divinity points were still in the body of the demon incarnation. Maybe in the future, they would be combined at the right time. Because the original body and the incarnation could be combined. But there was a prerequisite, and that was that Sauron was really prepared to descend into the bottomless abyss. Only in this way could he turn from an evil god into an abyss demon, and finally successfully combine the power of the demon incarnation. Name Sauron. Race demon. Form, Balrog Elite. Grade 5, large otherworld creature. Transdimensional. Evil level. Creature level 24 attributes. Strength 34, Dexterity 22, Constitution 27, Intelligence 25, Wisdom 25, Charm 27. Alignment. Lawful evil. Note: other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. HP 381475. Demonic energy 1506600. Domain rage. Evil skills: Sneak 215, Deception 185, Negotiate 155, Literacy 180, Intimidation 320, Spellcraft 150, Use Magic Device 180, Listen 135, Detect 135, Search 120. Abilities: Gaze of Fear, Spirit of Fear, Body of Flames, Whip of Flames, Bind, Demon Claws, +1 natural magic weapon, Demon Skin, Damage Reduction +10, Demon Resistance, all types of resistance +10. Abilities: Dual Wielding, Master of Preemptive Attacks, Multi-Attack, Weapon Mastery, Beheading Sword, Exotic Weapon Mastery, Whip, Fierce Attack. Spell-like abilities: Summon Demon Army, Soul Assimilation, Telekinesis, Blasphemous Words, Greater Teleportation, Fear at Will. Fireball, 5 times per day, instant cast. Dominate Demon once per day. Burning Hand, Summon Demon, Telepathy. Balrog Elite Form. Soren felt that he was only one step away from becoming a Balrog. And with his current strength, perhaps his strength would far exceed that of an ordinary Balrog. The elite form didn't have many abilities. It only increased Sauron's attributes and added an evil domain. Of course, the most important improvement was not this, but Sauron had an additional spell-like ability: Summon Demon Army. It was a legendary spell that was independent of the original Summon Demons, because of the increase in the Demon Lord's ability. Summon Demon Army legendary spell. As a powerful Demon Lord, you can cast this legendary spell-like ability once per day. This spell will summon 1 to 2 assassin demons, 2 to 4 soul judgment demons, Glabriza demons, or 6-armed snake demons from the demons you control. At the same time, it will summon 4 to 8 berserk demons, flaming demons, or succubus, etc. This spell will also summon a large number of low-grade demons, including but not limited to Dretch, Quasits, berserk demons, etc. The number of low-grade demons summoned is about 36 to 108. This was a very powerful ability. The effect of the spell was far beyond other types of summoning abilities. Only the Demon Lord of the Abyss could summon so many demons at once. My creature level is already 24. Sauron looked at his data page and said to himself, now it's just one step away. As long as my creature level is raised to about 25, I should be able to advance into the Balor form, or the Balor form. Demons did not need to accumulate their original form, because every time they refreshed a new form, it was equivalent to reconstructing their body. However, Sauron's current situation was a bit special. Balor and Balor were very similar forms. Unlike Succubus and Berserk Demon, they were almost completely different. Therefore, Sauron was now considering whether to advance to the Balor form first, and then to the Balor form, or directly break through the limit and enter the Balor form in one go. The former belonged to the accumulation, which should be more or less beneficial. As for the latter, the increase in strength was the most obvious. As long as he advanced to the Balor form, Sauron's combat power would immediately increase by more than 30%. He thought about it seriously. He felt that there was no enemy he could not fight against now. Maybe it would be better to advance to the Balor form first, and then to become the Balor. The battle gradually subsided. Sauron looked down at the battlefield in front of him. All the demons did not dare to look directly at him. When Sauron looked over, they all knelt down. Pick a group of captives. Galumba Arena needs to hold a grand death battle. We will send an invitation to the demons. Tell those captives. If they can kill those demons, then I will give them freedom and status. Chapter 8:13. Near a secluded valley. Victor crawled on the ground nervously. He blended into the darkness and carefully lurked in the grass. May my Lord Soren protect me. Victor kissed his emblem, and then walked around the valley in front of him from the side. During this time, the confrontation between the half-elf church and the shadow thieves had never stopped. Many excellent rogues had fallen as a result. The order from the higher-ups was to find the shadow thieves' lair, and then follow the clues to find the headquarters of the shadow church. This valley was one of the most likely targets. In order to spy on this place, many of the church's best members had fallen. Before Victor, there were already 3 first-rate rogues who had gone missing here. The terrain here is very hidden. Looking at the traces nearby, it should be man-made. Victor carefully avoided a trigger trap, and then climbed in from the side wall like a gecko. He was an acrobat before he became a rogue. He knew some tricks that other rogues did not know. Sometimes in this kind of mission, people like him who had special abilities often played a role. Someone was approaching. Victor immediately held his breath. He had cast a night vision spell in advance, so he could clearly see that someone was approaching. Shadow thieves. The one in the middle? Shadow wizard. Sure enough. Even if this is not their headquarters, it's one of their strongholds. Victor's figure crawled on the wall, hesitating whether to continue to investigate. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to retreat. If this was really the headquarters of the Shadow Thieves, if he went in rashly, he would probably disappear mysteriously like the previous few people. It was better to send the news back to Mordor City first, and see what the higher-ups had arranged. In the dark night, Victor retreated cautiously, and before he left a special mark nearby. Mordor City, the Shadow Plane. After spending a lot of manpower and material resources, the floating space tower project of Mordor City finally came to an end. At this time, all the higher-ups of Mordor City, including Soren, had gathered here. In front of them were Gloria and Fallen Witch, who were in charge of the experiment. The High Priest was responsible for maintaining the connection of the psionic field to avoid accidents. After all, this kind of experiment was still a bit troublesome. It consumed a lot of energy to raise a floating space tower. If it failed, it would be a small mushroom cloud. Fallen Witch's expression was a little excited and nervous. For a long time, she had devoted most of her energy to the study of the floating space city. Raising a floating space tower was the first step. As long as this step was completed, her plan to build a floating space tower would get a good start. Start of energy transmission. Fouling Experiment's voice, and at the same time, the elemental furnace, and temporarily cut off the energy supply to Mordor City. A cold mechanical voice. Floating space ring 1 activated. Floating space ring, floating space ring ring. The floating space tower. The ground began to tremble. Everyone looked nervously in front of them. Under the huge energy supply of the elemental furnace, the floating space rings buried under the arcane tower lit up one by one. The brilliance of magic energy lit up on countless dense runes. And then with a violent tremor, the arcane tower in front of them began to rise little by little. Finally, a piece of land about 3 kilometers in diameter rose to about 20 meters in the air. A huge pit appeared on the ground in front of them. In order to separate this piece of land, Gloria and Fallen Witch made a lot of preparations. This not only required a lot of material resources, but also the spell of mud to stone to fix the whole foundation. Originally, the progress was not so fast. But the emergence of simulacrum greatly improved this efficiency. It was mentioned earlier that simulacrum could retain 80% of the strength remembered by the original body. In the process of completing the entire foundation transformation, Gloria and Fallen Witch replaced all the spells with mud to stone, and then kept memorizing simulacrum, using the spell slots of the incarnation to complete the whole process. It took only 2 days to complete the underground layout of the entire floating space tower. The land below was not as simple as rocks. It included an elemental pool, a set of large-scale magic circuits, 3 underground laboratories, an energy balancing device, and many arranged magic circuit nodes. The entire arcane tower was only the part on the surface, and there were a lot of floating space rings and other magic devices buried underground. Liftoff complete. Activate the energy shield. The prompt of the Fouling Experiment sounded again, accompanied by the appearance of a strange magic brilliance. A beam of light rose from the highest floor of the arcane tower, and then the corresponding beams of light appeared on the surrounding ground. Finally, all the magic circuits formed a node in midair, turning into an oval shield that wrapped the entire floating space tower from all directions. The strong wind blowing from the shadow plane disappeared. The shield was not only to provide protection, but also to balance the environment inside the entire floating space tower. Activate the magic propulsion device. Start the test. A floating space tower not only had to be able to float, but it also had to be able to fly, and the flying speed could not be too slow. The brilliance of arcane magic emerged. A brilliance appeared on the first floor of the wizard tower, and then the entire floating space tower shook slightly, and then began to move slowly to the right, gradually increasing the speed, and finally about the same as the flying speed of a wyvern. This should be the limit. After all, the volume of the floating space island is too big. If the flying speed is too fast, the consumption of the energy shield will be even greater. Gloria's voice sounded, and she said, "Everything is stable at present." The energy consumption is about 10%. With the function of the elemental furnace, it should be able to withstand it. Although it seemed to only consume 10% of the energy, this was only normal operation after all. If he entered a combat state, then the energy consumption would increase exponentially. Normally, 10% of the energy consumption would be consumed, but in a combat state, he would need at least 60%. It seemed that the limit that the elemental furnace could provide was a floating space tower. To reach the standard of a floating space city, it was still necessary to find a way to understand the mystery of elemental fission, because only in this way could a larger floating space city be supported. Do you want to teleport back to Motor City? Soren's voice sounded in the psychic field. After all, the shadow plane is not a long-term place. It would be best to move back to the material plane. Fallen Witch's voice sounded. Not yet. This is just the first floating space test. We need to further test the stability of the floating space tower. And the foundation of this floating space tower has not been repaired. If it is teleported to the material plane, the landing may cause internal damage. Hearing Karina's words, Soren could not help but look at the bottom of the floating space tower. Sure enough, it had not been repaired, but it was directly separated from the ground. If it wanted to land, it must be redesigned below to ensure that the floating space tower could land in most geographical environments. It was unrealistic to float all the time. Because it consumed a lot of energy, the weight of the rising part had exceeded that of dozens of aircraft carriers. Okay, it's up to you in this regard. Soren seemed to remember something and said, how is the research of the superconducting magical pulse cannon? Can it be copied and transferred to other places? Gloria answered him. She shook her head and said, not yet. We don't have enough manpower. We lack enough legendary spellcasters. It's impossible to do so many things with my mother's ability alone. This was something that could not be helped. Any research requirements during the Arcane Empire were very high, and only legendary spellcasters could meet the requirements. At present, there were only 3 people in Motor City who were qualified to research: Gloria, Fallen Witch, and Alice, a legendary puppet master. Even Soren was not qualified to do this. He spread out his hands. His alchemy skills were too low. As a true god, the master of Motor City, Soren usually had too many things to do. Moreover, there was the Shadow Lord to deal with. Alchemy was a basic skill that required a lot of time, so he had no time to practice it. Moreover, this basic skill would not directly improve his strength. He could only wait until he had free time to study it. Let's start the last step of the test. Speaking of this, Fallen Witch's voice was a little nervous, and she said slowly, activate the defense lock device. Buzz. The elemental furnace suddenly shook, and then it emitted a dazzling light. This meant that the energy operation was suddenly improved by a lot. And at the same time, the magnetic field around it began to become chaotic in an instant. The defense lock was activated. As one of the core structures of the floating space tower and the floating space city, it was useless to rely on an energy shield alone. It was a huge target. To really make the floating space tower powerful enough, the defense lock was one of the necessary components. The power of a domain spread. When the floating space tower's defense lock was activated, Soren suddenly had a feeling of breathing discomfort and rejection. This was the energy field of the defense lock. When the defense lock was strong enough, it could even cover the magic net, so that the people inside it could not cast spells at all. The floating space tower's defense lock was not that strong yet. However, the formation of an energy field was inevitable. As long as it was within the range of this defense lock, any enemy's ability to cast spells would be greatly reduced. This ratio was at least 30%. If the floating space tower's defense lock could be improved a little more, then it could directly seal the ability of all enemies to cast low-level spells of Circle 1 to Circle 3. In other words, once the defense lock was activated, wizards below the middle level would directly become useless. P.S. If you like this book, you can follow Futu's public account on WeChat. Chapter 8:14. The magic lock is stable. When the cold mechanical voice of the Thaling experiment sounded, Everyone present could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The magic lock was the most important part of the floating space tower because the floating space tower was connected to the war chest half-bit wall. If there was a rejection reaction, the result would be quite complicated, and the time spent would be doubled. But if there was no problem with the magic lock, a little modification could directly transfer the floating space tower to the material plane. It seems to be successful. Soren could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, then raised his hand and waved to open a door, and directly entered the war chest half-bit wall. As he obtained the highest authority inside the arcane tower, the authority of the war chest half-bit wall was also opened. Unfortunately, Soren's knowledge of arcane magic was not enough to crack the mystery of this half-bit wall. Even Gloria and the Fallen Witch could not analyze the strange ability similar to the illusion simulated by virtual reality. The entire war chest half-bit wall was a huge server array. It looked like a pyramid. The lowest level was the elemental pool of the half-bit wall, and then the corresponding level of space of a certain bit wall. The first level was earth. The second level was wind. The third level was water. The fourth level was fire. The fifth level was light. The sixth level was dark. The seventh level was the elemental pool, connected to the four major elemental bit wall, and at the same time maintained the passage to the upper and lower bit wall. If the half-bit wall created by Gloria was level 1, then the war chest half-bit wall was at least level 20. It had existed for thousands of years, and its area and energy had expanded to an amazing extent. In terms of the scope of space, the war chest half-bit wall was much larger than the half-bit wall controlled by the Northern Witch Council. Every level was an array. All of them were simulation games of war chess. The controller could let people's minds enter it, and then simulate a virtual reality effect with an extremely mysterious illusion. It was just like the virtual reality game before Soren's time travel. The only difference was that the former was completed through magic, while the latter was directly connected to the human nervous system and arranged by a superbrain. Of course, seriously speaking, the war chest demiplane couldn't even compare to the virtual games of the interstellar era. First of all, the world was not big enough. Secondly, its computing power was far inferior to the super AI. It was likely that Thaling 13 was the one controlling the illusion in the half-plane of war chess. To a certain extent, Thaling could also be transformed into a supercomputer. They could be given powerful computing power to help manage the entire floating city, just like the computing power of the Divine Network. However, the demiplane of war chess had its own advantages, and that was its extreme realism. Dreamland. Soren didn't quite understand what this thing was for. It was far more realistic than the virtual reality of the star-studded era. War chess. This card deck was once all the rage during the Arcane Empire, including the card of all things, arcane cards, tarot cards, cards of fate, and so on. This series of card decks were all derived from war chess. In other words, these things used to be prizes and props in war chess games. Why did the great arcanists create something like this? Soren had been thinking about this for a long time. Was it just for entertainment? This was definitely impossible. The great arcanists wouldn't be so bored as to spend so much energy just to make a prop for entertainment. Finally, Soren thought of the most likely scenario. Experience. During the Arcane Empire, the threshold for spellcasters was quite high. Those who were qualified to become arcanists were all geniuses. That is, those who were born with extraordinary intelligence of more than 20 points. This kind of person was definitely very rare. It could be said that any loss was difficult to make up for in a short time. People who were born with intelligence of 20 points were not just 1 in 10,000. But for the entire civilization of the Arcane Empire, ordinary spellcasters were not of much value at all. Only those who were born with intelligence of more than 20 points were likely to become great arcanists. Only then could they inherit and strengthen the power of the Arcane Empire. Then, how could these geniuses improve their strength? Let them take risks like other ordinary professions? What if he died before he was done with his training? If such a person died, where could they find another one? The purpose of the great arcanists creating the war chess game was to provide them with the most basic platform, so that they could face all kinds of death threats without dying to train their strength and wisdom. To be honest, so far, there were only two people around Soren who might be born with extraordinary intelligence. One was Gloria. The other was Fallen Witch. Now both of them were legendary witches, and there was almost no one else who had such talent. One could imagine how rare it was to have the talent of a great arcanist at that time. If there were no accidents, they could basically become legendary spellcasters. Of course, the purpose of the war chess game was not only to train the arcanists, but also to other professions who were born with extraordinary intelligence. For example, Lulu. The speed of her strength improvement was frightening. Now she was not yet an adult, but she was already a high-grade profession. It could be said that she would definitely be a legendary profession when she grew up. This was the most likely use of the war chess demiplane that Soren could think of. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of any other uses for the war chess demiplane. A large-scale entertainment game? This was not impossible. The combat power of the people in the Arcane Empire was very high. Maybe it had something to do with this war chess game. It just provided a platform, and it would not give any ability. Anyone who entered the war chess demiplane would rely on their own skills to fight. Without combat skills and strength, it would be a dead end. Soren's current idea was whether he could use the war chess demiplane to train the group of people with the best potential in Mordor City. He was someone who had personally experienced the war chess demiplane, and he knew how useful this thing was. It was absolutely more useful for a person's combat potential and skill training than usual. After all, a person could not always face the threat of death, and there were not many people who could survive such a situation in reality. However, the war chess demiplane only affected the mind slightly. Of course. In fact, it still affected the soul a little. After Soren mastered the war chess demiplane, he found that the death of the trial inside would cause a loss of soul power. But it was very little. In terms of data, it was about a reduction of about 1000 slaughter EXP. This trace of soul power was absorbed by the war chess demiplane, and then transformed into the magic circle. Soren felt that the intelligence of the virtual character inside was related to a trace of soul power that was stripped off when the character died. What was the mystery behind it? With Soren's current knowledge, it was not enough to crack it, because this was the field of arcane magic, not the field of gods. But one thing that Soren could be sure of was that the research during the Arcane Empire had already begun to involve the field of soul. No wonder the gods were not so friendly to the Arcane Empire. How should I use this thing? Soren looked at the war chess demiplane in front of him and fell into deep thought. To be honest, this thing could be used in many ways. First of all, Mordor City had a large number of outstanding talents who were facing a breakthrough, such as Lulu, Ugly Monkey, Jack, Scarface, Cyclops, and Giant who had already broken through the legendary realm. What these people lacked was a more extreme kind of training. 4 strong people like them, losing about 1000 slaughter EXP was not a problem at all. If it could be exchanged for a chance to face death, it was definitely worth it. They were the first targets that Soren considered. Then there was the group of people near the middle of Mordor City. Many excellent officers could also be trained. Finally, it was the ordinary people and low-grade professions. These people might not be able to enter it for the time being. Ordinary people who had their soul power extracted equivalent to 1000 slaughter EXP would be bedridden for more than 3 months. If the low-grade professions died a few times, they might face the danger of losing a level. In other words, this thing was provided for professions, and they must be strong, determined, and have enough potential. Otherwise, if they died in the illusion, their body would really die. There was no other way. The war chess game was too realistic. There is no way to promote it in a short time. Soren looked at the elemental pool at the bottom and murmured, "But we can test it a little at the moment. Let's see if the trial of the war chess demiplane has any effect on those talented people. But we can't test it continuously. Let's choose a few excellent targets and see how it works." After Soren died in it, he felt a little uncomfortable mentally. One thing for sure was that this thing had side effects, and the side effects would be very serious for ordinary people. The specific effects still needed to be tested. Soren had a lot of things along the way, and it would take a lot of time to study the war chess demiplane. However, the potential of this thing was unpredictable. If it could really reduce the side effects, maybe Mordor City could mass-produce a group of elite troops who dared to face death. To some extent, the Arcane Empire was really similar to the Interstellar era. Because when this virtual reality technology was first researched, the first application was to train super soldiers. It was just that one used the technology tree, and the other used alchemy. Mordor City. The Great Temple. When Soren returned to the Great Temple, the High Priest was already waiting there. "My lord." The High Priest bowed slightly and said softly, "The divine artifact Mithril Chain Mail is a little troublesome. I'm afraid I can't complete it in a short time. I need to study the psionic imprint on it. Greybeard should have obtained some knowledge about the Psychic Empire. I need to understand these special psionic imprints first." Soren nodded and said, "It's okay. You can study this thing first. I don't need it for the time being." The biggest enemy at the moment was the Shadow Lord. Soren had prepared a big gift for him. To deal with him, Soren had a super meat shield in front of him. It didn't matter if he wore the divine artifact Mithril Chain Mail or not. Ascendant, Eugene. This was a super meat shield in the material plane. Oh. Chapter 8:15. Outer Islands. Motor City. As soon as Soren returned to the Great Temple, the bishop in charge of the South Coast region sent back a piece of good news. They found the Shadow Thief's lair. But the good news was accompanied by bad news. The rogues sent by Soren also found the followers of the Lady of the Night, greater divine power. The Lady of the Night was one of the oldest evil gods. Although she had cooperated with the Lord of Shadows, that was before the Avatar crisis. The Lady of the Night wanted to seize the Shadow priesthood to further strengthen her power. Because she originally had the priesthood of the night, if she could seize the Shadow priesthood, then the power of the Lady of the Night would become very terrible. The emblem of the Lady of the Night was very recognizable. A purple ring wrapped around a black disc. Another point that must be mentioned was that the kingdom of the Lady of the Night was also in the Shadow Plane, but it was an independent kingdom called the Shadow Realm. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Soren gently put down the information in his hand, and there was a mocking expression on his face. If the Lord of Shadows was the mantis, then the Lady of the Night was naturally the oriole, and Soren, as a new god, naturally looked like the cicada caught in the trap. This also proved why the Lord of Shadows had been able to hold back from attacking Soren personally until now, because there was a Lady of the Night behind him, waiting for the Lord of Shadows to reveal himself. However, the Avatar crisis was the most chaotic period. Although the Lady of the Night was staring at the Lord of Shadows, other great gods in the righteous camp were also watching her. Especially the Lord of Light. He had always believed that the Lady of the Night was one of the root causes of evil. Now it's a situation of multi-party game. Soren slowly put down the information in his hand and murmured, "At this time no one dares to act rashly. But such a situation is also suitable for fishing in troubled waters. If you want to get the greatest benefits, you have to rely on your own means." However, now that the Lord of Shadows had revealed himself, Soren naturally had to take the initiative to attack. He immediately sent a magic message to Arendelle. "The prey has appeared." Soren inherited part of the priesthood of the god of the hunt, Malor. To some extent he was also a hunter. Although there were traces of the Lord of Shadows, he still had to think about the specific action of action. Soren wanted to muddy the waters. Only when the water of the water was muddy the waters would not pay too much attention to the other gods. This could not be helped. Soren first killed the demigod vampire, and then killed the god of the hunt, Malor. Now even the Shadow Lord died in his hands. Of the gods, Shadow God. Although many gods had fallen during the Avatar crisis, it was still the early stage after all. Not a single god with mid-level divine power had died yet. His actions now could easily attract the attention of the other old gods. According to the original history of the Avatar crisis, there would be a conflict between the old gods in about 3 or 4 months. In particular, the return of the Orc god system would lead to the fall of a group of gods with mid-level divine powers. If Soren killed the Lord of Shadows at this time, it would attract a lot less attention. It had to be said. There were benefits to the goddess of magic being alive, but it was also because she was still alive that all the gods with great divine power were more restrained at present. The Lady of Silvermoon had not recovered her power, so naturally, she had not started her revenge. The sequence of history would probably have to wait until the second wave of impact of the return of the Orc god system. According to the track of history, the Orc god system finally began to return to the material plane after thousands of years of silence, and the Orc god reappeared in the eyes of the world. The orcs were not natives of the material plane. They came from other planes and spaces. Many races in the material plane were not natives, including beholders, mind flayers, lizardmen, and so on. It was common for foreign races to eventually settle in the material plane. Most of the orcs were in another semi-material plane, astral world exploration. At the beginning, the Arcane Empire vigorously developed the resources of the astral world for the purpose of finding other suitable planes and spaces for survival. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soren was always paying attention to the movements of the Lord of Shadows. And as March gradually passed, various news began to come from the Orc Kingdom. First of all, it was that the Orc army seemed to have a fight with the dwarves over a piece of land with rich mines. But this was just the beginning. The outside world was still wondering why the orcs, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly moved, and then they continued to have conflicts with other races. The second race that broke out in conflict was the prairie elves. Although the orcs were an agricultural civilization, there were many nomadic clans inside. The conflict broke out because of the prairie land. The two sides directly confronted each other, and it seemed that the orcs had the upper hand. This time, the outside world finally couldn't sit still. For a long time, the orcs had not been the most powerful race in the material plane. Although the most populous race included the orcs, humans, elves, and dwarves still had a huge advantage. The population of the orcs was only 1/20th of that of humans, 1/4 of that of elves, and about 1/2 of that of dwarves. Since the silence of the Orc god system, the entire race had been quite low-key. Now that they suddenly became so high-profile, it immediately attracted a lot of attention in the material plane. In particular, the kingdom of the god of hunting had recently fallen near the Orc territory. It was about the 5th day. A news suddenly spread to the high-level figures in the material plane. An organization went deep into the Orc kingdom to spy, and finally they found a huge portal. Soren's news was sent by the Northern Witch Council. The Eye of the North personally sent him a magic message, which recorded the changes that had happened in the Orc kingdom. They had built a huge portal. This portal was larger than any portal in the material plane. Looking at the entire material plane, perhaps only the ancient Amaska Empire had built such a portal. In order to capture slaves, the Amaska Empire did not hesitate to use the portal to break the plane barrier and directly capture slaves from another world. The orcs also appeared in the material plane at that time. At that time, the Amaska Empire's act of capturing slaves directly angered two powerful god systems from other planes. The gods and saints fought in the mortal world, which directly led to the beginning of the destruction of an ancient and glorious empire. In the message sent by the Eye of the North, it was directly pointed out that this portal might be related to the portal of the Amaska Empire. This portal directly led to another world, which was very likely to be the plane where the orcs were born. The Orc god system finally couldn't help but make a move. Soren slowly put down the information in his hand and murmured, "Is Grumsh going to take revenge by using the Avatar Crisis?" Grumsh was the main god of the Orc god system. He hated all gods and species that were not orcs. He was a standard racist, and in the War of the Orcs, he fought head-on with the god system of the material plane. Unfortunately, he lost at that time. Moreover, the main god of the orcs lost an eye because of this. It was said that it was taken away by the main god of the elves, Corellon. The Orc god system was cruel and wild. They believed that the weak had no value. Even within the orcs, the strong could blatantly take away the land and wealth of the weak. Back then, when this portal opened, it was jokingly called the Door of Darkness by the adventurers. The main reason was that it symbolized that the orcs had officially begun to invade the material plane. After resting in silence for thousands of years, the Orc god system was ready to face the gods of the material plane head-on again. The fiasco of the Amaska Empire had always been a shame to the orc god system. The orcs in the material plane today were basically the descendants of the orc slaves that were captured from the portal to another world. If this portal was really opened, then it was very likely that the orc god system would directly send troops from the original plane where the orcs were born, a powerful orc army from another world. This armed force would directly change the structure of the material plane. It would also allow the orcs, who had always been weak to other races, to suddenly have the ability to challenge humans, elves and dwarves. What will come after all. Soren could not help but sigh. He found that some historical tracks of the Avatar crisis could not be changed. Since the orc god system had already appeared, then the third major event should be happening soon. The Battle of the Twin of Destiny. The disaster of the Avatar crisis was escalating step by step. The demon invasion of the Abyss was just an appetizer. The Battle of the Gods was the main show. When the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, also appeared, the critical moment that really determined the future of the multiverse had arrived. The time was April. Soren was not sure whether it was early April or mid-April. For a long time, the Twin of Destiny, the goddess of fortune and the goddess of misfortune, who had been traveling outside the world and the gods, had finally appeared. They would have their first confrontation in April. At the same time, there would also be 3 lucky gold coins during this period, and a card of destiny would be born. Thinking of this, Soren suddenly could not help but have a headache. The War of the Orcs had nothing to do with him. Even if the orc god system and the elf god system fought, he could also watch the fire burning across the river. But the battle between the goddess of fortune and the goddess of misfortune had something to do with him. Because Soren had the blessing of the goddess of misfortune, it was hard to say what the goddess of fortune would think of him. Maybe he would have no luck with luck in this life. The War of the Orcs. The main god of the orcs, Grumsh, and the main god of the elves, Corellon, had a head-on confrontation. Some gods on both sides died, and the conflict between the material planes directly escalated. The Queen of Spiders wanted to fish in troubled waters, and the movements of the Lady of Night were also very concerned about this. This was Soren's opportunity. When the battle between the orc god system and the elf god system broke out, it was also the time for him to deal with the Shadow Lord. Because at that time, no one would have the energy to pay too much attention to him. Chapter 8:16. Be lenient if you confess, be strict if you resist. The reason why I didn't update is that I went to the healthcare center to relax. 2:33. The sun shone on the quiet city of Mordor. Jack greeted his sister early in the morning, then packed his things and prepared to report to the barracks. He was now a middle-ranking officer in Mordor City, and his promotion speed was far faster than other colleagues. Of course, one reason was that his original strength was not bad. But another reason was his little nephew. This little guy, who was only 1.5 years old this year, was accepted as a disciple by an archbishop of Mordor City. In the future, he would almost certainly sit in one of the 12 seats inside the half-elf church. Under the high priest, there were a total of 12 seats in the half-elf church, which belonged to the central administration, the judiciary, and the bishops. Jack's nephew was almost certain to be one of the future archbishops. Nowadays, his little nephew spent most of his time in the temple receiving the glory baptism of Lord Soren. Every day, the archbishop would hold a special prayer ceremony for him. He spent Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in the temple, while Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday were raised by his sister at home. Every Sunday's large prayer, Jack's little nephew would show up almost every time. Many people in Mordor City already knew that he was one of the successors of the archbishop. The little guy was very precocious. Sometimes Jack would feel a little nervous when he looked at him. Especially when he looked at Jack and his sister, Jack always felt a little guilty. Recently, his sister had been hoping that he could find a girl to marry. She even gave an example of the love between a drow instructor and a half-elf girl. But Jack always refused with the excuse of being busy with official business. Mordor City was always busy, because there were always a lot of things that would be announced in the city hall. The whole city of Mordor was a high-speed machine. Some of the orders came from the highest level of Mordor City, that was the Great Soren. Another part of the orders came from the Council of Mordor City. After such a long time, the officials finally began to adapt to the current system. They not only carried out orders, but they also began to learn to think and issue decrees in the way of Sauron. For example, the recent trade reform in Mordor City was discussed by the council, and then reported to the higher-ups. As usual, the first place Jack rushed to was the barracks. Recently, the higher-ups of Mordor City had plans to send troops to the outside world. Many officers were eager to give it a try, and Jack was also one of the young people who took the initiative to volunteer. Sir Sauron is the Pirate King. However, he was not an ordinary pirate king. He had almost single-handedly established a kingdom in the Outer Islands. Therefore, the army of Mordor was divided into two camps. One was the old pirate leader camp. Almost all of them were assigned to manage overseas territories for Sauron. The other was the military camp of Mordor City. There were more elites in this camp, and they were all newly promoted young people. Jack, like many of his colleagues, hoped to obtain a position that was not inferior to the other pirate leaders. If you want to improve your status in Mordor City, the simplest and most direct way is to get military merits. As soon as he arrived near the barracks, Jack suddenly heard cries of surprise coming from all around, followed by a commotion. He could faintly hear the sound of the guards quickly gathering. What happened? Jack saw that the others couldn't help but look up at the sky in horror. He quickly followed suit and looked up. What he saw made him suck in a breath of cold air. A huge tower appeared over the city of Mordor. The huge shadow almost completely covered the central square. With the sharp alarm, the guards of Mordor City quickly gathered. However, even if they had seen too many new things, when a floating space tower appeared over Mordor City, they were still shocked. Many people could not help but feel shocked and a little scared. This was a wizard's tower. God knows how terrible its lethality was. The material plane had been in awe of spellcasters for thousands of years. Ordinary soldiers were already a little scared when they saw this arcane tower. Prepare for battle. Send someone to inform Sir Gloria. An unknown tower suddenly appeared in Mordor City. Send the news immediately. A bearded officer rushed out. Although there was a trace of fear in his eyes, he still led the soldiers to gather. However, at this time, the figure of the high priest appeared, and then the figure of Gloria also appeared in the air. The situation is smoother than we thought. Gloria looked down at the panicked residents of Mordor City under her feet and said slowly, "The first teleportation was successful. Mother, you are going to move the tower to the south of Mordor City." After that, Gloria slowly lowered her height and said to the other surprised people in a gentle voice, "This is the tower that belongs to the city of Mordor. But it was not completed until today. You don't have to panic. All of you can leave." Mordor City? The Tower of Mordor City. When did Mordor City have a wizard tower? Jack's brain couldn't wrap itself around it for a while, but he quickly reacted. He didn't know the news from the upper level of Mordor City. He didn't know when a tower was built in Mordor City. But soon, a trace of excitement and joy appeared on his face. After all, this was a wizard tower, and the combat power of a wizard tower was top-notch. Mordor City now had a wizard tower, which was almost unbreakable. Even if the Devil Legion came again, there was no need to worry. And it was a freaking flying adept's tower. They had never heard of it before. Even a wizard tower could fly. How many powerful secret cards did the upper level of Mordor City have? The crowd was completely excited. Many people were looking at the tower in the sky with excitement, curiosity, and awe. The wizard tower was flying slowly, gradually approaching the south of Mordor City. At the same time, those spies who were secretly lurking in Mordor City, or were friendly, or were observing, or had bad intentions, were all frightened at this moment. Wizard Tower. This alone was not enough to scare them, because there were many legendary spellcasters who had towers in the material plane, but there was no one who had a flying floating space tower so far. Floating space city? People with active minds immediately thought of this. Had Mordor City mastered some technology of the floating space city? The Temple of Wealth. The tall gold priest was immediately alarmed. She had been responsible for the management of the temple in Port Mordor. When the floating space tower appeared, she was alarmed. But when she saw the floating space tower with her own eyes, there was still a trace of uncontrollable horror on her face, and she immediately said, "Send the news back to the City of Wealth immediately. Mordor City must have mastered some cutting-edge alchemy from the Arcane Empire. Report to the Archbishop. We must establish a stronger alliance with Mordor City before others." Golem Legion. Floating space tower. The two most critical parts of Mordor City were now there. God knew when the whole city would be floating. If that was the case, Mordor City might become the most powerful force in the material plane. It was not only the Temple of Wealth that was full of horror, but also the Temple of Sea. They immediately began to report to the church's upper level. Other forces reacted even more quickly, especially the members of the Northern Witch Council. The witches who did not join Mordor City were a little annoyed, but they quickly sent the news back to the north. And those who joined Mordor City were very excited because Mordor City even had a floating space tower. It was conceivable that the upper level must have other top knowledge. And it was possible for them to learn all of this knowledge. For the sudden appearance of the floating space tower in Mordor City, the three places that responded the fastest were the Northern Witch Council, the Wizard Alliance, and the last was Arendelle. Soren received a magic message from Arendelle, almost on the same day. Princess Royal left him a message. "I'll be there tomorrow." Soren did not reveal much about the research progress of Mordor City, but Princess Royal still knew a little about it. After all, the relationship between the two sides was quite close. Arendelle had powerful ice witches and had built several wizard towers. The appearance of the floating space tower was an irresistible knowledge for Princess Royal. She was very eager to get other mysteries and use them to improve the strength of Arendelle. Of course, there was no free lunch in the world. Although Soren and Princess Anna had a close relationship, and he also had a good friendship with Princess Royal, when it came to such top knowledge, the other party must pay a price. The situation was turbulent. Soren had already expected the appearance of the floating space tower. The elder princess and the Eye of the North informed him almost immediately that they would come back to visit, and the representative of the Wizard City also arrived in Mordor the next day. They were also eager to get the internal knowledge of the floating space tower. But this kind of top alchemy knowledge could not be handed out casually. These people must pay the corresponding price. What do you think? Soren turned and glanced at Gloria, then glanced at the fallen witch and said, "The appearance of the floating space tower has alarmed them. We can't refuse all of them. How should we deal with them?" Gloria pondered for a moment, and then did not hesitate to sell out the Northern Witch Council. She said, "The Northern Witch Council has a fragment of the Silver Blade of Gith. It can be used to complete your artifact. There is also some knowledge about the magic lock and energy transmission. These are one of the conditions of the exchange. I'm not very clear about the Wizard Alliance. But they must hand over the energy shield technology they have mastered. Arcane puppets and arcane guards are far more powerful than golem puppets. To get the knowledge of the floating space tower, they must take out these things in exchange. And about the extra-dimensional fortress, my mother and I are very interested in it. The Wizard City must give us permission to explore it. As for the Princess Royal." Speaking of this, Gloria could not help but glance at Soren and said, "I don't want to get involved in her affairs. You can do as you see fit." Hearing Gloria's words, Soren's expression suddenly became a little more awkward. Chapter 8:17. The city of Mordor suddenly became lively. Since the appearance of the floating island, the floating population of the city of Mordor had suddenly increased by 30%. Not only were there members from the Northern Witch Council, but there were also members from the more distant Wizard Kingdom, as well as the Arendelle Ice Witches who had just arrived this morning. In addition, there were many spies from other forces in the port of Mordor. Even Mrs. Rossard, the Duke of Red Dragon, who had fought with Soren, secretly sent people to sneak into the city of Mordor to spy. However, these spies were wiped out by the rogues of the Judicial Department as soon as they entered the city of Mordor. The floating city. For a long time, many spellcasters had never given up on the study of the floating city. The appearance of the floating island in the city of Mordor directly led to many wizards preparing to visit the city. Even in just one day, many members from the Northern Witch Council secretly proposed to Gloria that they were willing to be her subordinates. Ordinary people could not imagine the spellcaster's desire for this cutting-edge alchemy. Looking at how easily the puppet master girl was taken back by Soren, it could be seen how amazing the temptation of the floating city was to them. Because there were too many people coming at once, Soren had no choice but to receive them separately. He was responsible for receiving the ice witches brought by Princess Royal Arendelle, while Gloria was responsible for receiving Her Excellency Eye of the North, who was directly teleported over. As for the fallen witch, she was responsible for negotiating with the representatives of the Wizard Alliance. The existence of the floating island could not be hidden at present, and part of the alchemy knowledge could be exchanged. The key was whether they were willing to pay the corresponding price. Of course, what Soren was willing to take out was only the superficial things of the floating space tower. The content was limited to the floating ring. As for the core, elemental furnace, Soren would never hand it over. The energy supply of the floating space tower could be provided by manpower, magic circles, elemental pool, half-bit wall, and so on. The specific extent still depended on the amount of energy provided. Relying on the elemental pool and the demiplane, the most they could do was float in the air. It was like a car that had $100 worth of gas. It could run for a while, but once it ran out, it could only start again after the elemental pool was fully charged. The biggest role of the elemental furnace was to provide long-lasting endurance and maximized energy supply. As long as Soren grasped this, he was not afraid that other forces would make a floating space tower, because their floating space towers could not fly far. This is it. The witches of Arendelle were placed in the station in the city of Mordor. This time, Soren took the elder princess to visit the floating space tower in person. Compared to the last time they met, she had become more beautiful elemental light. But, at the same time, she had become colder and colder, giving people the illusion that winter would come if they got close to her. This was the power of the gods. Princess Royal was integrating the power of the goddess of the north wind and snow, little by little. Although she had yet to truly ascend to godhood, she already had the illusion that she was as cold as a deity and treated all living things like ants. Perhaps only the people she cared about the most would be able to make the Princess Royal show human emotions. In contrast, Sauron's body had the smell of a mortal, even if he was already a true god. The core of the floating space tower is 3 parts: the elemental furnace, the floating space ring, and the half-bit wall. Soren glanced at Princess Royal, who had a cold expression. With the integration of the power of the clergy, Princess Royal's expression changed less and less. Her delicate and beautiful face was like ice that would never melt. If she could not find herself in the struggle with divinity and clergy, then she would eventually become like other gods. Eventually, she would be interfered with by the clergy. She would be as emotionless and merciless as the winter. Soren could not help her with this. Everything could only rely on Princess Royal herself. If she did not overcome the interference of the clergy and divinity, she would inevitably embark on such a path. For example, the King of the Dead was almost completely kidnapped by his clergy. Well, Princess Royal nodded gently, glanced around and said slowly, "Where is the elemental furnace? Is it the key to the operation of the floating space tower?" Soren smiled and said, "The elemental furnace, as the core, naturally cannot be placed in the open. It has been moved to the innermost part of the floating space tower. The Northern Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance have both sent people over. The energy part can rely on the elemental pool and the half-bit wall. Only you know about the elemental furnace." Princess Royal's expression changed slightly when she heard that, and then she said, "Can you take me to see it?" Soren immediately agreed. Then he waved his hand and opened a portal that led directly to a small space inside the floating space tower. The huge elemental furnace was in it. Incredible! Princess Royal's eyes flashed with the brilliance of divinity. She seemed to want to analyze the principle of the elemental furnace, but after looking at it for a while, she gave up and said slowly, "The alchemy knowledge involved in it is too profound. I can't understand it yet." Soren was not surprised. because he himself could not fully understand it. At present in Motor City, only Gloria and Fallen which could understand it. The elemental furnace can be replaced with the half-bit wall. It is not difficult for you to open up a huge elemental pool with your ability. You can also achieve a similar effect with the power of the gods. Soren hesitated for a moment and said, but in this case, you will have to pay a lot of divine power points. Princess Royal heard this and thought for a moment, then she said softly, don't worry about divine power. I have more than enough divine power now. I want the structure diagram of the floating ring, the layout diagram of the energy shield, the node structure diagram of the energy transmission, and the information related to the labyrinth. After looking around the floating space tower, Princess Royal did not mean to be polite at all. She directly asked for the most important information, except for the elemental furnace. After all, her relationship with Soren was not ordinary. There was no need to beat around the bush like other forces. Soren did not hesitate too much and agreed on the spot. I can give it to you tomorrow. Very good. Princess Royal smiled when she heard that. She seemed to be in a good mood. She said playfully, these things are the betrothal gifts for Anna. Betrothal gifts? What the hell was this? Soren was stunned when he heard that. The first reaction in his mind was that Princess Royal did not object to his relationship with Princess Anna. Then the eldest princess actually mentioned the word betrothal gift. Was she planning to marry Princess Anna to him? No. Things could not be that simple. Soren's thoughts were running fast for a moment. The next moment he guessed the problem. So, Soren raised his head and took a deep look at Princess Royal. He said slowly, are you going to be apatheicized? Princess Royal nodded calmly. Sure enough. The corner of Soren's mouth could not help but reveal a wry smile. Was it because of this that the elder princess spoke? Princess Royal was going to be apatheicized. Then naturally, she could not always be in charge of the royal power of Arendelle. As a god, there were almost no men in the entire material plane that could catch her eye. It was almost impossible for her to have offspring with a man. In that case, the royal power of Arendelle must be passed down by Princess Anna, the first successor. Since Princess Anna was just a mortal, then she must have offspring with a man to inherit the royal power of Arendelle. Then this man could not be anyone else except Soren. Princess Royal was already preparing for the funeral. Ba. It should be said that Princess Royal had already begun to prepare for the secular affairs after she was apatheicized. Even if this situation continued, the time of her passing on the throne to Princess Anna might be brought forward. Gods could not interfere too much with the secular world. Even a god like Soren, who had the domain of rule, was limited in his interference with the secular world. For example, Soren now handed over most of the secular affairs to the Council of Mordor City to deal with. He was only in charge of the general direction, and did not participate in the specific things at all. If the gods were too involved in the secular affairs, they would definitely be backfired in the future. After all, Mordor City was just a new force. There were fewer internal entanglements, so it was not a big deal to manage it a little. But for an old kingdom like Arendelle, if Princess Royal continued to be personally involved in the secular world after apatheicized, it would definitely be harmful. If Princess Royal wanted to be apatheicized, she had to give up the royal power. Soren was also on the same path as her. Looking at the situation of Mordor City today, you could understand his next arrangement. Gloria was the mistress of Mordor City. Since Soren became a god, many of the affairs of Mordor City were handled by Gloria. Not only Gloria understood this, but even many of the higher-ups of Mordor City understood this. Otherwise, why would they be so determined to support Gloria's control of Mordor City? This was how Sauron, as a god, gradually went from being on the stage to being off the stage. In the future, his core would be transferred to the half-elf church, and Gloria would also become the lord of Mordor City at the right time. Soren would return to the dark side. As a god, he took charge of Mordor City through this means to avoid something similar to the law of cause and effect, from interfering with his rules as a true god. Under normal circumstances, the weaker the god, the more he interfered with the secular world. When it came to the level of the Lord of Light, it could be said that he did not even care about the internal affairs of the church. As for existences like the ancient god of death, Jurgil, it didn't even matter if there was a church or not. This was the case with some of the god's rules. When Soren first became a god, the church and Mordor city were both under his control. But now he was a lesser divine power. Mordor city was almost out of his control. He just set a general direction, and almost all the internal affairs of the half-elf church were handed over to the high priest. Soren's interference with the secular world was also reducing little by little. In the end, his existence must be as high and mighty as other gods. Princess Royal was so eager to give up the royal power. The only explanation was that she was going to become a god soon, and it was very likely that she would be a lesser divine power. She had to get rid of the relationship with the secular world and directly become the snow goddess that had widespread faith in all cold areas except for Arendelle. P.S. There is one more update today. The website is getting worse. Chapter 8:18. There was a dark red color in the turbid sea. There were many dead fish floating on the nearby sea. They were basically poisoned to death. The bodies of the Nagas could be seen further away. In addition, there were many very ferocious devil fish. Obviously, there had just been a war here, but the two sides of the war were not the races on land, but the Nagas and other marine creatures that lived in the sea. Many of them were marine creatures that were rarely seen in the material plane, including the deep-sea lurkers that could only be seen in the bottomless abyss. It's the believers of Dagon. A half-elf priest looked at the sea with a serious expression, and then said to the followers behind him, "Send the news back to Mordor City immediately. It seems that the Sea Temple has started a war with the demon lord, Dagon." The Battle of the Deep Sea had broken out. After accumulating power for so long, the demon lord, Dagon, finally couldn't help but challenge the sea goddess. He himself was the demon Orbis who ruled the deep sea. If he wanted to seize the authority of the sea in the material plane, the sea goddess was an enemy that Dagon could not avoid. It could be said that it would be difficult for Dagon to extend his tentacles into the material plane without completely defeating the sea goddess. Outer Islands, Mordor City. As March gradually came to an end, the impact of the Avatar crisis struck again. Soren frowned as he looked at the information that was sent back in front of him and murmured, "Has it really started? Then I'm afraid we have to prepare to deal with the Shadow Lord." There was a lot of information sent back. First of all, the orcs finally fought with the prairie elves and won a big victory, seizing a large area of land in one fell swoop. The prairie elves were now forced to move to the forest area. It was said that the wood elves were very dissatisfied with the orcs' instigation of the war. On the other hand, the sea goddess was fighting with the demon lord Dagon. The Nagas had confirmed that there was a serious conflict with the devil fish. There should be a huge portal somewhere in the deep sea connected to the bottomless abyss, because many devil fish came from the Shadow Sea on the 89th floor of the bottomless abyss. This kind of thing must be left to the Nagas and the Sea Temple. Soren could only help them at most. The struggle at the bottom of the sea would not affect the structure of the material plane. Of course, at present, the most important news was related to the Shadow Lord. The reason why Soren felt that it was almost time to make a move was also related to the recent changes in the Church of another god, the God of Light. The Church of the God of Light had been mobilizing frequently recently, and there was a vague plan to go to war with the Church of the Lady of Night, a great divine power of the good alignment, a great god of the evil faction. Furthermore, they were both prejudiced against each other, and their hatred for each other had accumulated over the years. If the God of Light was really going to attack the Lady of the Night, then Soren's last concern would be gone. Basically, he did not have to worry about the Lady of the Night for the time being. Faced with a god like the God of Light, even the Lady of the Night would have a headache. This was the best opportunity. The Queen of Spiders' attention was currently focused on the elf god system. Once she dealt with the elf god system, which she hated the most, she would turn her attention to other gods. The Lady of the Night was now preoccupied by the God of Light, and had no energy to pay attention to the Lord of Shadows. If Soren were to make a move now, he would not have to worry about the interference of powerful enemies. Of course, one of the more important reasons was that it was said that traces of the goddess of fortune had appeared in the northern part of the continent. The goddess of misfortune and the goddess of fortune, these two twins of destiny, who were beyond the gods, had finally appeared. Their struggle would affect the nerves of many gods, because the Avatar crisis itself was a torrent of fate. Things in Mordor were on the right track. Now negotiations and cooperation with the Northern Witch Council were slowly progressing. The Wizard Alliance also needed to discuss with the archmages of the council. The requirements put forward by Mordor were not low, and they might not be able to agree in a short time. With Gloria and Fallen Witch, Soren did not have to worry about the instability of his own rear. Before the Devils officially started, he felt that he still needed to find an opportunity to improve his strength. If he could advance to intermediate divine power, Soren would not have to be afraid even in the face of the old gods. And if he succeeded in killing the Lord of Shadows, then Soren's plan to establish his own divine system would begin. A divine system. The half-elf clergy must be separated from the main clergy after obtaining the shadow clergy. Soren had more long-term arrangements for these things. In a hidden basement, Uhtred walked in a hurry. Behind him were three cold-looking rogues. At first glance, they were specially trained assassins. Bishop. A cold female voice appeared in the darkness. Although a woman with a rather beautiful appearance but a hideous scar on the side of her face appeared, she slowly said, "The recent movements in Mordor are abnormal. I'm worried that our whereabouts have been exposed." Had he been exposed? Uhtred's face turned ugly when he thought of this, and he slowly said, "What about the news inside the church? Haven't the support of the Shadow Church been sent yet?" Damn Mordor City. God knew that this opponent was so difficult to deal with. Originally, the Lord of Shadows was an intermediate divine power, and Soren was only a lesser divine power. One church had developed for thousands of years, and the other church had just been established recently. At the beginning of the operation, Uhtred thought it was just an entertainment to beat up children. But when the real battle started, he found that the enemy was much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Soren was a new god, that was true. But after all, he inherited the original half-elf church, and he almost emptied the foundation of Autumnfall. The foundation of the entire Autumnfall was absorbed by Mordor City. The power inside the church was actually stronger than the outside world imagined. More importantly, Soren still had the power of the secular world. Most of the churches of the gods were independent of the secular world. That was to say, the Lord of Shadows did not control any kingdom. He only developed the church through his own influence in the material plane. At best, he secretly controlled some cities through the Shadow Thieves. But these cities could not be compared with Mordor City. Soren could mobilize tens of thousands of warriors with a wave of his hand. But the entire Shadow Church could not even mobilize 1/10 of the warriors of Mordor City. If it was about believers, the Lord of Shadows definitely had more than Soren. But believers were not equal to combat power. Only professionals could fight in the entire Shadow Church, and they must be devout believers. Those who believed in Pantheon may not be willing to risk their lives. But Mordor City did not have such concerns, because the army of Mordor City all obeyed Soren's orders. At first, there was no doubt that the Lord of Shadows had a clear advantage, but after the battle broke out in Shipwreck Bay, the situation had been completely reversed. The professions sent by Mordor City to fight against the Shadow Thieves and the Shadow Church were endless. Some of them were not believers of the church at all, but pirates who had been famous for a long time. After the battle entered a tug of war, it began to be unfavorable for the Shadow Church, because the Shadow Church was facing the interest groups of the entire island of Mordor. Does the Lord have an oracle? Uhtred was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Where are the Shadow Thieves? Why haven't they arrived yet?" The woman standing in front of him shook her head. Suddenly, there was a strange noise outside, and a faint muffled sound came. The next moment, Uhtred's face changed greatly, and he panicked. Something's wrong. There's an enemy. As soon as his voice fell, there was a sound of fighting outside the basement door. Uhtred rushed out almost immediately. This was a sealed basement. If he was surrounded inside, there was nowhere to run. Uhtred rushed out quickly, but before he could make a move, a dagger had already pierced through his back. Ezer. You. The woman with a scar on the side of her face took back her weapon with a cold expression. After a cold look, she slowly lifted the spell on her body and said sarcastically, "I'm not Ezer." Her appearance gradually changed. The most obvious feature was that her height suddenly increased a lot, then her eyebrows became much colder, and finally her ears became slightly pointed. Half-elf. Greater transformation. The half-elf assassin named Ezer waved his hand and cut Uhtred's throat, then slowly said, "The Ezer you're talking about is already dead. Otherwise, I really can't find your secret stronghold." Northern Witch Council. At the last moment of his life, Uhtred suddenly understood in his mind. Such an exquisite transformation spell was not something that ordinary people could use. The Northern Witch Council was behind the city of Mordor, and only the high-level members of the Northern Witch Council could make her look like Ezer. And he had never noticed this. Wizard. Damned adepts. Although there were also wizards inside the Shadow Church, there was no way to compete with such an old witch force. Most of them were rogues, followed by priests who served the gods, and finally shadow wizards who changed their professions. Life gradually faded away. The woman who turned into Ezer glanced at the corpse on the ground indifferently, and then her figure disappeared into the darkness. Today's battle had not yet started, but they had already found the location of the Shadow Lord. There would be a big battle next, which would determine the pattern of the rogues in the material plane for thousands of years to come. Shadow Lord, Shadow Church, Shadow Thief. Sorin, Half-Elf Church, Mordor City. If Sorin could defeat the Shadow Lord, then there would be a true god who combined the priesthood of rogue and shadow. From now on, all forces related to the rogues would be under Sorin's command. Similarly, if the Shadow Lord defeated Sorin, then his power would also be greatly improved. The battle between the two sides was destined to have one point. That was, from now on, the rogues and the shadow priesthood must be merged. Chapter 8:19. Second update. The wind was cold. Sorin stared at the valley in front of him with a cold expression, and his expression was unprecedentedly dignified. A big battle was inevitable after all. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. During this period of time, Sorin had been spending a lot of energy to find the headquarters of the Shadow Church and the Shadow Thieves. Now his efforts finally paid off, and he found the headquarters of the enemy. This was a fair and square confrontation. With the cautious character of the Shadow King, it was too difficult for Sorin to trick him. Moreover, if the gods wanted to leave, ordinary people really had no way to stop them. Therefore, the safest and most effective way that Sorin could choose was to have a big battle with the enemy. The Shadow King could run away, but the Shadow Church and the Shadow Thieves couldn't run away. Sorin was forcing the Shadow King to fight with him head-on. Because this time, if he avoided the battle, the Shadow Church's forces in the material plane would be completely wiped out. If a god's church was destroyed by others, it could be said that there was no hope of turning over in the Avatar crisis. Who knew how many people would want to beat a drowning dog and take out the Shadow Lord who had lost all his forces in one go? The same principle could be applied to Sorin. If Motor City was destroyed, Sorin would almost be beaten back to his original state. Except for his own strength, it was difficult for him to do anything during the Avatar crisis. "My lord." The figure of the ugly monkey appeared in front of Sorin. He respectfully knelt down on one knee and said, "In front is the headquarters of the Shadow Church. Below is a dense underground passage. We have lost a lot of people when we were spying. The Shadow Thieves have set up a lot of traps at the entrance. If we attack by force, I'm afraid we will suffer serious losses." The underground was the Shadow Church. No wonder the other gods couldn't find the headquarters of the Shadow King. They didn't expect him to place the headquarters underground. "I see." Sorin nodded calmly, and then said, "Let the others prepare for battle. When the Golem army arrives, you take people to attack from the side." Checkmate. If the battle between the gods was like a game of chess, then Sorin was like a general. In fact, if the Shadow Lord did not fight him head-on, he would even dare to flip the chessboard. destroy the Church of the Shadow Lord and flatten the great temple of the Shadow Lord. At that time, there was no need for Soren to fight him head-on. Just such a serious loss was enough to cause the strength of the Shadow Lord to plummet, and it might even fall directly to the level of lesser divine power. As long as the Shadow Lord's divine power dropped, Soren would be able to take over the Shadow Divinity even if he didn't kill him. When that happened, Soren's power would increase while the Shadow Lord's power would weaken. Since ancient times, there had never been a lack of deities whose strength had plummeted due to the conflict between churches. Lady Silvermoon was an obvious example. When she was most severely suppressed by the Lady of the Night, the church was almost on the verge of collapse. She was also weakened to a minor divine power. In the end, she had no choice but to ask the goddess of love for protection. This was the limitation of an ordinary god. Soren's strength was also gathered with the believers and divinity. If the half-elf church was destroyed, he would directly fall to a minor divine power. The divinity in his body might be taken away by the law because of losing his divinity. If the number of believers was too small, Soren might even fall from a true god to a demigod. In the past, many gods gradually declined and fell like this. Divinity and divinity were integrated. Unless Soren's divinity reached the level of great, the two could never be separated. The Outer Islands. Motor City. Although Soren did not let Gloria and Fallen Witch participate in this battle, it was impossible to avoid a head-on confrontation with the Shadow Church. Gloria looked very nervous at this moment. She was even ready to teleport to the battlefield at any time. After all, the Shadow Lord was an old god. Moreover, he was an intermediate divine power god, which had a clear advantage over Soren. The relationship between Soren and the Shadow Lord was simply irreconcilable. The battle between the two sides was bound to end with the defeat of the other side. If the Shadow Church could be destroyed this time, even if the Shadow Lord was not killed, it was almost impossible for him to make a comeback. Start the elemental furnace. Lock the teleportation node. The Golem army is assembled. Open the portal. As a high-grade legendary psionic warlock, the High Priest was responsible for the command of this battle. He directly established a connection with the psionic field. The situation was quite similar to the last time when they attacked the Queen of Spiders. Start the teleportation. The Clay Golem army is activated. As a teleportation gate opened, clay golems appeared on the flat ground one after another in the night. The elites of the half-elves and the rogue church had all gathered. Almost 80% of the members of the Judgment Department, the Central Department, and the bishops had arrived on the battlefield. There were groups of rogues in the shadows. At this moment, their expressions were quite nervous because this was a battle to determine the future of the rogues. Whoever's god won, the other party would be able to dominate the world. Moreover, with the combination of the two clergies Shadow and Rogue, the areas that everyone could access would increase. That was to say, no matter who won, the followers who served them could increase their strength. Soren's followers had been unable to access the Shadow area, and the followers of the Shadow Lord had been unable to access the Rogue and tracking areas. Let's begin. Soren's expression finally changed. After perceiving a familiar divine aura from the depths of the ground, he directly ordered, "Let the Golem army clear the way and directly flatten all the traps." The Shadow Lord finally appeared. Although the two sides had not yet fought, they both felt the familiar power of the clergy on each other. A shadow and a rogue, the collision between them was inevitable. The first batch of clay golems and stone golems began to move forward. As soon as they entered the valley, there was a violent explosion, and then 3 golems were directly destroyed on the spot. It's a burst trap. It looks like it was set up by a legendary rogue. This is a spike trap. This is a flame trap. A series of explosions came, or the ground suddenly collapsed. Before they had completely entered the valley, more than 30 of the golems that Soren used to lead the way had been destroyed. If these traps were not destroyed by the golems, who knew how much combat power it would take? Looking at the golems being destroyed one after another, Soren did not even blink at the moment and continued in a deep voice. The second golem army continued to move forward. It only took about 10 minutes. Nearly 150 golems were all scrapped in the valley. Most of these golems were clay golems and stone golems, and their challenge rating was at most level 5. If they were bought from the Wizard Alliance, it would be equivalent to wasting nearly 300,000 Kindler. However, Mordor had the ability to make their own golem puppets, so the cost price was about 100,000 Kindler, and the trap set by the Shadow Church would probably need that many Kindler. The second batch of golem army continued to move forward. This time, the number had increased by a lot. There were about 300 golems. Most of them were the cheapest clay golems and stone golems. But this time, there were more than 10 steel golems mixed in. The continuous explosions were still ringing. In the face of Sorin's move of using golems, the Shadow Church was obviously very troubled, especially the steel golems mixed in. Many traps were ineffective against them. It was impossible for flesh and blood to resist the traps, but the steel golems did not have so many taboos. There were already priests inside the Shadow Church, and they began to use divine spells to cooperate with the rogues to kill these steel golems. Are they going to send people out already? After Sorin found the base of the Shadow Church, he directly used the portal to block the other party's door. This showed that he wanted to wipe them out. When the second batch of golem army was completely destroyed, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he slowly said, "Golem Army number 3 attack." The portal was still maintained. As long as Sorin was personally in charge, unless the Shadow Lord came to destroy it, the portal would always be in operation, and even if it was destroyed, another one could be opened immediately. Mordor City had enough resources to maintain the portal. The real battle had not yet begun. Sorin squandered about 700,000 Kindler golems in just 2 waves of tentative attacks. War was a game that burned money. He dared to challenge the Shadow Lord, not only because of Princess Royal and Eugene, but also the strength of Mordor City itself. The portal continued to operate. The third batch of golem army that arrived was very different, because this time it was the main army of Mordor City that appeared. The clay golems were gone. This time there were about 500 golems, most of which were more advanced stone golems. Then there were dozens of steel golems, and finally there were a few diamond golems. At this moment, the faces of the enemies hidden in the shadows changed. If the clay golems and stone golems were not a threat, then the steel golems and diamond golems were simply nightmares. The rogues had no way to deal with these golems. You can still hold back. Sorin had been paying attention to the movements of the Shadow Lord. Seeing that the other party had not moved, he could not help but chuckle and said, "Since you can hold back, then I will also compete with you in patience." The golem army continued to advance. For this war with the Shadow Church, Sorin had prepared more than 3 million Kindler golems as consumables. If the Shadow Lord could hold back, then he would patiently use the golem army to exhaust the opponent. To put it bluntly, the golem factory in Mordor City had been operating at full capacity. If the Shadow Lord could hold back, Sorin would smash the enemy down today even if he had to spend money. Rich. Skilled. That's how willful he was. Chapter 820. The third wave of golems finally made the Shadow Church unable to sit still. The clay golem could almost be ignored by the golem army sent by Moda City. This was a complete cannon fodder. But starting from the golems, their combat power had skyrocketed. An ordinary golem weighed up to 2,000 pounds, and was about 3 meters tall. Its special ability was slow, which was an enchantment effect. It could make nearby enemies be affected by something similar to slow, and they had to carry out a compulsory test of will. The challenge rating of golems was above 8, and they could fight one-on-one with a profession level of 12 or above. Then there were the more advanced iron golems. The iron golems weighed about 3,500 to 5,000 pounds. Most of the iron golems in Mordor City weighed about 4,000 pounds, and were about 3.5 meters tall. The iron golems were enchanted with poison spit, which could spit out poisonous gas within 3 meters around their bodies. If their physique was not enough, they would continue to be poisoned. The challenge rating of the iron golems was higher, and their resistance to physical damage and magic damage was not low. As for the diamond golems, there was no need to mention them. any one of the legendary level golems, was enough to give the Shadow Church a headache for a while. Facing the third wave of golems from Mordor City, the enemies of the Shadow Church finally couldn't sit still. Some wizards and priests began to cast spells to summon shadow creatures, and more shadow thieves and rogues joined the battle. Ah! A blood-curdling scream of near death rang out. A shadow thief in the middle of the battle couldn't dodge in time. He was hit in the back by an iron golem on the spot. His entire spine was completely twisted under the huge force. He only had time to scream before he died. On the other side, the elites of Mordor City were still conserving their strength. They hadn't joined the battle yet, but the enemy had been suffering continuous casualties. The strength of Mordor City made them full of hope for victory. Even if the enemy was a church that had existed for thousands of years, they still believed that the final victory belonged to Mordor City. Golem army, advance! Sorin watched the battlefield calmly. When the enemies of the Shadow Church began to retreat, he finally gave the order to attack and said in a deep voice, "Prepare to attack." After entering the underground, fight in organized units, don't scatter easily. The Shadow Church finally couldn't afford to waste time. There were no casualties on Mordor City's side, but hundreds of people had died on their side. The followers of the Church of Shadows began to retreat into the underground tunnel, and the golem army that received Sorin's order also began to advance. They were cannon fodder and consumables. If the golem army was destroyed, they could be rebuilt with money. However, if they died, it was basically impossible for them to be revived. As long as they could defeat the Shadow Lord, it would be worth it even if the golem army were to die here. Sorin was now very rich, and there was an endless supply of minerals from Treasure Island. He wouldn't even bat an eyelid if he were to burn 1,000,000 kindler in a war like this. Those from the tribunal, come with me. Bishops bring up the rear. Ugly Monkey led a team of elite rogues to join the battle. They followed behind the steel golems. With the golems leading the way, the battle was much easier for them. They only needed to look for the fish that slipped through the net. However, as they entered the underground shrine, the paths leading to all directions appeared before their eyes. After all, the Church of Shadows had been in operation for thousands of years. They had dug out countless underground tunnels. At the same time, the corpses of taurens and shadow creatures began to appear in front of them. Taurens could be tamed. Many powerful beings liked to use taurens to guard mazes and dungeons, but taurens had almost no advantage against the steel golems. They were easily crushed by the golems. The enemy would arrive in 30 seconds. Crush them. The elite troops of the tribunal and the bishops entered the depths of the underground, and the elite pirates behind them also began to fight separately. Sorin's goal was to completely wipe out the Shadow Shrine, flatten the entire dungeon, and leave no fish behind. Mordor City, floating island. The battle on Sorin's side continued, and Gloria's work never stopped. Legendary target found in the third tunnel. The High Priest's telepathic message sounded instantly, and then Gloria gave an order. Number 1 Diamond Golem, go to the third tunnel to support. Order the bishops to send someone to the third tunnel to support. Elite Shadow Thief resistance found in the fifth tunnel. Number 2 Diamond Golem, go to support. Number 3 Diamond Golem, go to support. The priests of the Central Command are approaching. Open the portal. Alice is about to reach the battlefield. In a pitch-black underground tunnel, the members of the Half-Elf Church and the Shadow Church had already been fighting together. The resistance of the Shadow Thieves was a bit more than expected. When a small team of Shadow Wizards began to join the battle, the casualties of Mordor City began to rise rapidly. However, at this moment, a delicate girl appeared in this tunnel. She didn't look like a Westerner, and her body had obvious Oriental characteristics. Poochie. A cold light flashed, and the Shadow Wizard, who was casting a spell, suddenly felt a chill in his throat. Then he couldn't make any sound. At this time, intense pain came, and blood gushed out of his throat like a fountain. In front of him was a small and exquisite puppet girl about 15 centimeters tall. This lifelike puppet girl floated in midair, holding a very pocket-sized long sword in her hand. The fatal blow just now was caused by her. Eastern Puppet Master. As if thinking of something, The shadow wizard in front of him was horrified, but everything was too late. Another puppet girl appeared behind him and ended the shadow wizard's life in an instant. These puppet girls, who were only a dozen centimeters tall, moved like the wind. They were undetectable in this dark environment. They were like assassins in the dark, constantly reaping the lives of the enemy. Alice's expression was calm. As a legendary puppet master, she had experienced a lot of battles and killings. Originally, her puppet girls were not as powerful as they were now, but after obtaining the alchemy knowledge of Motor City, Alice had upgraded all her puppet maids once. She was the one who volunteered to participate in this battle, because she wanted to test how much stronger her newly upgraded rune maids were compared to before. So far, the improved combat power of the puppet girls had exceeded her expectations. Chapter 8:21. The Church of Shadows was losing ground. Although there were not many casualties in the city of Mordor, there were probably more than 2 million Kindler golems that had been damaged. Arendel's tax last year was only more than 1 million Kindler golems, which meant that Soren had squandered the equivalent of 2 years of Arendel's tax in less than an hour. However, this price was worth it. If they didn't use so many golems to clear the way, the half-elf church would have to pay thousands of casualties just to attack the underground. Human lives could not be bought with money. Soren only had so much money, and it would be a heavy loss if all of his core followers were killed. The same principle could be applied to the Lord of Shadows. He had never underestimated Soren's strength, and he had always regarded Soren as a threatening enemy. However, he still underestimated the power of Mordor City. That's right. The Lord of Shadows had guessed Soren's own strength, but he did not guess the hidden power of Mordor City. In the view of the Lord of Shadows, he definitely had a 70% to 80% chance of winning against Soren, so he took the initiative to attack Soren's church believers. But what he never thought was that the power of the Shadow Thieves and the Church of Shadows combined was absolutely impossible to defeat Mordor City, which had the support of the Northern Witch Council, Arendel's Ice Witches, and the Church of the City of Wealth. The Lord of Shadows had lost. But he did not lose to Soren's personal strength, but to Soren's influence in the secular world. Because some of these golems came from the Northern Witch Council. In order to get the floating ring technology of Mordor City, the Eye of the North also paid a big price. And some of the steel golems that participated in the battle today came from the Tower of the Northern Witch. The secular power of the Lord of Shadows had lost. It was impossible for the Church of Shadows and the Union of Shadow Thieves to fight against Mordor City alone, so there was only one chance for him to turn the tables, and that was to rely on his personal strength to kill Soren. As long as Soren died, the power of Mordor City would immediately collapse. Even with his shadow clergy after killing Soren, he might be able to take over a large part of Mordor's power. Given the current situation, there was no way out for the Shadow Lord. Since he dared to avoid the battle, the Church of Shadows would definitely be destroyed today. Soren would definitely flatten his great temple in the material plane. As a god, there was no way he could sit back and watch the church be destroyed. Therefore, his only choice was to fall into Soren's trap and force the Lord of Shadows to attack him. Then he would activate the most crucial part of his plan. A powerful divine power surged from the underground city. Soren also sensed something at that moment. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "You can't hold it in anymore?" He was forcing the Shadow King to attack him. Even if Soren was the Shadow Lord, there were only two choices he could make. One was to give up on the Church of Shadows and evacuate. The other was to kill the gods of the enemy church and directly disintegrate the attack of Mordor City. Shadow Realm. An invisible force spread, and the shadows around suddenly became more and more hazy. Soren disappeared in an instant. The next moment, the space where he was distorted, and then a dark void crack appeared. So this is what you look like. The power of the shadow dissipated, and Soren's figure appeared 10 meters away. He looked at the front with a cold expression and said slowly, "The legendary Shadow Lord is actually a distorted shadow." Right in front of Soren, a distorted human-shaped shadow was suspended in mid-air. This was a special life form. The Shadow Lord gave up his flesh and blood, and directly transformed his body into a half-energy life form with shadow energy. This form of god was rarely seen in the pantheon, because most gods could not completely give up their flesh and blood. Since you've already appeared, then stay. A strange light appeared near Soren's wrist, and then there was a violent fluctuation in the surrounding space. The next moment, the nearby temperature plummeted, and the ground was covered with a thin layer of frost in an instant. Ice Realm. Princess Royal's proud figure appeared hundreds of meters away. The ability of the gods to change space blocked short-distance teleportation. Even she could only teleport 100 meters away. The god of half-elves and rogues. The voice of the Shadow Lord was as empty as the void. He looked at Soren indifferently and said slowly, "Is this your last card? You want to kill me with the help of a mere mortal?" Princess Royal did not become a god. That was to say, in the eyes of the Shadow Lord, no matter how powerful she was just a mortal. Mortals were still too weak for gods. Of course, this was just what the Shadow Lord thought. In the face of the Shadow Lord's contempt, Princess Royal's expression was obviously a little unhappy, but she did not say anything. Instead, she used the power of ice and snow to block the surroundings in an instant. As the most powerful mortal in the material plane, although she had the power of a god, neither she nor Soren could kill the Shadow Lord alone. "Of course I won't look down on you." Soren's mouth evoked a sarcastic smile, and said slowly, "Since I'm going to deal with you, I naturally have to prepare more helpers." Bang! About 300 meters away from Soren, a burly and old figure slowly appeared. It was a half-orc who looked resolute but had already entered its twilight years. Its bare chest was painted with gray-white paint, which was the ashes of half-orc warriors. The war shamans relied on them to awaken the power of the ancient ancestral spirits. Divine Ascender. Eugene. The old half-orc approached step by step. With every step he took, his aura became stronger. When Eugene gradually approached the Shadow Lord, he took the white bone spear that was surrounded by the ancestral spirit's light from his back. His whole body could not help but exude a wild aura. A faint shadow appeared behind him. It was the incarnation of the half-orc's oldest ancestral spirits. They were once legendary figures of the half-orc race. With the power of the ancestral sacrifice, they gradually turned into powerful spirits. Demigod. The Shadow Lord's expression finally changed. Compared to Princess Royal, who did not reveal her divine power, Divine Ascender, Eugene's body had obvious demigod characteristics. This power was obtained by Eugene after killing the Lesser Demon Lord. Compared to the divine power hidden in Princess Royal's blood, Divine Ascender, Eugene's divine power from the bottomless abyss was more violent. At this moment, Eugene, who had activated all his power, had a trace of the evil god of the abyss. A true god, a demigod, an immortal who was about to become a god. When Soren, Princess Royal, and Eugene surrounded the Shadow Lord, his expression finally changed. This was because even if he was an intermediate divine power, he would not be able to survive being surrounded by so many enemies. More importantly, there was one more thing. These three enemies all had a strong godly power on them. Chapter 822. The Lord of Shadows was a confident and scheming god. He liked to plan all kinds of secret plots, although his plans could easily put himself in danger. The Lord of Shadows was alert and cold. He never lost control of his emotions, and his appearance was always changing. Therefore, no one knew his true face. Soren was now facing his true body. Usually, in the eyes of the believers and the outside world, the Lord of Shadows was always changing. Many people were afraid of the Church of the Lord of Shadows, not only because of its cruelty, but also because of its hobby of stealing and lurking in the shadows. Most outsiders thought that the Church of the Lord of Shadows was just a thieves' union organized in the name of religion. Note, this is very true. The priests of the Lord of Shadows often worked as assassins, bards, divine power seekers, thieves, shadow sorcerers, shadow dancers, and so on. Speaking of which, the Lord of Shadows was also a very unlucky god. This was because his predecessor had offended the chaos demon dog, Kozerv. Although the original god of thieves, Max, had fallen, the Lord of Shadows still inherited this hatred. Furthermore, the Lady of the Night was always eyeing him covetously. Only God knew how much Lady Shar wanted to take over the Shadow priesthood, so he had been hiding ever since he became a god, not daring to show his true face. The Lord of Shadows was a very rich god, but his interpersonal relationship was not very good. He had always been hostile to the goddess of wealth. Is that all? Facing Soren and the others surrounding him, a sarcastic smile appeared on the Lord of Shadows' face. Then he slowly pulled out a long sword. Buzz. The long sword trembled violently the moment it came out of the sheath. The Lord of Shadows did not seem to think of this, and his expression was quite strange. As for Soren's reaction, it was much more intense. His expression changed almost instantly. His expression seemed to be a little excited and fanatical. At the same time, his face was slightly pale at first, and then it became a strange red color. Godslayer. Soren almost instantly recognized the weapon because he had tried to find it before, but it was after the Avatar crisis. Godslayer. Upon hearing Soren's words, Princess Royal's expression changed immediately. She immediately cast several defensive spells on herself. However, Eugene, the Divine Ascender, was a little slow in reacting. The name of the Godslayer was a little scary, but Eugene was not knowledgeable enough to understand the significance of the sword, so he could only remain vigilant. Seeing Soren's shocked expression, the Shadow Lord said with a hint of mockery, "I didn't expect you to recognize this sword." Of course they knew each other. How could Soren not recognize the god-slaying sword? After all, the sword had a lot to do with him. The story had to start from the first Avatar crisis. A long time ago, there was a large-scale Avatar crisis in the material plane. At that time, many gods also fell to the mortal world for some reason. One of the masterminds was the core of the gods in the evil camp at that time, which was the original, 3 gods of death. The former god of the Shadow Lord, who was known as the god of thieves at that time, turned himself into a divine weapon in order to avoid the danger of the Avatar crisis. That was the legendary Godslayer. This sword fell into the hands of Sirik, who was still immortal at that time. That was the god of murder, who was now sealed because of his madness. Sirik, who was still immortal at that time, used this sword to kill Baal, one of the 3 gods of death. He was the origin of all the Godslayer. Not only Soren's bloodline power, but as early as the end of the last time of troubles, Baal's bloodline had set off a huge storm in the material plane. In the end, it even forced the gods in the upper plane to make a judgment. In a way, the bloodline of the Godslayer started because of this Godslayer. Baal foresaw his own death at that time, so many Godslayer were born. After that, the god of thieves, Mexer, betrayed the goddess of shadows, Lila, to Sirik, so that the god of murder could obtain the clergy of shadows. But later, the god of thieves went further and further on the road of seeking death. He became the victim of the god of murder's madness. He also read the book that could be called a taboo, and finally lost the clergy of conspiracy. Of course, what was worse was that Mexer later provoked the chaos demonic hound, Kozerv. If it weren't for this series of events, perhaps the current Shadow Lord wouldn't have risen. It was because the god of thieves in the past was too reckless. In the end, the clergy was divided into 2, and the Shadow Lord was born. I didn't expect the Godslayer to be in your hands. Soren's expression was unprecedentedly serious, and he said slowly, "It seems that the death of the previous god of thieves was not that simple. The Godslayer was definitely not a fake. As a son of murder, Soren could feel the power on it. This divine weapon had the divine power of slaughter. When the god of murder used this sword to kill Baal, the divine weapon that the god of thieves turned into also gained a lot of benefits. Other things could be deceived, but the power of the bloodline of slaughter could not be deceived." "You mean this?" The Shadow Lord gently waved the weapon in his hand, and a powerful divine power immediately burst out. He smiled contemptuously and said, "Mexer's soul has been imprisoned by me. Since he likes to become a weapon so much, I might as well refine him into a divine weapon forever." It was no wonder that the Lady of Night could hold back for so long. The Godslayer even killed Baal, who was one of the 3 gods of death. If this weapon could kill the three gods of death, it could also kill some powerful existences. For an ancient deity like the Lady of Night, any action that risked her life was not worth it. Be careful of this weapon. Soren's voice rang in the minds of the other two. He said slowly, "The Godslayer once killed the god of murder, Baal. I don't know how much power this divine weapon still retains. But you guys still have to be careful in the upcoming battle." A mistake. Soren realized that he had made a small mistake. Although he did not guess the Shadow Lord's strength wrongly, he did not expect a weapon like the Godslayer to still exist in the multiverse. There was definitely a problem with the fall of the previous god of thieves, Mexer. Logically speaking, the Godslayer should have disappeared with him. But now was not the time to think so much. Although Soren did not expect this, he was not completely without confidence. This was because he had made other preparations from the very beginning. In his extra-dimensional space, there was another divine weapon that could fight against the Godslayer. Although, Soren felt that it was quite difficult to fight with this weapon. Chapter 8:23. The Shadow Lord took the initiative. But the target was not Soren, but the weakest of the three, Princess Royal. She was the only one who did not exude an obvious divine aura. Since Princess Royal had used some means to disperse the excess divine power in her body, her control of power had become more and more subtle. Unlike in the past, she could not perceive the violent divine power in her body at a glance. No matter from which point of view, the Shadow Lord's choice was not wrong. After all, Princess Royal was the most threatening spellcaster. But he obviously did not expect that Princess Royal's strength was actually stronger than Soren's. If it was a one-on-one fight, Soren and Princess Royal's chances of winning were about 4 to 6, and Princess Royal had at least a 20% higher chance of winning. Ice Prison. Even someone as powerful as the Princess Royal did not dare to be careless in the face of the Shadow Overlord, who wielded the Godslayer. She instantly distanced herself from the Shadow Overlord, and at the same time, cast a large number of defensive spells on herself. Then, she activated the divine power of ice in her body, and directly froze all the land in front of her. A piece of frost spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole space seemed to have entered the extreme north all of a sudden, and even the space seemed to be frozen. Soren and Eugene's reaction speed was also very fast. As soon as the Shadow Lord moved, Eugene roared, and then the shadow behind him overlapped with his figure. In an instant, the whole person was like a god with a glimmer of divine brilliance. Heroic spirit fusion. In the past, Eugene was not enough to enter the demigod state, and naturally could not fully accommodate the power of the heroic spirit. But now, after absorbing the divine power of the lesser demon lord, he could no longer be regarded as an ordinary demigod. The white bone spear roared out. With a huge power that could destroy the world, Eugene threw the spear in his hand directly. In an instant, it broke through the space and made a sharp sonic boom. The next moment, the location where the Shadow Lord was located seemed to have been bombed by a missile, and a huge crater appeared directly. Eugene is already so strong. Soren's pupils slightly shrank, and he couldn't help being surprised. He had absorbed the power of a lesser demon overlord before. There was an unlucky guy who was bewitched by the Queen of Spiders to absorb a lesser demon lord. Unfortunately, that guy was too weak and was controlled by the Queen of Spiders. As a hero who rose from the grassroots, Eugene's will naturally couldn't be measured by common sense. Perhaps he had completely suppressed the backlash of the secondary demon overlord's power. Ancient ancestral spirits. Heed my call. Eugene the Divine Ascender chanted in the ancient orc language. Then the illusions of heroic spirits appeared behind him again, but this time, there were more of them. More than 10 legendary heroic spirits appeared behind him, providing him with endless power. Eugene was about to become a god. Based on Eugene's current strength, Soren was sure that Eugene had mastered the half-orc domain, which meant that he could control all the half-orc ancestral spirits. Once Eugene became a god, all of these ancestral spirits would become Eugene's oracles. The power brought by the ancestral spirits of the orcs for thousands of years was amazing. If Eugene could take these powers as his own, then it was very likely that he would directly be promoted to a lesser divine power. Because so far, he was the only orc who had the potential to become a god. In this way, if Eugene became a god, he would become the only god of the orcs. The only god of the race was destined to be stronger than other new gods. Divinity power to change space. Divinity power to change reality. As the number one meat shield among the three, Eugene rushed forward and intercepted the Shadow Lord. The three of them had already studied the tactics of how to deal with the Shadow Lord. Eugene was naturally an irreplaceable meat shield, and Princess Royal was the main damage output against the Shadow Lord. As for Soren's role, the core was still to use the divinity power to confront the Shadow Lord. He must use the divinity power to offset the suppression ability of the Shadow Lord. Only when the divinity power of the true gods collided could the other two have a chance to attack. Dang. Dang. In the blink of an eye, Eugene and the Shadow Lord had exchanged hundreds of moves. As expected of an existence that could fight against the ancient brass dragon as soon as he appeared, Eugene's ability to fight head-on completely surpassed Soren's. And because there was a super meat shield in front, Princess Royal also had time to cast spells calmly. Although Soren was just wandering around, his divine power value was constantly decreasing because he could offset the Shadow Lord's divinity realm. Only by using the divinity power to seal the Shadow Lord's ability to jump between planes could others attack this dangerous enemy. Melf's Minute Meteor. Eugene's current state was not bad. Although the Shadow Lord's immunity to physical damage was very high, Princess Royal's spells were still effective. Soren used Melf's Minute Meteor to harass and attack, while always looking for opportunities to use big moves. The balance of the battle was tilting. The three of them joined forces to besiege the Shadow Lord. Even if the other party had the legendary God-Slayer in his hand, his situation was getting worse. But an accident happened just as the battle was about to tilt. Crack. The three people who had the upper hand suddenly turned into a disadvantage because of one thing. Eugene's weapon was broken. Just as the three of them joined forces to beat the Shadow Lord until he was more and more powerless to resist, the white bone spear in Eugene's hand was suddenly cut off by the Shadow Lord after a parry. The situation became very dangerous in an instant. Shadow Clone. The figure of the Shadow Lord split into three in an instant, and three identical Shadow Lords appeared in front of Soren. Immediately afterward, the other two figures of the Shadow Lord rushed from two sides and directly besieged Eugene, who had been entangled with him. The next moment, Eugene's old and burly body shook, and the two avatars of the Shadow Lord directly waved the Godslayer into Eugene's heart. Real avatars. The two avatars of the Shadow Lord were real shadow beings. With the white bone spear cut off, Eugene could not avoid the enemy's attack at all. Then the Shadow Lord mercilessly pierced his heart. Poochie. A stream of blood gushed out. Eugene, who was stabbed in the heart by the enemy, did not die because of this. His strong vitality still made him stand. This was the power of the legendary ability, Epic Toughness. Even fatal damage could not kill him. Roar. Eugene, who was stabbed in the heart, seemed to have stimulated the madness in his heart. He did not care and just roared and grabbed the Godslayer that pierced his heart with his bare hands. A terrible power broke out. After all, the Shadow Lord was only strong in agility. The weapon was grabbed by Eugene and could not be pulled out. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.